After the law banning corporal punishment was passed, it became very difficult for teachers to control students. Even if the children did something that was against school rules, there was not enough money to support them. The students turned out to be more intelligent than adults assumed. They realized how to use the law to their advantage. There was one case where a teacher had to prove that he had never touched a certain student's hair in front of a judge, and according to a survey of 1,196 teachers from all over the country, 98% of students said that studying has become more difficult than before. Among teachers, the figure reached 85%. One day, when the undermining of teachers' authority and disorder in classrooms reached a peak, as a result of an attack by a student, one of the teachers collapsed and died. So it was decided to hold a national meeting at the Ministry of Education. It was a large, beautiful white building. Around it was a large, well-kept lawn. Approaching the building, the protagonist began to feel the seriousness of what would happen to him during his work. Then, walking along the sidewalk, passing by people, it turned out that a certain amendment to the law on the protection of teachers had been developed, which society had humbly accepted. Stepping on black lacquered boots on the asphalt, the man added that they also targeted the issue that was the focus of media attention. It was a scandal involving a popular entertainment star. The gentleman in black stopped in front of a large building and stood there for a few minutes looking at it carefully. He had a serious expression on his face. His eyes were brown and tired. His hair was slightly curled and fell on his face, covering his forehead. He also had a thin beard and mustache. 2 years later, the situation is unfolding in a residential area of the city where there are several high-rise buildings nearby. But from one apartment, a student says that it's time to go to school. Then he walked out of the entrance. He was wearing his school uniform. He wore black classic pants, a white shirt, a black jacket, and a red tie. He was carrying a large green backpack. He was holding a phone in his hand and looking at something carefully. A girl followed him out of the building. Suddenly, a strange sound caught their attention, and they both turned their faces to the right to see what happened. And they saw a man falling down just a few meters away from them, loudly screaming, "Ah!" It was very surprising and frightening at the same time. So, in the morning, during school hours, a second-grade high school student committed suicide by jumping out of a window. His name was Park Tae-seok, and the boy who witnessed the fall never spoke to him. However, everyone in their school knew the young man because he was nicknamed Chanta, which means school bullying, the main horse of the school. The boy was so surprised by what he saw that he made giant eyes and froze for a minute. And by this nickname, you can guess why he committed suicide so easily. The first person to witness the death of a student from his school, it was a first grader named Kim K-min. The moment he came across the corpse, the young man laughed because what he saw was unusual for him and he simply did not know how to react to it, what emotions should and should not be shown, and it made him wonder if he was crazy. Then the boy came to school and fell to the floor in the yard because something happened to him. It turned out to be a gang of teenagers, one of whom was filming everything. Another was standing next to the boy who was lying on the ground, and the other three were trying to watch something on their smartphones, namely, how many decibels. And the program showed only 67, and the audience didn't like it because it was a weak indicator. So another guy came up to Kim, grabbed him by the vest, and smilingly said that it was his turn and asked his friends to watch carefully. At this time, the victim was screaming loudly and asking them to stop mocking him. However, these words did not stop the attacker, and he pinched the young man's right limb. This caused a lot of pain, and the young man began to scream loudly, closing his eyes. The rest of the gang started looking at their smartphones to see how many decibels it would be this time, and it turned out that the program showed more than 100. So the guys summarized that Kim K-min had set a new world record. All this action took place in a dispute between two high school students. The second attacker, namely Hoyer Shik, won, and he demanded that the first one give him 1,000 won. The student replied that the boy was not insolent because he pinched him exactly where he had already been struck. Then he angrily asked him to do it again, but this time it had to be honorable, and he pushed Kim down to the ground. He put his foot on top of him and told him to scream loudly, calling him dog shit. His friends said it was too quiet, so it was useless to do it now. And then they started laughing out loud. The victim summarized that if the student who committed suicide was among the second-year students who were bullied, then he was among the first-year students. He began to recall that at first he did not keep silent about the bullying. He went to his teachers and told them everything and asked them to help him. The first person the young man approached was his class teacher, who at first seemed kind-hearted. After listening to the whole story, he smiled and said that it was good that the student told him about it, so he would reprimand the troublemaker. And with that, he promised to solve the problem. Of course, after that, the teacher turned his attention to them. He told them that they should get along well with their classmates and not to bother anyone else. The teenagers listened with a touch of contempt, and at the end he added that it would be the first and last time. The teacher reprimanded the gang right in front of all his classmates. From that day on, Kim was bullied even during school assemblies. When the leader of the group was passing by the victim's desk, he heard the teacher say that if he heard something like that again, he would give them fines. The boy replied with a sly smile, "Yes, teacher." After this incident, the young man was bullied even more. This made Kim wonder why the teacher said this in front of everyone, even though he knew it would only make things worse. However, after a while, the teenager realized why. Namely, when he took a drink in a tin can from a vending machine to quench his thirst. In the backyard of the school, he noticed a bunch of teachers talking to each other. One of them said that they shouldn't be too reckless and hide in the corners like this. The other added that these were the exact words, but asked when they would build a smoking room for teachers so that they could relax. After all, the smoking ban and the ban on corporal punishment seemed to be making teachers lose their positions. A few months ago, a new teacher came to the school. He raised his voice a little at a child, and the recording of this incident quickly spread on the internet, so the teacher had to be punished. After all this, I asked my colleagues where they could find decent workers in their time. One of them, who wore glasses, was surprised to ask if he thought it was wrong for him to work like this. After all, the ban on teachers physically punishing students is a good thing. Then he asked if there was no other alternative, only the carrot and stick method. But if the teachers did something wrong, the parents of the students would run to the school the same day and make a fuss. It would be like if the Ministry of Education said that teachers were not allowed to teach students. Then he asked a question clarifying yes or no. However, without waiting for an answer, he said that the answer was simple. You don't need to teach children how to live. Let them teach each other themselves. After all, if a school employee touches even a finger to children who do not know the answer, he will become the dead teacher from the incident that happened 2 years ago. Kim was surprised by what he heard and said to himself, letting children educate each other is something out of a fantasy. Looking at his reflection, he began to think that the morning assembly was a kind of performance. It was like a message that teachers don't care about the disagreements between children. And it turns out that there is no one on his side, and the young man has two options: transfer to another school or endure the bullying for another 3 years. But after a while, everything changed dramatically when a car pulled into the schoolyard, and not just any car, but a police car. It surprised and frightened the high school students who were watching it from the window. One of them said that it was probably because of that second grader. Kim said that the police are seriously investigating the death of that student. Everyone at the school knows that his actions were not accidental. They quickly learned about bullying and violence in this educational institution, and all the initiators were sent to prison. But in the end, he emphasized that when the culture of bullying disappears in this school, only then will he be able to live in peace. Once again, in the same backyard of the school, the boy overheard the gang talking about how the second grader now had a friend. even though he had recently died. And another one said sarcastically, "Oh, really?" The leader was sitting on top of Kim, smoking a cigarette, and said that earlier, when he was afraid, he had asked the second graders about the incident, but no one told him about this dog. As it turned out, the teachers also asked the students to be silent and not to tell anyone, but only this bastard. But before he could finish speaking, the victim simply collapsed to the ground under him because he no longer had the strength to hold on. And the offender said, "Fuck." At that time, Kim was seriously scared and could not believe what he had just heard. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a strong kick in the ribs. This made the boy scream loudly throughout the school. The leader of the gang continued to beat him, saying that he could not resist while he was just smoking a cigarette. The police came back day after day, and he was able to gather strength for Kim. While the young man was covering his head, his friends were talking to each other about the fact that there was no food left after the training. So they began to order the victim to buy them some fried chicken, and he only had 3 minutes to run back and forth to do it. This bastard country is very lenient towards these freaks. This world of freaks is a sacred territory that no one can encroach on. And Kim started to think that he couldn't do it alone. So he held onto the railing and leaned over it to look down from the school building. He was dripping with sweat because he was very nervous, angry, and thought that this was the only way out because nothing would change as long as this atmosphere prevailed in the school. But this is the only way to put a cancer on this school and reach out to someone. At this time, on his way to freedom, and already standing on his toes to push off as hard as he could, behind him he heard, "Zakika, wait, wait." So the young man had to turn around to see who it was that was speaking to him because the voice was unfamiliar. A man dressed in all black was speaking to him. He had shoulder-length black hair. He sat quietly and smoked a cigarette, adding that Kim shouldn't die until there were witnesses. And then he asked what horrible dreams he must have had for the young man to take such a step. Kim got to his feet and asked who the man was. Was he a teacher? The man smilingly replied that it sounded very loud, but it was true. The next thing the student asked was what exactly was the teacher doing here, while he was taking another puff. After releasing the smoke, the man calmly replied that he had a good view of the entire school. On the one hand, a group of teenagers is sitting on a bench near the school, not being afraid that someone might see them. On the other hand, a bunch of high school students are beating up one of their classmates. He emphasized that this institution was a sight to behold and that he would have to work hard here. The young man was very surprised by what he heard, and so he stood there for a few minutes thinking about it. Suddenly, the teacher jumped up from where he was sitting, causing him to take a step back in surprise. The man was amused. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, he said that tomorrow he would turn everything to hell. However, now he asked Kim to take him to the teacher's office. With a serious expression on his face, the young man began to show him the way, walking along the school corridors, while the gentleman, with his hands in his pants pockets, walked slowly behind him and looked at everything carefully. And at one point he decided to ask the student why he wanted to throw himself down, what had happened. This question stumped the young man. The teacher asked a clarifying question whether it was because of bullying or grades. Not receiving an answer, he continued to ask that whatever it was, he could just wait 3 years and everything would be resolved by itself. And in the end, he added that he would have to work hard with these kids. Kim stopped and without turning around quietly said that he knew that this teacher knew, and he continued to shout angrily that he just needed to hold out for 3 years. And he asked what to do, because he really couldn't stand another day here. This answer surprised the man so much that he even opened his mouth a little and made big eyes. He turned around and faced the teacher. It was clear that he was very angry, so he shouted that no one would help him, so how could he stand it? At that time, the gang leader started running in front of him. He just jumped up high to deliver a strong knee strike right into the sternum, which is considered a very vulnerable spot. This made the student fall to the floor right in front of the teacher's feet. He began to cover his head with his hands. The teenager in charge said that because of Kim, he had to turn on the backup bell. He had been waiting for his chicken for so long, and this asshole was crawling around. Then he leaned over to the young man, grabbed his vest, and asked him if he was empty-handed. "Where is his food?" Kim looked the attacker in the eye, frightened, because he had completely forgotten what was required of him. The student then slapped him hard and angrily asked him if he was tired of living. The teacher watched this for a few minutes and listened to the next questions from the attacker, namely, "Is our Kim Min out of it? Well, can't you answer? Maybe he should just finish him off?" After all this, the leader felt that someone grabbed his hair behind him. He turned his head and saw an unfamiliar man in front of him. So he said in surprise, "What? Fuck?" As he said this, the teacher raised his right hand high in the air. He slapped the attacker hard so that he could feel the pleasure of it. He made him salivate in all directions. After that, he grabbed the guy by the bars and threw him against the wall of the corridor so that his legs flew up. The man smilingly told him that from now on he should speak only as he liked and not dare to contradict him. Then, hiding his hands in his pants pockets, he added that the gang leader was really out of it. The young man rubbed his cheek, which had been hit, and asked, "What? Fuck?" Not understanding what had just happened and how this gentleman dared to touch him. Kim, adjusting his round glasses, turned to the man in surprise and called him a teacher. The teenager leaned against the door of one of the classrooms and asked, "Teacher?" Scratching the back of his head, the man said that it sounded very loud, but it could be considered that it was. The headmaster, smiling ominously, said, "Then a teacher, right?" Then he approached the gentleman and, looking him straight in the eye, added, "A teacher beats students at school." At this time, a bunch of high school students had gathered in the corridor watching and taking out their smartphones to record the incident. The student began to provoke the teacher to try to hit him again. So far, this had no effect on the man, as he stood there with a facial expression that showed no emotion. The teenager added that if he wanted it to go viral, he should hit him. The teacher smiled and said, "Yes?" And without receiving an answer, he suddenly slapped the student again, telling him not to resist. While the teacher continued to slap the boy's face, he shouted that the man was playing a joke because he had a friend who would show his face on the internet. The teacher kept saying, "Oh, so I'm going to be a star, and that's why I need to work hard enough to show off my best self." And he happily began to say words during each slap. Namely, "It's more beautiful then, more graceful, and refreshing." The rest of the students filmed this performance and discussed it. One said it was a decisive blow. Another said it looked like the gangster was right. The class teacher of the high school student stood behind everyone and asked in amazement who was this guy and why was he acting like this. The gang leader was so tired of being beaten up that he shouted loudly, "You bastard!" He waved his hand in a fist and said that the man had already crossed all the boundaries. In the end, he asked what kind of teacher he was if he could just beat his students like that. He added that he was the strongest first grader in the school. The teacher listened carefully and saw an angry student running at him. He tripped him up and the young man began to fall on his back, waving his arms rapidly as if trying to hold on. However, the headmaster fell right on the door and it opened to some office, and by doing so, he caused himself a lot of pain. Getting up, the guy noticed what was happening behind him and it surprised him. Without restraining himself, he shouted loudly, "Damn!" And at that moment, his head was firmly wedged between the door and the wall. It turned out that the teacher was holding him like that. The teenager kept shouting for him to open the door and let him go. The man did not listen, so he took out a long stick, spread it out, and said that when he was young, he had been hit by a teacher. He thanked him afterwards, and he put the stick behind his back, swinging it, and he hit the student hard on the ass. It turned out to be quite convenient to do this because the boy was on his knees, and at that time he began to scream loudly, first from surprise and then from pain. Sweat began to appear on his face because he was screaming. The students, who were watching and filming everything with their smartphones, were seriously frightened by what they saw. The teacher began to put his cane back, and the gang leader continued to lie between the doors, screaming in pain and from everything that had just happened. The teacher turned his face to the crowd and said that he was even very tired. After he said that, a gentleman approached, pushing everyone away, and asked the man who he was and what was he doing at his school. And then he said that he was the deputy director of the school. Then he asked why this gentleman was beating their students. The man answered the question by asking, "Is it his first day at school?" The deputy asked again, "The first day. What are you talking about?" Then the unidentified man said that if he had told him earlier, he would not have been able to put this student in his place. And he began to take out a badge from his inside jacket pocket. He attached a name tag to the substitute's forehead and said that he was the person. This act surprised the man, because you have to look for such impudence. It said that it was the card of a servant, Manhwa. The school employee asked if it was from the Ministry of Education. The Development Bureau? What is this even? The man holding the stick on his shoulder smilingly asked if the deputy director even watches the news. He also asked if he remembered the case when a teacher was killed during class 2 years ago. Then, the Ministry of Education adopted the Amendment on the Protection of Teachers' Rights, and at the end he added in short that he was from the Bureau of Education. Everything he said surprised the students of the school. They stood there in silence, mouths wide open and eyes giant. After a moment of silence, the gentleman in black said that more detailed information would come to the school tomorrow in an official letter. After that, he put a folded stick to the deputy's forehead and said that this was a specially created department for such a disgusting school as this one, and they're burying a child alive. The older gentleman knocked the stick away and angrily asked, "Bury? When is it them?" However, the man did not allow him to finish, simply interrupting him and saying that all he could say was that he would be investigating the school. And smiling, he said that this was a very important fact. And pointing to the stick, he added that the employees of the Education Bureau have special power. And then he struck the deputy director directly with his weapon. It made him fall on his back, with frightened and surprised eyes at what had just happened. He did not expect such a development. The black-haired man angrily said that he had no restrictions and would do what he saw fit, because he was authorized by the authorities. Having said that, he carefully put the stick on his shoulder, and after that he started laughing loudly throughout the corridor, saying that he would teach at this school whether they wanted him to or not. Watching the video of the fight that happened a few hours ago, the school staff asked if Principal Manhwa really said that, and they added that they had misunderstood everything. Even though Park Tae-seok committed suicide because of his academic performance, there is no place for violence and bullying in their school. 3 years ago, the scholarship fund recognized their school as one of the best. Among others, they were supported by Ryu Gwan-pil, the third most important person in the ruling party. Many successful graduates also graduated from their school. In the end, they asked the man to bring this information to the Ministry of Education. When they received no response, the principal and his deputy began to smile nervously and asked him to get something out of his mouth. The man quickly began to take out a small white envelope from his inside jacket pocket. He put it on the table in front of the ministry employee, saying that although it was not much, they had to pay. Before the deputy could take his hand away from the envelope, the man's foot was already there. With a serious expression on his face, he said that he must have misunderstood him. After all, although he works for the Ministry of Education, he is not a teacher or a professor. He has no right or authority to evaluate this school in any way, so he has nothing more to give. Then he got up and headed for the exit, saying that he was very pleased. However, old men like him should be ashamed of themselves. While the man could not see behind him, the men gave him the middle fingers, saying that it was a rogue talking to them. Suddenly, the gentleman turned his head to the workers to ask them something. But they did not expect him to turn around so suddenly, so they barely had time to hide their fingers. At that moment, the man took out a shaver. He took off the lid. He started shaving his not-so-growing beard with it, asking which class the student Park Tae-seok was in, who had leaned back. The principal, smiling with embarrassment because he couldn't tell if the clerk had seen their gestures or not, said, "Oh yes, this is..." It turned out to be classroom number 2-5. There were various students sitting and talking to each other, One of them said to the other to open his jaw quickly. However, the young man did not want to do so, so his classmate forced him to do so and poured water into his mouth from a bottle, saying that he was ordering him to drink it in one go. The young man bent down and began to cough loudly because he did not have time to swallow the water that was entering his cavity. The offender stood in front of him and asked why he was spitting it out. Not receiving any answer, he punched the guy in the head and called him stupid, and then he asked if he was deaf or something. A minute later, he added why he just couldn't drink it. The victim continued to leak water from his mouth directly onto his clothes. One of his classmates, who was wearing a red shirt, told them to end the fight because the bell would soon ring, to which the attacker replied by asking if the faggot was not at his will. And with this question, he wanted to hurt the guy a little bit. And then he asked if he was still hungover, because if the teachers smell it, they can blame it on this faggot. The young man in red put his head on the desk and asked what he was saying. He was the one who was still drunk, and he doesn't care about anything at all. The other one replied that what kind of sane teacher would get involved with the son of a high-ranking deputy. At this time, the girls were happily watching the video of the fight in the corridor and emphasized that it was a horror. And having stopped the frame on the student's ridiculous expression, the ladies began to laugh out loud, specifying that he had been beaten by the teacher. One of them said that the boys said that despite the fact that he was from the Ministry of Education, he could afford it. Then the black-haired one put her hand to her beard and asked if it was really posted on YouTube. But wasn't it their school? Doesn't it look like their school uniform? The guy in red continued to lie with his head on the desk and say that many schools have similar uniforms. Suddenly, the door to the classroom began to open slowly. A man in black, unknown to the students, entered the classroom. He had his hair tied back in a ponytail and carried a blue magazine under his right arm. The children watched the man in silence. He approached the table, put the magazine on the surface, and put his arms wide so that he seemed to be leaning on the table. Smiling broadly, he said, "Children, hello." And in response, I heard only silence, because everyone still did not fully understand who he was and what was going on. The young man who had just insulted his classmate by forcing him to drink his water asked the man where this uncle had come from. The man laughed and said, "Didn't their class teacher warn them?" He added that he had contracted the flu yesterday, so he had to take a sick leave for several weeks. After that, he said that his name was Manhwa Recap and that he was their temporary teacher under the circumstances. He went on to say that he was ashamed to admit it, but it would be his first time teaching, so he hopes that he will be able to get along with them. The main attacker of the class began to smile slyly. The classroom became a mess as all the students started talking to each other, solving their problems, ignoring the teacher, who stood silently for several minutes and watched everything. This made him very angry, so he tried to control himself. And a brilliant idea came to him, which made the man smile slightly. He grabbed the magazine and invited everyone to introduce themselves. After that, he would be able to mark them. He started walking between the rows and calling out names: Kang Sung Yeon, Ko Gin Chuk, Kim Na-rae, Kim Dong-gyu. However, no one paid attention to him, and the noise in the classroom continued. Passing by the main rebel of the class, the man said, "Kim Hak-chae." Then he approached the young man in the red shirt, who was still lying with his head on the desk, and the teacher read out Ryu Chun-hyun, and suddenly the name Park Tae-seok was called out to the whole class, after which everyone turned their faces directly to the teacher, because none of them expected to hear these three words. The man turned to the students and raised his hand to his head as if looking for someone, smiling, and asked if the children could see Park Tae-seok, or is he absent today? This even made the boy in the red shirt raise his head a little so that his eyes could be seen. And I heard the following clarification: "Oh, but there are no free desks." When the teacher approached the blackboard, he heard one of the students say that the bastard was dead because he was stupid and his report card. In short, he was a mess. As it turned out, this was said with a smile by a guy who insulted everyone in the class. The student emphasized that the teacher should have known about this before coming here. The man looked at the young man with an oblique glance and began to wonder what kind of atmosphere was here. Then he calmly replied, "I see," and added that from now on he would know. Then he thanked me for the information, and he said that he would hold the roll call again. The teacher approached one of the desks where a blond boy was sitting and said, "Park Peng-su?" The boy was sitting very sad. His head was bent over the desk, and sweat was slowly dripping down. The student was deep in thought, not even noticing what was happening around him. The man leaned over and asked him what was wrong with his face. Maybe something was bothering him? However, he suddenly smelled an odor that hit his nose. After that, the teacher turned to everyone and angrily shouted, "Who did this?" The attacker laughed and said that he must have been stressed out all morning. And to be like Kok-chan, the great thief, he drank a bottle of soju. He just drank one bottle in one go. At that moment, the teacher approached the guy and started to smell him. He said that he also smelled like a drunk. He asked if they had been drinking together. The guy said no, he was just sitting next to him. The teacher gritted his teeth and said that their smells were different. And then he explained that it was just his guess. He went on to say that he had been drinking last night, but hadn't gotten rid of his hangover. And in the end, he asked if he hadn't gotten him drunk on purpose so that he wouldn't be blamed. The student was so angry that he got to his feet, leaned on the desk and shouted, "You fucking idiot! What are you talking about?" The teacher calmly said, "So it was you. You killed Park Tae-seok?" After that, the man took off his glasses to see the reaction better. The young man simply could not contain himself any longer because he was bursting with anger. He repeated, "Killed. Killed," and he began to move directly toward the teacher, shouting that he was talking nonsense. Who killed him? The teacher was not confused and grabbed the boy's lips with 2 fingers. He pulled him from the end of the classroom to the blackboard. Then he turned to the student and said, smiling, that today he planned to just reconnoiter the situation at school. But this young man was causing a lot of trouble, and he squeezed his fingers, which were still on his lips, even harder. And he threw the boy so hard against the wall that he even lifted his legs up. The student began to slowly get to his feet, but he was screaming because his lips were hurting quite badly and they were already quite swollen. The teacher loudly asked who was the headmaster. One of the students timidly got up and said that he was. Turning to the young man, the teacher told him to take the victim to the first aid post and put him to bed. The young man replied briefly and clearly, "Okay." As the headman took the victim under his arms and started to walk out, the teacher said that he needed to summarize the results of his 2-day stay in this school. The first is that teachers kiss their asses, and the second, students who are forced to endure bullying, and the third. Before he could finish, the rebel interrupted him, saying, "This dog is slouchy," and wanted to attack the man from behind. However, the teacher reacted quickly and hit the young man directly on the head with a magazine. The student fell to the floor, and the teacher continued that even if their classmate died, they would continue to say the same thing. He said he would introduce himself again. He is a member of the Bureau at the Ministry of Education, and his name is Manhwa Recap. And then he emphasized that they were the first to be chosen for an experiment since the founding of the Education Bureau. And if the students are wondering why this organization was created, they can watch it on YouTube. The teenagers took out their smartphones and opened the app to see that the video already had 32,000 comments. And it is among the trends. People wrote that such children should have been punished long ago and receive what they deserved. The teacher said that, in short, every similar situation they do will be in the top stories. Then the teacher shouted loudly, saying that since he had cleared everything up, they should greet him with a bow. He continued to say, "Why?" When he was conducting the roll call, they all talked and talked. He asked why they allowed themselves to behave like that when the teacher was speaking. When he received no answer, he continued to ask if they were taking an example from each other. And pointing his finger at the rebel, who was still lying on the floor, he said that they had 3 seconds or they would become like him. The confused students began to slowly rise to the count of 1. For several minutes they stood there looking at each other, not expecting anyone to talk to them like that. However, the young man in the red shirt continued to lie on the desk while everyone stood. He told his classmates to sit down. After all, the teacher's words do not matter. He repeated once again that everyone who got up should sit down. The teacher asked if 3 seconds had passed, but the black-haired man continued to order his classmates to sit down. After he saw no movement, he shouted, "He's telling them to sit down," and at the end added, "Assholes!" And the students began to slowly return to their seats one by one. The teacher was still calmly watching what was happening in the classroom, and when the last girl sat down in her chair, the young man finally raised his head and turned to the teacher and asked, "What about him?" The teacher sat down on his chair, put his hands in his pockets, and said with a sneering smile that the suckers thought he was scarier than the teacher. The man quickly opened the magazine he was holding and began to look for this young man on the list. And when he saw his photo, he read the name Ryu Jun-hyun. Then he looked up at the children with a serious look, and putting the book on the table, he told them to come forward. The boy asked, smiling, what if he didn't want to? The teacher also smiled a little and asked if he would not shit himself if he came up to him. The boy said that if he wanted to, he could come over and see what would happen. For a few minutes, the classroom was silent, and the classmates began to turn to face the young man in the red shirt sitting at the back of the classroom. The man squinted his eyes and said that he would check it out, and then he began to slowly move toward the student, who was laughing and waiting for the teacher to approach him. As the teacher walked, he looked intently at the student, and the student in turn looked intently into the teacher's eyes. However, he passed by the young man, who bowed his head because he was not feeling well. But when he came to the door, he opened it with his foot. This caused it to hit the wall, making a loud sound. Then the teacher found himself in the corridor and turned his head to the right and noticed the principal and his deputy spying on him through the windows. The man asked them what they were doing here. They were confused because they did not expect to be caught doing such a thing. They began to smile nervously and try to explain. The teacher rolled his eyes and asked why these sick old people were sitting there watching like mice. The principal began to scratch his head and smiled and said that they were not peeping. They just decided to watch him teach. Then the school employee began to approach the man in black cautiously, saying that there was something he had not told him. This surprised the old man, and he stood with his hands in his pants pockets and waited for the continuation. So the old man leaned over and whispered in his ear that the student was Ryu Jun-hyun, who was sitting in the last desk. To tell the truth, he is the son of a high-ranking deputy. The man from the ministry asked, "Really? The son of a lawmaker?" The principal continued that he should have heard, because he occupies a place between the Minister of Education and the person responsible for school education. He advised him not to go against him, as there could be problems in the future. Suddenly, the principal turned his gaze and waved and asked how Jung-hyun's father was doing, who had just left the classroom. The man in black angrily shouted to the principal that he had almost made a mistake a few minutes ago because he would have touched him. He continued that it would be difficult to keep this deputy in place, and he was sure that he would be able to drag him away and eat him. But the director told him about it in time, so he sarcastically thanked him for the information. He replied that he didn't need to thank him because a good leader had to do it. The student watched everything that happened between the adults with a smile. Suddenly he felt someone's strong hand on his face, and it made him angry because he didn't like this gesture. It turned out to be the limb of a man who asked the director if he knew what he was saying about the children, because they were completely mired in this shitty atmosphere. Because such a high-ranking man like him, the principal, licks everyone's asses. And pointing to the student, he added that this kid sees him as a 6th grader. When this bastard sees him like that, the rest of the students do too. This is how the unique culture of this educational institution was created. After saying these words, the man pushed the student in the red shirt to the floor. This scared the principal and the deputy principal. However, the man continued, saying that in order to establish the authority of the school, this culture had to be eliminated. And then he said angrily that if he got in his way again, he would experience his education firsthand. And he started walking calmly down the hall, asking his deputy to gather all the teachers in the gym. The gentleman asked in surprise, "All of them?" The man replied that he would make an announcement. The young man angrily began to raise his head and then the rest of his body. In front of the assembly, The man began to say that he was Manhwa Jin, who was a member of the Education Bureau. He went on to say that he had been at the school for 2 days, but had already noticed a number of problems. So he asked to gather all of them to agree on cooperation, because it is difficult for him to manage all the students alone. However, before that, he wanted to let them know that they can behave on an equal footing with him during the school period. He would be responsible for all the damage done, but he promised that it would not affect them in any way. After saying that, he opened one of the lockers. What he saw surprised the teachers. So there was a moment of silence because of the surprise. So the man said, "Well then," and invited everyone to choose what they liked. As it turned out, there was a whole bunch of different sticks, bats, and darts in the locker. One of the teachers put her hand to her mouth and asked if he meant that they could use corporal punishment. After all, no matter how badly the students behaved, there are still human rights after all. However, the next teacher was already standing right next to the objects, carefully examining them, and he reached out to pick up one thing he really liked. It was a long wooden stick. Looking at it, the man said that it was simply super, and smiling, he added how long he had been waiting for it. He was overwhelmed with joy. After that, several other teachers began to look at the tools and said to each other that they had been dreaming about it for a long time. And looking at the sticks, they asked if they were made of oak. During the week since the new staff member Manhwa Jin came to the school, some changes took place. A high school student watched a picture of a teacher loudly asking, "Are you out of your minds or are you beggars?" This was happening in the backyard, where a group of students were kneeling and one of the teachers was beating them on the ass with a stick, saying that if they wanted to drink Coke, they had to buy it with their own money. The students were screaming and crying in pain. The teacher continued to say that they should be punished because bullying is unacceptable, and finally asked if they understood. It turned out that the school staff, especially those over 40, did. They organized a competition among themselves. Some of them were forced to stand in a line for a long time while he walked along their line saying what they were doing, because they need to think about their behavior. Others were too mocking, ordering them to carry a large and heavy log. But not all students accepted the new situation. There was a case where a teacher tried to use a cane on a student. However, he managed to snatch it out of her hands and angrily asked what she was going to do. Hit him? Then he broke it in half, adding that he would clean up this shitty school. The door to the classroom opened and a man from the Ministry of Education looked in, saying, "No, no, no." And smiling, he added that the boy was thinking wrong at such a young age. Then he came up to him. He put his hand on the student's shoulder and scared him a little. "And walking," he said, "let's go to some quiet place where we can talk seriously about his future." And after walking a bit along the corridor, they went through the door into one of the classrooms. The children who were rebelling against the new system were talked to personally by the teacher Manhwa Jin, who had a post-it note on his desk with the inscription, "That quiet place." After the conversation, the student left the room as if he were numb, and the man smilingly put his hands on his shoulders and asked him if he had learned everything. However, the young man turned his head sharply to the side and saw the teacher, who was startled by the suddenness, and the student began to cry, so hard that tears flowed down his cheeks in 2 streams. He turned to the teacher he had offended an hour ago. He fell on his knees in front of her, bowed his head, and asked her to punish him. After the conversation in the quiet town, the children came back completely different people. In another classroom, a school employee grabbed a student by the hair and he screamed in pain in front of the whole class. The teacher leaned over and shouted at him, asking him how many times she had asked him to stay awake in class. Then she ordered him to put his hands on the desk with the back of his hand. The main rebel of the school said how sick and tired he was of it. While on the roof of the school with his gang, he asked them if it was a school or the Samcheon camp, or Samcheon Re-Education Camp, which was established in South Korea in 1980 for prisoners of war, or critics of the new southern regime who were forced to do hard labor or were subjected to corporal punishment. One of my friends said that he couldn't even take a shit in peace. Every time he sits down, he starts crying. The chief angrily asked what was happening to Ryu-chun. Everyone turned their heads to the deputy's son, who was sitting against the wall smoking a cigarette. They asked him to tell his father about all this shit. The young man took out a cigarette and said that he shouldn't worry about some guy he didn't even know. He went on to say that his father's assistant said that this was the first experiment led by the Ministry of Education. After that, I asked if the classmates still wanted to ask for it, knowing that his father was not God and that he might get into trouble because of it. He said that if it came to the news, he had already prepared a plan to deal with the press. A representative of the ruling party passed this law, so the plan to use his father in this situation is ambiguous. There are opinions on the internet that people like them should be punished, but at the moment there is no such possibility. A classmate asked him angrily if he wanted to be destroyed like this, to which he replied, "Who said that?" Suddenly, footsteps were heard, as if someone was also climbing to the roof. The gang turned their faces to see who wanted to join them. The deputy's son added with a twisted expression that he was just waiting. He added that they should watch carefully because soon everything would be turned upside down. A minute later, it turned out that a young man had climbed to the roof and scratched his head and asked if Chun Hyun had called him. One day, from the front door of the school building, a guy with glasses came out holding a quickly cooked pasta. On the way, he met a new teacher who remembered seeing the boy on the roof and asked him if he was still being bullied. He replied, smiling with joy, that he was not. However, he asked if he should. The man also smiled broadly in response, showing his white teeth. Then they came to the backyard. I sat down on a bench. The student began to eat his lunch, and the teacher lit a cigarette and started smoking. The teacher calmly asked if the boy was studying calmly now. The young man turned his head to listen attentively to the question with a mouthful of food. Then he answered that thanks to him, he was no longer bullied. He asked if this was really their school. The man took another puff and said it was just a moment. The student continued that those bullies came to him to apologize, but he thinks they didn't really apologize. And then he added that one of the teachers said that he was sent here, and the teacher would have to leave sooner or later. And when he leaves, the school will return to its previous state. Suddenly, the man slapped the young man on the back, and he spat out the contents of his mouth in surprise. The teacher said that he was still as pessimistic as ever, but he added that he was not a fool and understood it perfectly. He smiled and told him not to worry and to wait because he had a plan. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the students who turned to the teacher. He nervously asked for help, and then he added that he could be killed, so he demanded to be saved. He did not look good. He was beaten up, had a black eye, his face was torn, his clothes were torn, and his hair was disheveled. After carefully examining him, the teacher slowly got up, threw out his cigarette. He started walking to school with his hands in his pants pockets. He asked the student to follow him because they needed to talk. The information he received and what he saw made him very angry. But the student stood there for a few minutes thinking about what would happen next. He started crying from the pain and what had happened to him. The deputy's son, with a cigarette in his mouth, said, "If this doesn't work, what about that? What about the student who could not stand corporal punishment?" and stabbed the teacher. And at that very moment, the really injured boy took out his blades and tried to attack the teacher, and drops of blood began to drip on the pavement. And it turned out that the young man still managed to stab the man right in the lower back. The student who was watching all this began to shout loudly, "Teacher!" The attacker stood there waiting for what would happen next, and the teacher indifferently looked directly at him. Then he abruptly grabbed his arm. He broke it, saying that he was a mouse. The young man started screaming in pain, and the man added that since he had already taken up the knife, the stroke should be strong, because a 1-centimeter wound would not kill him. He put his hand behind the boy's back and ordered him to follow him. When they walked a few meters down the corridor, the man suddenly pushed the student so that he hit the wall. He entered his office and then started to close the door. The student was very scared. It turned out that they had arrived at his ominous classroom, where there was a sign that read, "The same quiet place." The teacher approached the lockers and began to take off his jacket and asked the boy to sit down. Then he took off the black blouse that was underneath. He took it off as well. Under it, A wide, pumped-up back was revealed, and on the side of the lower back there was a wound that was bleeding. The student was surprised by what he saw, because he did not yet understand what was happening and what would happen next. The man walked over to his desk. He opened the top drawer. There was a mirror and a small first aid kit. It contained scissors, a needle, thread, plaster, and antiseptic. The teacher first took the mirror and threw it to the student, saying that he should take it. The young man barely managed to catch it. Then the teacher sat down on the surface of the table with the wound facing the student and asked him to hold the mirror so that he could patch the wound. The boy came a little closer and began to watch as the black-haired man began to sew up his wound. The teacher calmly asked who had ordered him to do this. The student was surprised by the question. Without answering, the man continued to say that he had stuck the tip of the knife in, so he was not trying to kill him. He quickly added that he should tell him who ordered it. After that, the teacher cut off the end of the thread with a knife, which he used to patch his wound. The young man became angry, got to his feet, leaned his hands on the table and shouted that no one had ordered him. He had decided to do it himself. Suddenly, the man stuck a knife between the student's fingers, which frightened the young man. The teacher leaned over to him and added that he would spend several years rotting in prison with mice because of the attempted murder. Whoever that bastard is, you're going to be in jail instead of them. So he said he could show you who you really need to be afraid of. I waited for a few minutes to give the young man a chance to think it over and give me at least some information. Having received no response, he turned his back on the student and said that he was done, so he could just forget about it. Then he began to put on a new, clean black shirt near his locker, saying that he was just wasting his time. After all, people like him never change. He added that the boy would regret it for the rest of his life. The teacher was just about to leave the classroom, but the student leaned on the table and shouted that he had indeed been threatened. Then he fell to the floor, grabbed his hair, and continued to say that Tae-seok couldn't resist Chun-hyun. So, unlike a guy like him, Tae-seok was good at his studies and had a lot of friends. Chun-hyun, as soon as he arrived at the school, immediately became friends with the upperclassmen and ran the school. They didn't really pay attention to each other and had no cause for conflict, until something happened. One day, a situation occurred in the classroom where the teacher yelled that she had repeated several times that you can't put your feet on the desk during class. Then she asked the insolent boy if he realized he was in school. If he continued in this way, he should be expelled. And she said that she would tell his father everything. While she was saying this, the boy's friend was filming everything with his smartphone. The boy got angry and abruptly stood up with his hands on the table. This scared the teacher. He called the woman a bitch and ordered her to shut up. After all, she had spoken very harshly about his father, a deputy. Then he asked her if she didn't know and added that she could call his father's assistant and then she could pack her things. He waved his hand and told her to think before she said anything next time. However, he did not have time to hit the teacher because someone punched him right in the right cheek. After that, the young man fell to the floor, hitting his head on the lockers. The defense lawyer angrily shouted to the deputy's son, calling him a jerk so that he would look at himself. He asked how he was talking to the teacher. What does he think he's doing? And from that moment on, Tae-seok's life went downhill. The next day, when he came to school, he was approached by one of the gang members of the deputy's son. However, he was not confused and told him that he should listen to adults. After that, the boy was punched in the stomach. And all the students of the school received messages in the school chat. There was a photo of Tae, and under it, it was written that from this day on, this jerk is a school freak. Therefore, you need to beat this first year several times a day. From that day on, a cult of bullying began to operate in the school. Tae-seok was not considered a person, and someone attached a letter with the inscription, "I am a horse. Hit me." He was a nobody because his father worked as an ordinary full-time employee in a state institution, and suddenly he was laid off and the family was left without money. With nothing to do, the man started drinking every day. One day, when there was another fight, Tae asked his abuser how long he would continue. After all, he had already brought his family to such a bad state. He asked him to stop already. Then he asked how long he would continue to abuse him. These words made the teenagers laugh a lot, and the leader bent down and said that he would do it until he died. After that, he pressed harder on his cheek with his foot, adding that he should die as soon as possible. Tears began to burn in the young man's eyes from the despair and pain that was inflicted on him every day. The teachers were aware of this situation and did not take any measures to improve it, so Tae-seok died. As soon as he died, the teachers took the initiative and gagged all the students. The police didn't even try to make Chun-hyun, the deputy's son, take responsibility. The young man added that he was the one in charge of the school, no one else. Then he grabbed his head and said that although the young man died, the cult of bullying remained, and he said that he was the next one to die. Suddenly, his despair and screaming were interrupted by a crunching sound. So the boy opened his eyes and looked ahead of him. There was a teacher sitting there, stretching a little, because the story was quite long and his back started to hurt from sitting like that. The student turned to the teacher to see if he was okay. The man stretched and yawned and asked if he had finished his story, but without waiting for an answer, he asked another question. Was that the only reason why the boy was afraid of the fool? This made the boy angry, and he jumped to his feet and shouted that this was not just high school. He asked him if he had even heard what he had just said, or if he was just pretending not to listen to him because he didn't have the strength to deal with Jong-hyun. However, the teacher was distracted by a smartphone with a message on it. After carefully examining it, the man held the phone up to the boy's eyes and ordered him to look at it, and added, "Isn't he on a leash?" The smartphone had a picture of a gentleman in a classic suit. A gang of teenagers from the roof, looking at the schoolyard, noticed that neither the ambulance nor the police had arrived, and they started to wonder what that asshole was doing. Wasn't he supposed to have already stabbed someone because they had ordered him to? The deputy's son calmly said that he didn't expect much from that loser. Then he added that he had 2 or 3 more shots, so tomorrow there would be something interesting. Suddenly, someone called out behind the teenagers and they turned to see who had said the words, "Oh, you're the kids here." It turned out to be a black-haired teacher who was hugging the beaten student and smilingly saying that the law of the Republic of Korea prohibits students from being on the roof. What a shame. The children were very surprised and started asking what was going on. Was it really the jerk who complained about them? Did the teacher whisper in the student's ear, or did he want to be in Park Tae-seok's skin? The insolence continued to provoke him, asking if he was confused. The man continued to ask whether the boy understood what he had to do. After that, the deputy's son was surprised by what he saw. After all, the victim started moving toward him, and then he started to punch him right under the beard, which made him throw his head back. What they saw surprised and angered the friends, and they did not yet understand what to do. So for a few minutes there was silence, and everyone present seemed to be frozen. The teenagers grabbed the attacker by the shirt and started shouting angrily. Or was he crazy? Why does he allow himself to do this? However, at the same moment, someone's strong hands grabbed their shirts. They threw them straight to the ground. It turned out to be a teacher who had been silently watching everything that was happening. After that, he turned to the young man and told him that he had a talent, because it was a great punch to the jaw. The gang leader was still lying on the ground, but he shouted furiously that the bastard should die, to which the teenager replied that he should shut his mouth. After all, he was trash who had disgraced his father's name. Having finished speaking, he handed over his phone with a photo of the deputy's news. He added that his end had come. The TV was showing the news that Ryu Kwon-pil had been caught taking a bribe to pay off charges in a sexual assault case. My son was so surprised by what he saw that he said, "Daddy," in fright. The teacher began to smile slyly when he saw the despair in the student's eyes. He remembered how he had brought his photo and some information that was in the school to a man who asked if he was the right guy. The teacher, smoking a cigarette, asked if he could trample on the student's father, because teachers are afraid they have to cooperate with this senator. The mysterious man lit a cigarette and heard that his friend could not get involved because it was politically related. The gentleman in the suit turned to the teacher and told him not to whine but to go do his job, and smilingly added that it was just a small job. because they would grind him into powder. It turned out that this was the same news that was shown to the deputy's son. He could not believe what he saw because he kept saying the same thing for 3 minutes. "Dad, Dad, Dad!" However, after collecting his thoughts, he added that he did not believe it, because it is impossible. The teacher was very pleased with the result, so he stood there smiling. One of the rebel's friends decided that something had to be done, because he couldn't spend the rest of the day like this. So he went up to the young man, grabbed him by the jacket and started shaking him to bring him back to his senses. And he said loudly, "Chun Hanushka." And then he angrily shouted, "What's going on?" And the boy began to tell me that his family treated him like garbage because they beat him even for bowing wrong. The father was hitting him with a golf stick, furious and shouting why his son was so stupid. The mother tried to restrain the father's nagging a little bit, so she said that it was too much. But it didn't work on him, and he switched to his wife, reproaching her for not raising him at all. In the end, he called her a whore. The student said that for his father, who was a local deputy and a member of parliament, he was a terrible son. However, everything was fine outside the home. At school, his teacher stroked his head and asked him affectionately how his father was doing, and they suggested that he at least periodically contact them. However, his classmates made fun of him a bit because they knew that his father was a deputy. They mocked him and said that he was born with a golden spoon in his ass. So the young man continued to say that in high school, everyone treated him leniently because his father was behind him. And at school, he enjoyed power that exceeded his father's. He couldn't leave the freaks who challenged his authority alone. He said he enjoyed seeing his victims crawl like worms after he beat them, but there was one problem. One of the worms he played with committed suicide. So he was summoned to the office that was designated for counseling. The boy added that when he was holding the door handle, he was very worried about what might happen to him there. After all, the police were inside, and if his father knew, he could already start opening the coffin lid. However, he still dared to open the door to the room, carefully and quietly began to go inside. The police officers asked him to sit down wherever he felt comfortable. Then they asked if he was Ryu Kwan-pil's son. Then they added that it was just a formality, so he needed to sit here for 10 minutes. So to shorten the time, they asked how his dad was doing. The young man summarized that that was when he realized that whatever he did, he would get away with it. So the young man imagined himself as the king of this school. But after everything that happened to his family a few days ago, his own gang had elected a new headmaster and began to bully him. One of the situations unfolded in the toilet where the young man sat on the floor, covered in water, wondering why all this was happening to him. The attacker hid his hands in his pants pockets and called him a piece of shit, and then said that without his father he was nothing. The young man responded to all these insulting words by saying that he wanted to beat him up for such an attitude. Then he added that he was wrong. After all, he had seen his father imprisoned. The young man did not say the last words, but shouted, because he was overwhelmed with anger. He said that in 3 to 4 months this case would be forgotten, and then he would have the opportunity to finish them all off. But he continued to look at the attackers with a menacing face. They, in turn, turned around and headed for the exit, saying that he had made them laugh. Looking at them in the back, the young man whispered to himself, "Die! All of you die! All those who dare to touch him." Suddenly, the door of one of the stalls opened, and a man holding toilet paper in one hand said that the puppies were peeing again. Holding his left hand on his pants, he added that he had to write a report, but he could not concentrate. He said to the teenager that he immediately bowed his head as soon as his family went down, and in the end he asked if he had no friends at all. The angry boy got to his feet and shouted to the teacher, did he really hear all this? When he didn't get an answer, he continued to ask why he hadn't intervened because these students were wrong. After all, it was his job. The man carefully closed the tap and answered why he should do it, but he added that it was not his duty, not from this day forward. And he started shaking his hands so that a few drops fell on the floor and his hands became drier. Today, the restoration of teachers' authority was complete. From now on, there will be no corporal punishment, and the school will return to its previous course. During the lesson, one of the teachers told the students that they had to learn at least something from this situation. He added that they should obey the school staff well so that it would not happen again. However, this had no effect on the students. They started talking to each other and created a mess in the classroom. The teacher ordered silence, but no one heard him. The student with glasses was thinking about Manhwa leaving their school, and he began to fear that the culture of bullying would return. One day, the son of a former deputy was walking down the corridor, and on his back was a sheet of paper that read, "I'm a sucker. Hit me on the back of the head." The young man was walking and carefully considering something because his face was mysterious. Suddenly, someone kicked him, saying, "And this is a knee strike." It knocked the guy to the floor, and he immediately began to cover his head with his hands. The attacker shouted for everyone to look at his expression, which was frightened by what was happening. Then he leaned over and added, "Isn't it unpleasant when you are beaten by a first-year student? Are you surprised? From now on, you have to treat me like a senior." He grabbed the young man by his sweatshirt and asked him to wait. Did he really want to cover himself with a hood? He started punching him all over the body and shouting, "Take it, take it." So now the new object of humiliation was the second grader Ryu Jun-hyun. But it didn't end there. Something else happened in the big, beautiful country house. The boy received a hard slap that made his head turn to the right, and the young man himself fell to the floor. It turned out that his father had hit him with a golf club. Holding his cheek, the son asked why he was being beaten. The father answered with a question. Doesn't he understand why? Then the man angrily pointed his finger at the plasma screen hanging right in front of them, and there was a news program showing a photo of the guy. It turned out to be a video that talked about Ryu Kwan-peel's son. He was suspected of bullying at school. This work began to spread across all internet platforms and social networks, where it humiliates teachers and students of the educational institution. According to the information provided, he encroached on the rights of teachers and bullied his classmates, using the authority of his father. As a result, one of the students committed suicide. One of the guards entered the building and told the senator that reporters had gathered around the building. He ordered them not to let any of these cockroaches get into even one crack. After saying that, the father swung his club again to hit his son, calling him a bastard. But a second later, he added how much effort he had put into it, but it was useless. It was already nighttime and the moon was shining brightly in the clear sky, illuminating the street. The guy was lying on a big bed in his room, all beaten up and bleeding from his wounds. And in his thoughts, he kept repeating the same word, "Die, die, die." So a few hours later, he arrived at his school. He went inside and started pouring fuel from a red canister all over the room, corridors, and classrooms. He was covered in bruises and wounds as if he was numb. He was deep in thought and quietly saying, "Die, die, die." Then he threw away the empty vessel and took up 2 more completely full ones. He said that in the morning, he would burn everyone here to the ground. However, someone was watching his actions from the corner with his hands in his pants pockets. In a second, a foot in a patent leather shoe appeared in front of the young man, which frightened him because he did not expect anyone to be in the school at such a late hour. It turned out to be an employee of the Ministry of Education, who then grabbed a canister and threw it at the boy. It hit him in the face and made him fall on his back. This made the student angry, and he asked if the man had gone completely crazy. Or did he still not realize what he had done wrong? The gentleman took out a cigarette, put it to his lips, took out a lighter and lit it, saying that from now on, the true learning begins. After saying this, he lit up his face to show the seriousness of his words and to instill a little fear. The teenager leaned against the wall and asked, "What did he say? What did he mean?" And in the end, he asked what he was doing here. The man smiled and wanted to light a cigarette, but when he said that, he realized that only gasoline had been spilled. So he dropped the lighter and asked the frightened young man if that was why he had come here. The young man froze where he was sitting, watching the fire begin to approach the floor where the flammable substance had been spilled. And he realized that something very unpleasant was about to happen. So he started shouting loudly, "Ah!" And then there was a loud explosion which sent small particles flying in all directions. The student was trapped in the flames. Instinctively, he got to his feet, started to panic a bit, and kept shouting, "Ah!" Then he tried to run past the fire to get out of that hellish place. The teacher was silently watching everything that was happening and stepped aside. The boy ran, sometimes even stepping on the fire with his sneakers. However, there was another explosion which knocked the boy down and he fell to the floor. When he got up, he realized that he was once again surrounded by fire, which was spreading very, very quickly. So in a matter of seconds, it could be right in front of him, and he was already on top of it. He decided to stand in a circle and began to call for help in fright. He began to ask loudly for the teacher to save him. Then he grabbed his hair and asked himself what he had done. He continued to scream and ask for help. He even added please at the end of the sentence. At that time, the teacher had already dragged a long but thin hose into the hallway and pointed it right at the student. He quickly turned off the faucet and cold water began to pour through the hose, showering the young man. The man continued to work with a cigarette between his lips and a serious expression on his face. He did not feel any emotion at what he saw. However, he decided to help. So he grabbed a fire extinguisher, approached the student who was sitting under the wall with his hands covering himself, and began to extinguish the flames around him. When he was done, he threw the cigarette he had smoked on the floor, and then he abruptly threw away the fire extinguisher which had run out of foam. The young man continued to sit and hide for a few more seconds. The man turned to face the student and said that he would not be able to forget this incident for the rest of his life, because gasoline burns slower than a person running. The deputy's son was still shocked by what had happened. The teacher came up to him, sat down, and said that this was his opinion, that education is not something that can be transmitted physically. And then he added that from now on he would know that the fire spread slower than he thought. The next thing the man did was to grab the young man's shirt to bring him to his senses. He reminded him of the bullying he used to do to his classmates, and then started to do to him. Then he made him remember that the father of the boy who committed suicide was drinking because of the layoffs, and his father was shown on all the TV channels in the news. He added that he had to realize that these things can turn everyday life into hell. When it all came back to him like a boomerang, he had to clearly understand his past atrocities and to realize that he was responsible for his actions. The teacher concluded with a serious expression that this was true learning. After that, he pushed the young man so that he hit his back against one of the walls of the corridor. The man leaned over him and said that whatever responsibility Tae-seok had not taken upon himself could not be brought back to life. He added that he should, at least, not to put his burden on him. The young man sat on his knees and thought carefully about everything. He made certain summaries and conclusions in his mind. Then he began to sob loudly in despair. Tears and snot were streaming down his face. He had to grind his teeth in anger. Then he fell to the floor and began to beat his hands on it. The same morning, the teacher was on the news, saying that he was a representative of the Ministry of Education and providing evidence of Ryu Jun-hyun's crimes that he had collected while at the school. The police quickly responded to the statement and came to the school to arrest all those involved in the abuse of Tae-seok. The young man who told the story emphasized that he did not really follow politics, but that day the news reported that Ryu Jun-pil's father had been removed from office. However, the man could not stand the public anger that fell on him, so he announced his resignation at a press conference. And because of this situation, Manhwa Jin's method of education became known throughout the country. It was even in the top 10 of popular searches on the internet, and the media discussed the school administration and the Ministry of Education, which used corporal punishment. A student with glasses was sitting on a bench in front of the school. He was holding a bun in one hand and looking at something on his smartphone in the other, saying that the opinions of many people on the internet were ambiguous, and he began to wonder if Manhwa Jin was really okay. At that time, we went to the Ministry of Education building. It was located in the very center of the city. A young lady with shoulder-length brown hair, red lipstick on her lips, and glasses was riding in a car with a driver. She started to tell him that this was the most important issue at the conference that was to take place in a few hours. Basically, they have to answer the most pressing questions, since the teachers used unconventional teaching methods. It is also expected that the opposition will add fuel to the fire and subject everything to harsh criticism. Then the girl turned her face to the man sitting to her right and said that their scenario was to deal with all this, to which he asked her to back off and take all the sheets away from him. It's not his style to foresee everything and think through the script in advance, so he suggested just moving forward. The girl looked down and turned to him, calling him Choi Kang-seok, and told him that her body was already at its peak from stress, to which the man replied that he would prove that his words were stronger than any reporter's writing. The driver was driving fast, watching the road carefully. Suddenly his eyes grew huge with surprise as something appeared in their path. It turned out to be a black-haired man who was depressed about something and lowered his head. He was dressed in a black suit and stood still in the middle of the road. The driver quickly began to press the brake and the car abruptly stopped right in front of the man. The girl was frightened and asked what happened, to which the employee replied in surprise, "Oh, there, it's..." Senator Ryu Kwan-pil is standing on the road, very upset about something. A lady grabbed the door handle and said she would come out to talk to him, and the gentleman with the beard asked her to calm down and stay in the car because he would take care of it. And he started walking quickly outside to the man who wanted to commit suicide. When he got a little closer and was taking out a lighter, the man addressed him by his first name, Kang-seok, and asked if he had arranged it all. After all, he had been trying to get into the party for a long time. He asked why he seemed to be burying him, even though they were like family. The man listened attentively. He took out a cigar and set it on fire. In desperation, he started shouting that they were at the institute like they were like blood brothers, as if they had run together in the schoolyard yesterday and ate from the same plate. And at the end, he shouted for him to explain what was going on. The man pulled out a cigar and pointed it in the direction of his former friend and said, "Oh, Ryu Kwan-pil," and repeated why this was happening. And as he said this, he put out the cigar on the jacket of the gentleman standing in front of him, and he asked me if I should tell him shit. Because every day it's in the news and he came here to find out about it, and he asked him if he really didn't understand. So he will tell him only once, and coming up to him, looking him straight in the eye, he rudely said that he should have raised his son better. He added that Choi Kang-seok had been in politics for 26 years. He is the 6th most important politician. Before that, he was a representative of the party leader. Now he is the Minister of Education. The man with the beard said all of this angrily and with a serious expression. After what had happened on the road an hour ago, the gentleman walked confidently through the conference room where he was announced, a 69-year-old politician named Choi Kang-seok. He first entered the political arena at the age of 43. He did not think about his reputation. No matter who his opponent is, he holds open debates and knocks his opponent down. The man does not pretend like other people in power. He has many allies and can be called the next presidential candidate. But when he got to the podium, he adjusted the microphone and spoke because the reporters knew his style. He offered to end it as soon as possible. After all, he always avoids reporters. One of the reporters raised his hand and said that he was from the Korea News Channel. He said that they knew that the project used controversial teaching methods. It was born 2 years ago when he was a representative of the ruling party. This is a body with no restrictions. Roughly speaking, it is in favor of corporal punishment. I asked if it was possible to assume that he was the founder of this project. This question made the man very angry, and he could hardly contain himself and asked why he was asked this question. After all, 2 years ago, an amendment to the law was passed to protect the rights of members and to provide training. And in the end, he asked why reporters had been smoking on the sidelines until now, and now they decided to ask. Everyone present froze for a few minutes because they had not expected such a development. And the gentleman continued to say that they were busy chasing gossip about the celebrity. And he added that he understood that this was his bread and butter, but why they only make money on big scandals. He said that he did not advocate corporal punishment, but that the Bureau of Education is an organization aimed at restoring authority in schools where it has been undermined. This program is only for experimental schools, and it was not conducted in public, and they did not repeal the law on corporal punishment. After that, the next reporter from the U channel, whose name was Chuck Wong, raised his hand to ask the next question, and when he stood up, he said that it sounds like the children are hearing what they should be hearing. But then he clarified, isn't this the result of their old-fashioned view? The man, holding on to the podium, replied that everyone hears what they are supposed to, but it is not true. He added that the atmosphere in the school had improved as a result of the management of the local school administration. I asked him if it was true. He said that he thought the students themselves should prove the reporters right or wrong. The next person to come up was a female journalist, Jin Suk, from Ilbo News. She showed some pictures and said that, as a result of their investigation, clear signs of injuries were found on the bodies of the students. She asked the man if he thought such human rights violations were possible in education in the 21st century. The man repeated, "violation of rights." Everyone present froze for a moment, and the gentleman continued angrily that, in the name of protecting human rights in students, a law against corporal punishment was developed that completely ignores the educational system. As a result, some students die. Everyone has the right to get an education in a safe environment. And did they add that it's simple math where students get bruised by other students and teachers who restore school authority? But isn't it more important to protect children who listen to teachers and behave well? Teachers, children, and parents were watching this conference, and a man said that he would repeat it again. If they are reporters, they should ask questions using different points of view. Aren't they trying to get the truth? And he shouted loudly that he would speak clearly as long as he, Choi Kang-seok, was the Minister of Education. Even if there are many objections, he will still continue to promote the policy of the Education Bureau. He pointed his finger in front of him and told the parents to stop calling him every minute, because from now on he would not be answering calls about this. The black-haired teacher also watched the speech on his smartphone and emphasized that the old man was really crazy. He added that he asked him to be careful, and the gentleman took it and added fuel to the fire. He asked himself how he managed to become the sixth most important politician in the country. While he was thinking about this, sitting on the lawn in the park behind him, someone quietly approached him and said, "How many years? How many winters?" Turning his face back, the man, confused by what he saw, asked in surprise, "You're back." And right in front of him stood the same man from the video to whom he had addressed as his father. After these words, the older man kicked the boy in the stomach so that he just flew a few meters away. And the old man said, "Who else is your father? You son of a bitch!" It was a sunny summer day. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. There were colorful cakes on a plate and coffee in a paper cup next to them. After a bad incident, a young gentleman knelt down in front of someone's grave, and an older man stood behind him watching, smoking a cigarette. Then he took one cake. After chewing it, he said, "What a disgusting dessert. It is too expensive and tastes like a simple piece of sugar." The black-haired man replied that it was Ka-Yoon's favorite sweet dish. In the end, he asked, "Doesn't Daddy know?" And while he was saying this, he was very angry and could hardly contain himself. So, in order not to get into trouble, he held on tightly to the grass. However, I still had to tear a little bit out. After that, trying to ask calmly, he said, "How is the education department?" It seemed that the students' parents and reporters had turned everything upside down. Licking his fingers, the old man ordered them to shut up, because he was Choi Kang-seok, and if he was in charge, everything would be fine. Then the son got to his feet and said that the next influential candidate for the presidency was, and he added that his knees were shaking when such an influential person got angry. Standing next to each other, they were silent for a few minutes as they looked at the grave in front of them. The younger man broke the silence by asking if Lee K-young would have liked it if they had become like this. The older one, bowing his head, sadly replied that one cannot avenge the dead, because the living would not stand it. After saying these words, the man's eyes welled up with tears. In order not to appear weak, he sharply said why the sun is so bright, because it can make you go blind. And turning his face to the exit and his back to his son, he ordered him to follow him. The black-haired man told his father to go without him, because he had been assigned a new task. The older man turned his head slightly and asked which school he was going to. The younger gentleman replied that it was Kuhn High School of High Technology. The principal himself approached him and asked for help. The father asked again, "The principal?" The boy replied that usually school problems can be easily solved. However, the head of the school personally asked for it means that the case was over. A few hours later, the man arrived at the school, which was quite large, beautiful, and had panoramic windows. As he walked up the stairs, he put his hands in his pockets and looked around carefully, watching the students he met on his way. And he thought that he would see what awaited him here. When he got to the second floor, he saw two teenagers fighting right in the middle of the corridor. The one with short hair was punching him in the face and saying, "Take that, asshole!" A young man with long hair attacked his opponent and shouted, "What, motherfucker?" A classmate who was watching this began to fuss in fright, saying that they were at it again. And he found himself in the middle of the action again. It turned out that there were two gangs of students in the school. One had orange inserts on their uniforms, and their leader had short hair with dyed hair. The other group of teenagers had gray inserts on their uniforms, and their leader had black hair with a short haircut. The dyed one said, "Wow," to the Electrode and the Pikachu cub with a sneering smile. He asked if it was possible to beat him so that his bones could be collected piece by piece. The opponent replied that they had all escaped from a car service station and advised them to take better care of their appearance. And of course, after that, they started a fierce fight, calling each other names. A new teacher was watching from the sidelines. He smiled and said that it was not a dream but a fairy tale. And taking one step in his black shoes, he said that he needed to stop this strife. And while he was saying this, all the gang members were already involved in the fight. One of the students of this school began to tell me that since childhood he liked cars. He even had a whole collection of different vehicles. Since he learned to crawl, he was not interested in other toys. He played only with cars all the time. That's why he managed to decide on his dream before other peers. Once, in the 3rd grade, at a project defense, he said that he would become a famous mechanical engineer. And for this purpose, he went to study at an educational institution with high technology, but it turned out that there were two groups of teenagers who were constantly calling each other names and fighting as soon as a good opportunity arose. And the young man, watching another fight, asked himself if this would happen every day. After all the gang members fought very seriously. Some were kicking each other. Others poured the contents of their glasses or bottles into the opponent's face to blind him so that he would not see what was happening around him. Still others were lying on the floor and wrestling, trying to grab each other by the neck. This young man was quite frightened by this action, because one of the teenagers fell down in front of his feet and addressed him, making him stand up like a rock and speak. And at that moment, the frightened boy realized that he would not be able to get away quickly. So he had to take part in this mess in the middle of the corridor. He took a swing and started running straight into the crowd and shouting loudly. However, he did not have time to hit anyone because he received a slap that knocked him down, and he fell to the floor in some unnatural position, and the rest of the students continued to fight. The guy started crying because he couldn't do anything, because every day it was the same thing. He could never strike first. Suddenly, feet with black shoes appeared in front of his face. This surprised him because it was definitely not one of the students. They don't dress like that. And when he looked up, he saw an unknown man in a black classic suit with dark shoulder-length hair. The gentleman stood proudly and confidently with his hands in his pants pockets. Then he turned around and walked away from the student who was still lying down and looking at him. The boy began to think that his face looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. In the office, the principal said that he had contacted the man in the morning, and he had come in the afternoon. He thanked him very much. He made coffee for the ministry employee. He invited him to sit down at the table to discuss everything. He said with a sweet smile that he wanted to consult. The black-haired man raised the cup to his lips and calmly said that there was a struggle between classes. And then he asked if the headmaster had any influence on them. The principal was very upset by what he heard, because what was happening in his school was very upsetting to him and he could not cope with it himself. At the same time, in the school gym, one of the main bullies was shouting that this high-tech school just sucked. So he punched his gangmate so hard in the jaw that he even threw his head back. Then he fell to the floor. It turned out that all the members of the group were kneeling in a line, and their leader started a showdown between them. He asked if they had managed to beat at least one of them, and he reproached them for not even being able to memorize the basics, and in the end he called the students bastards. The young man, who was not happy to be here at all, began to think that it would be nice to have a time machine and go back in time and change his passion for transportation, and instead like robots. On the first day of the semester, there was a fight, which everyone happily filmed on their smartphones, not realizing what would happen next. The young man who started the fight stood up, put his hands to the side, clenched them into fists, and began to shout loudly that he was the first in the class. Some teenagers watched him without moving while others filmed everything on their smartphones. A week later, it happened again. A month later, a real war broke out between second and third year students. As soon as they crossed paths somewhere, a fight broke out. The guy went on to emphasize that, of course, he was a loser, and for 3 years in a row he took last place. There was always someone who could beat him. It was only through practice that he was able to endure all those wounds, bruises, and pains all over his body. As long as he was turning the machine to switch to their parts and forget about everything for a while. Currently, he is already in the 3rd grade, and as soon as he started it, he thought it would be over, but it was not. This development continued to happen. Liu Hosong angrily shouted at his friends, calling them freaks, and reported that his IQ in the engineering club had dropped. And this is very bad news for today. And he added that the 2nd place in 10,000 years. And he asked if they could win. Without waiting for an answer, he went on to say that he wanted to take 1st place by the end of the year. Looking at the faces of all those present, he went on to say that it was all for the sake of their good studies and work. Therefore, they must do everything to win before the graduation. And approaching the last boy who was kneeling and crying, he began to tell him that he could not do it because of them, calling them fucking assholes. But what he saw made him stop for a few minutes in front of this young man, to whom he was saying the last words of his speech, and he quietly said, "Huh?" and then asked who it was. Wasn't it his humble Kim Hyun-ju? Hearing these words upset him even more, and he could not wipe away the tears that flowed spontaneously down his cheeks. The gang leader leaned over, took him by the shoulders and said, "Why is the 3rd year kneeling?" and asked him to get up and feel at home. And turning his back on the student as if heading for the exit, he added that Hyunju had also suffered, and now he would have to... The boy could not understand what was happening. And then he turned his face sharply to the student and gave him a stern look as if hinting at something or warning him about something. And after this strange look, the guy raised his right foot, which was wearing an original sneaker, and hit Kim directly in the sternum, which sent him flying several meters. He landed on the floor. The main man swung again, but this time he struck again with his hand. It made the young man dizzy. The attacker, fixing his tattered hair with his right hand, looked down at the victim with his eyebrows raised menacingly, saying what a pity about this asshole. While the guy was kneeling with his head down, the chief grabbed him by the hair and added that he had already suffered enough. But in all these 3 years he had not defeated a single opponent. He raised the young man's face to his own and looked him straight in the eye with an angry expression and asked him why he had come to their school of fist, fighting, and high technology. At this time, the victim began to repeat the words, "Why the hell did you come to our school?" in his head and asked himself, what kind of question was that? The reason why students come to school. In an instant, a teacher from the Ministry of Education appeared behind them. He stood there watching with his hands in his pants pockets. He said, live to live, and asked if they had heard this for the first time. Then he folded his arms across his chest and seriously continued to say that school is for learning, not a place for fighting. He asked them if they didn't think so. The teenagers turned their heads in the direction where the gentleman was addressing them, and the head teacher listened to everything and asked if this could happen at all. He had never seen anything like it before. Then he got to his feet and began to walk slowly toward the teacher, asking who he was, and what is he doing here? The black-haired man pointed at himself and asked, "Who am I?" And then he said that his name was Manhwa, and he was a member of the Education Bureau. All the children present were surprised, and the young man who had just been beaten said quietly that he finally remembered that he had seen this man on the news, and he added that it was the Ministry of Legal Forces for Education. The information he heard made the main rebel think and raise his eyebrows in confusion. The teacher was surprised that such an adult boy did not understand this. Therefore, he took the question from him quite confused. However, after a second, he pulled himself together and asked if he lived in a cave or something and hadn't seen anything on the internet or the news. The young man replied that he didn't really know what it was all about, but he waved his right hand, which was clenched into a fist, and said that he knew exactly what the man was going to get from him, and he added that he should not be here at all. The teacher was very amused by the words, but he restrained himself and only smiled slightly. Then he decided to strike first. He punched the young man on one of his cheeks. The teenager did not expect this development. After all, his hand was about to hit the man. This act surprised and at the same time depressed the young man because he was dizzy and asked what had just happened. Then he lost his balance and fell on his back with his legs up. The teacher stood seriously and watched what would happen next. The gang members started shouting in surprise. What is this? Had Sonbei passed out? After all, no one had ever been able to defeat him, and he had won every fight. The teacher pointed his left index finger at a young man who had never defeated anyone and asked him to come over to him. The boy was sitting on his knees at the time and froze for a moment at what he saw. To defuse the situation, the man smiled and added that he would need his help. He asked if he could handle it. The teenager could not understand what to do and what would be better and more profitable for him. He thought about it for a few seconds with a frightened expression on his face. After everything that had happened in the laboratory number 1, which was called electricity, one of the students said, "What are these bastards?" It turned out that there was a meeting of another gang at the school, where the leader hid his hands in his pants pockets and said that at the beginning of the next semester they would start fighting again, so they would not challenge them, because they will come anyway. These words were spoken by the student who took first place among the electricians, whose name was Cho Hong-ji. After a moment of silence, he added that the engineering club would attack them from the outside. He would take on Lee Hosen, and the rest of us would have to deal with the rest. And he loudly added that the electricians club would be in the first place in this school, to which all the gang members clearly and unanimously replied, "That's what it will be." Suddenly, someone's voice began to sound through the speakers saying, Club Dolb. The electricians are fucking... Damn! Listen carefully." Everyone in the room instinctively turned their heads toward the speaker, and the voice continued to say that he was from the engineering class, and his name was Kim Hyun-ju. He added that they were all shit, and he was on his own from now on. In the end, he offered to meet them at the gym if they didn't piss themselves. The gang leader became furious at what he said and said, "What a bastard," and he ordered everyone to start moving towards the room where they were called to fight. One by one, the participants quickly walked across the schoolyard. One of the teenagers decided to open the door with his foot instead of his hand to demonstrate his anger and readiness for what was about to happen. When he stepped into the hall, he was hit firmly on the head with a black, thin stick. This surprised him because he did not expect to be attacked right at the entrance. It turned out that the stick was being waved by a new serious teacher. The students took turns screaming in pain, especially when they were hit. After a few minutes, the man stopped and smilingly greeted the teenagers. Then he offered them a quick drink, and when they did, he invited them to sit down at the desks that were already standing in the middle of the gym. Members of another group were already sitting at them, and he said that from that day on, they would attend joint classes between their classes. The students listened attentively to everything the man in the black classic suit said. The subject would be called moral education, and everyone must attend it without missing a class, especially without good reason. Then the teacher put a stick on his shoulder, smiling, and added that those who were not satisfied with this could take off their badges, get up, and leave. After all, from that moment on, the students would begin their electrical engineering and mechanical engineering classes, that is, their education. The students were upset by what they heard and began to hold their heads because they hadn't attended classes for a long time. The man said that if they didn't like it, they could give up on their future. The leader of the group of electricians asked, "What about that guy?" After a second of silence, he added, "The guy who is holding his face?" The teacher pointed to himself and asked in surprise if he was talking about him or what. The student, wide-eyed, said that he was a man with influence and connections in the Education Bureau at the ministry. He said he was a gentleman named Manhwa, and I squinted my eyes and thought to myself, even if he is from the Education Bureau. The next thing he did was to point his index finger at the teacher and say that he had seen him on social media, and he is the person who beat the students and got caught himself. The man smilingly said that this young man was still aware of these events. The teenager then said that this was the second school to fall under their program, so he suggested that we prepare well for their selections. After saying that, he turned around and started walking to the exit, ordering his classmates to follow him, and everyone in turn began to turn their backs on the man. However, a second later, a stick struck the headmaster's back, which the teacher launched to somehow stop this impudent man, who confidently walked away with his hands in his pants pockets. The teacher asked him if he was trying to make fun of him, or was he just being brazen? Finally, he asked who allowed them to leave the gym. The young man was very angry that the gentleman allowed himself to throw his stick at him, and also said words that he did not want to obey. He slowly bent down to grab the weapon with his right hand and pick it up. While he was doing this, he said that if the man were a teacher, he would know. After that, he began to demonstrate it and shout loudly and angrily that there was no need to put a spoke in their wheels because you could get yourself in trouble. And he asked the teacher if he was a smart person or if he decided to continue pretending to be a jerk to the best of his ability. The man smilingly answered the question that the boy did not know what it meant to give up his education, to give up if something doesn't suit you, and he said that he hoped this would not happen. The teacher happily informed him that the teenagers would have to master the first grade of a course called Fundamentals of Life of his own design. The teenager angrily asked who among those present was willing to agree to this. After all, they had never done anything like this before. And after he said that, he jumped up and waved a stick to hit the teacher and said that they were in the 7th year of study. Therefore, he was done for and could start packing his things. However, he didn't have time to strike because the teacher struck first, and his hand hit the young man right in the chin, causing his teeth to knock hard against each other. And then he pushed the student and he slowly began to fall backwards, screaming loudly from the pain caused by the teacher's blow. All the members of the gang of electricians surrounded their leader and stood waiting for an order because they could not decide what to do. The teacher picked up his stick from the floor with his foot and asked the young man why he was showing off so much. Then the man put his weapon on his shoulder and said that his words were not enough, so he decided to start a fight. A second later, he added that he was too green for that. The excited teenagers leaned over to the young man who was lying motionless on the floor. Some asked him to wake up, while others asked if he was okay. The teenager rolled his eyes and started foaming at the mouth. This scared the members of his group even more. They started calling his name. The student, who was considered the right hand of the gang leader, looked at the teacher and said angrily that he was a jerk, and started yelling at him to look at what he had done. Everyone turned their attention to the man, who was still standing calmly with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the stick on his shoulder. And in a second, everyone started running quickly towards him, while the man continued to stand as he was. The students of the other gang were sitting at their desks in the gym, watching everything that was happening behind them. But their leader turned his head back to see what was going to happen next and said with a sly smile that it looked like they were back half an hour. The teacher began to fight each of his attackers in turn. He decided to attack the first one from behind while he was trying to attack him. However, he didn't have time because the man charged him with his magic thin stick on the back of the head so that a loud clunking sound was heard. After this blow, the young man fell to his knees and, holding his ass, began to scream loudly in pain, and tears began to flow like a river. Each of the attackers received a slap on the ass from the teacher. Lying on the floor, they all kept rubbing their asses loudly, thinking that this could somehow help to relieve the pain. The man was very happy with this picture and smiled slightly. And then he looked to his right and saw a young substitute who ordered everyone to attack the teacher, who stood there with his mouth open in surprise and quietly said, "Did this teacher really put everyone down so quickly?" The man put a stick on his shoulder and asked him why he was standing there counting crows. Did he want to get his ass kicked like the rest of his friends? After that, the gentleman began to slowly approach him, but the boy started waving his hands in front of him, saying, "No, I'm not." However, he didn't have time to finish because the teacher suddenly grabbed him firmly by the neck with one hand and lifted him up. The student started coughing because he was quite uncomfortable. The teacher said that it must be like an electric shock, and then, squinting his eyes with a sly expression, he added that the commander-in-chief who lost the war must take responsibility. So, holding his neck, he quickly turned the young man's back to him and charged him with all his strength with a stick right on his ass. And it was so strong and painful that the student thought his ass was on fire, and he started screaming, "Ah!" even more. The man turned his head to the rest of the gang and asked who else wanted a red ass. After the question, silence fell in the gym. Not receiving any response, the teacher calmly continued if no one expressed such a desire. He ordered everyone to quickly sit down in their seats. When everyone finally found their desks, they sat down. The man walked between the rows and handed out sheets of information to each student. And then, with his hands in his pockets, he walked in front of the students and said that they come to school to get knowledge. This is not the place where they can arrange their own showdowns. He told them that the test in front of them on the sheets he handed out would determine their fate. He suggested that they answer all the questions honestly. The young man, who was considered too weak because he had never won a single fight, carefully examined the test and was surprised by its content. After all, their level of knowledge was quite low because the questions were very easy, as if they were designed not for high school students, but for elementary school students. But for the rest of the students, these were extremely difficult tasks. After reading them, all of them started holding their heads because they did not understand what was required of them. One of them was even so upset that he bent his head over the sheet and began to cry very hard. He did not understand any of the tasks. Some did not care whether they did or did not do it. Therefore, they sat quietly with their arms folded across their chests and looked up at the ceiling, looking at something there. The student quickly answered all the questions and didn't prompt anyone, because it would be wrong and dishonest of him to do so. A few minutes later, he got up and started walking to the teacher to bring in the sheet of work he had done. The rest of the teenagers were surprised because it turned out that he was the only one who did it, so he emphasized that he was the most capable. It was in this school. While the boy was walking to the teacher, he enjoyed himself and felt very proud that he was able to show himself in this way. And the man, waiting for the student to reach him, smiled slightly with joy because he knew that he would be able to cope with the task. The next day, something unusual happened at the school. That day, a rope was tied to a car tire, and the other end was attached to the lower backs of high school students who were running around the playground. Their teacher told them that they shouldn't fool around at school, so no more fighting. The priority should be their studies, because no one needs their inactivity and indifference. The students had a hard time running with such a load behind them. It turns out that those who scored from 0 to 59 points were running. And these were not all students, because there were those who were given a radically different task. They had to sit and watch the runners. These were students who scored from 6 to 10 to 90 points, and they were enjoying not running in the heat. When the boys reached the finish line, they all just collapsed to the ground from exhaustion and to catch their breath, because it was very hard for them to do so. The head of the engineering gang shouted loudly, emphasizing that they had run 20 laps with tires. He was sweating rapidly down his face. The young man who passed the test first was sitting in a soft big chair on the balcony. He was dressed in a classic suit and tie. He was the only one who scored 100 points out of 100 possible. His tired classmates asked him what they should do next, and they had to wait a few minutes for an answer. The boy laughed out loud and happily told them that they had to run 10 more laps at the same pace. In his mind, he considered himself a king. By the time the students finished the last lap, it was already evening, and the sports ground was lit by street lamps. And the students had been lying on the ground for half an hour, exhausted because they had run a lot of kilometers around the soccer field. All of them were dirty and bruised from the rope that was tied to their lower backs. However, at this time, one of them was taking a cigarette out of his pack and holding his smartphone to his right ear and having a quiet conversation with someone. He was talking about the current situation. He said that he was suddenly suspended from school. They said that the restriction would be lifted in 2 weeks. He said all this while sitting behind one of the students. He was wearing an orange hooded jacket. With his head bowed, he rubbed the back of his head and asked how the other person was doing, whether he was doing well, and then he asked if he had managed to restore the rating. The answer he received surprised him because he even quickly asked, "What?" and raised his eyebrows, which indicated that he did not like what he had said. Out of anger, he took the cigarette out of his mouth and broke it with one hand and 2 fingers. After all, he had been informed about the man from the Education Bureau, and it surprised him quite a bit, because he is an electromechanic from the 3rd grade named Yang Kwan-hyuk, who is the first in the ranking. The school had posted rules that were specifically created for electrical and mechanical engineering classes. They read that the class ranking is based solely on their grades. They cannot disobey the one who is the highest in the rating, but they must always obey the teacher. When everyone was having lunch in the cafeteria, a certain division was created. Students with an average rating of 60 to 90 points were called nobles. Students with an average score between 0 and 59 were called slaves. There were quite a few teenagers in this group. One guy from this group looked at his tray of food and said that it was a war or something, that you are eating 6.25 because that was the diet Koreans ate during the Korean War, which began on June 25, 1955, hence the name. The student added that now they even discriminate against them with food. However, everyone continued to eat their portions in silence. Not much time was allotted for the lunchtime meal, and the 100-ball king was sitting on a chic big chair, and his tray was filled with completely different food, more delicious. The young man said that he also needed to take care of his health, so he would have to eat in small portions. He threw the seafood into his mouth and began to chew it deliciously, asking the other students what the usual food on their plates tasted like. Suddenly, one of the students quickly stood up, grabbed a wrench that was lying nearby, and hit the table with it so that all the food flew in all directions. Then he grabbed the tray and knocked it over, angrily shouting that he had already crossed all boundaries when he took away their normal food. But the teacher had already stood in front of him, holding his wand on his shoulder. He asked the rebel if he knew how the emo incident happened. It was an uprising in 1882. It was caused by the fact that the government was supplying rice mixed with earth. A second later, the gentleman was very surprised by what he saw and said that this was his reward. The young man broke his heart so he could hardly hold back his tears. Because of this, he decided to deal seriously with those who did not follow the rules and made a big show of it during the lunchtime meal. Tapping his stick on his palm, the man happily announced with a smile on his face that they had cheered him up, so he would punish them one by one. After the meal was over, someone came up to the guy who thought he was the king and grabbed him tightly by the 40 and pushed him against the wall. It turned out to be the leader of a gang of mechanical engineers who was very angry about what was happening at school. He asked him menacingly how long he would behave so low, and shouting, he asked if he thought that the teacher from the Ministry of Education would live for 100 years, and even if he did, he would not work here until he was old. Then he said that the day this man leaves this educational institution, they will show it on the news at 9 o'clock and report that the corpse of a stupid high school student was found. Their argument was interrupted by the same teacher who went to the bathroom and said that, according to their rules, a slave who threatens the king exterminates 3 families. After saying that, he wagged his finger seriously and ordered all the slaves to gather in the gym to discuss what had just happened. When everyone was gathered, the teacher stood them up and told them that they had to respect their king. From now on, it was forbidden to go against him. Studying is the only way to rise in the ranking. But in the end, he reminded them that they could not but listen to the student who was higher in the ranking. The young man who was sitting in the royal chair shouted to those who attacked him that if they felt humiliated, they should study better to become kings. The teacher who was standing next to him happily said that at first he was so quiet, but children get better and better as they grow up. And he added that he should become a teacher because he had a certain talent for it. However, the boy was not happy, and you could see it in his expression. A few minutes later, he turned to the school employee and asked if he could no longer be king. Without receiving an answer, he grabbed him by the pants and crying continued that if he left the school, they would finish him off in less than an hour. After all, the Lord cannot stay here forever. The student added that he had studied up to the graduation class and could not just die at their hands. The teacher calmly put his hand on the young man's back to give him a little support and reassurance and asked him to stop being afraid because he would not let him die. Looking at all the students, he slowly began to say that they had the same school uniform and the same age, so there was nothing to be afraid of so much. And in the end, he added that this school will be like this when he finishes his work here, according to his own methodology. This calmed the young man down for a few minutes. He said that this school will never change, but I asked him if he understood that at all, and all because he created this system of hierarchies. At that time, the man was approaching the gym. He was dressed in an orange raincoat with a large black bag on his shoulder. The guy took a firm grip on the front door handle and stood for a minute to tune in to what he might see there and what would happen after he arrived. It turned out that a minute was not enough, so he stood for a few more seconds, and while waiting he heard some noise and commotion going on in the room. Suddenly, all the teenagers who were standing in the bar fell to the floor because they had no strength to hold on any longer. Among them was the main rebel of the mechanical engineering group. The leader of the other gang was sitting at his desk and said to him that he had a red hedgehog on his head. He asked why he didn't take it off if he knew it was there. The young man angrily replied that he should shut the fuck up because he had a haircut like a convict. The guy did not react to this, but asked if he knew what day it was. And a second later he added that their peer, Jong Kwan-hak, was returning to school today. The dyed boy was surprised by this information. However, he asked what he was talking about. After all, he was suspended and should return in 2 weeks. To which the dark-haired man replied that he had received an unexpected call from the school, so he was returning. And then he added that this mess will be over and Ngari will be restored, which is a South Korean movie about the large reptile Ngari that destroyed Seoul. And it means it will turn everything upside down when it comes here. Suddenly everyone was startled by a loud knock on the gym door, so they instinctively turned their heads back to see what was going on. It also took the teacher and the young man by surprise because they were not expecting anyone. The students who were lying on the floor began to slowly rise to their feet because they already knew who it was that could make such a noise just by appearing. The dyed man raised his eyebrows and smilingly addressed the teacher, saying that he was finished and that his reign was over. And after that, the door handle fell off and landed on the floor, and small parts began to fly in different directions. Then the door opened, revealing a large silhouette of a guy with a short, tousled haircut. He was dressed in a long orange cloak. He stood there holding a giant hammer in his right hand, and his left hand was hidden in his pants pocket. He calmly apologized and said that he had been told to return to the school, but the doors were locked for some reason. And at the end, he added that he was a third-grade electrical engineering student named Jong Kwon-hyuk. As he said this, there was not a single emotion on his face. The young man, who had been playing the role of the king for several days, turned to the back of the chair, tucked his legs under him, and began to shout, "Jang Kwon Haik," in fright. And the student who had just entered the room immediately looked up because he noticed the new rules hanging in a frame above the front door and began to examine them carefully. He stood still for a few minutes to study them in detail, and then he said that it was a pretty good idea. The teacher had already approached the young man. He happily said that he had finally come to school because he really wanted to see him, not hear any rumors about him. He went on to tell him what the principal had told him, that he was the one who had organized the brawl in the school. He added that it was he who asked that the ban be lifted, so he clarified where his gratitude for this was, and then he emphasized that he allowed the boy to be late for school on his first day back, and so he must be punished, and he ordered him to come and put down the hammer. The student listened to him, looked straight ahead, and with his eyes on the man, threw his weapon on the floor and said that he was sorry for it. But as he lowered his large bag to the floor, he said that he was actually late because he had overslept. However, he decided not to finish, but to quickly wave his hand and pointed in the direction of the teacher, who was standing next to him. And at that moment, he said that the students had already told him everything, since he received such a reaction to his action. And the thought flashed through my mind that the teacher was able to stop his blow. This really deserves respect. And finally, a worthy opponent was found in this institution. Pointing back, I asked the teacher what was wrong with his expression because the rules under point 2 say to always accept a challenge. And then I asked if he was uncomfortable with the fact that he had some influence here. The man stood there in silence and listened to the young man's monologue. Then he began to slowly raise his right hand to his face. He gently wiped the corners of his lips with it, saying that it must be hard for the boy to be a gangster with the power in this school. He began to move towards the boy, looking carefully into his eyes to understand what was going on in the mind of this main rebel of the school. The student also did not back down and did not show any emotion that would allow one to guess anything. But stopping right in front of his face, he smiled broadly, showing all his snow-white teeth, and added that the taste of education was very sweet. And he threw his wand on the floor. It touched the floor and made a loud sound. For a few minutes, the teacher and the student stood there looking at each other, unmoving, each studying the other. However, the boy was angry, and the man felt quite free to smile. Then the young man said that he was not talking nonsense. He asked him if he defeated him right now, would he not show up at their school again? The man replied, "What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean he won't show up again?" And he stood there smiling, waiting for the student to speak further. However, such a reaction and answer would infuriate the young man, who was already angry. So he clenched his hand into a fist under his bag and shouted that he was going to finish him off. And he raised it to face level and began to move toward the teacher, who stood there, unmoving, only blinking his eyes rapidly. However, his look changed a little to a more severe one. The teenager could not understand whether the man would react to this in any way, or whether he would just stand there and wait for something. The teacher decided to start running to meet the boy himself so that he wouldn't think he had given up so easily. And as he approached his opponent, he struck him on the right cheek with his fist. It caught the teenager by surprise because he thought he would be the first to do it. The boy flew up a few meters and threw his head back from the punch. However, his gaze was directed downward and he was considering what to do after he landed on the floor. He fell right on top of the teacher. Then he grabbed him by the hair on his head and bent it down and slammed it hard on the floor. After that, the teacher lay face up on the floor motionless. The student got up and started to move around the gym. It turned out that the young man managed to knock the teacher out, even with one of his trademark punches. The gentleman's eyes became somewhat cloudy. The student who played the role of the king began to tell me that when he first saw Chan Kwan Hak, he was a thunderstorm among all the first years. He was always fighting with someone and winning. When I saw a beaten student lying motionless on the ground, covered in bruises and wounds that were bleeding, it was then that I realized that this impudent student would become a legend of the Kun High Technology School. And after a short time, Chan Kwan began to take a leading position among the second and third graders, and in 8 years of study, he achieved great success at school. One day, while walking through the streets of the city, the teenagers came across some other boys who saw them and said that the Kun scum had risen up in front of them. And while smoking cigarettes in the corner, they said that there were rumors that there was a Greyhound first grader in their school, and it was just a kid with milk on his lips, and he was already waving his fists. This rebel held his cigar between his lips and told them to stay away from their school or they would get a good beating. Chan Kwan's influence spread not only to the school where he studied, but he became #1 in the entire neighborhood. He had not yet met an opponent who could defeat him. The high school students rejoiced because finally, the whole neighborhood was under their control and they had the right to do whatever they wanted. 8 years ago, the same school was erased. At that time, the teenagers who studied there were called Kunski, the Mongolian yoke, which made them so mad. But now the young man is 100% sure that Chan Kwan will become a legend of this school and will be talked about for many generations. After all, he managed to defeat a powerful and legendary teacher. Therefore, everyone who saw this began to rejoice, jumping high, raising their hands in the air and shouting, "Hooray!" This joy and the noise from it lasted for several minutes in a row, and the teenagers continued to shout, "Kian Heng knocked him out," as expected. And the boy continued to stand by the unconscious teacher and watched his classmates, who were simply delighted with what had happened. The young man was approached by his friends, but he did not react in any way, as if he was immersed in his thoughts. But this did not stop the painted guy from smiling and saying that this is exactly how they expected him to appear. And he welcomed him back. After a minute, he remembered something and turned his head back, looking at the end of the gym, and said that there was one more problem to solve. It turned out that he was talking about a student who was sitting on the king's throne, and he quickly began to sweat because he was very scared and excited. However, what happened was that a guy in a yellow cloak suddenly put his hand on the left shoulder of the head of the group of electromechanics, and this made the young man turn his head forward. A second later, he was punched hard right in the nose, forcing the sturdy guy to fall on his back like a feather of a bird, his legs flying up. While the victim was lying on the floor screaming in pain, the leader of the other group of machine builders rushed to the offender to defend himself. However, his student grabbed him by the neck with his right hand and lifted him up several meters. Looking intently into his eyes, he angrily called them all freaks, and then asked him if they were just trying to make fun of him. When he didn't get an answer, he continued to say, "Did they just stupidly watch this teacher do whatever he wanted?" Without stopping, he added that they had already participated in so many fights, defeated so many, but they were smashed by a teacher and began to suck his ass. After saying that, he jumped up, bent his knee, and kicked the teenager right in the stomach, so that he also started to fall because he could not keep his balance. He landed at the feet of his peer. He got down on one knee with his hand on the floor, bowed his head, and began to cough loudly. After a few minutes, he found the strength to raise his head and look at the angry boy and say that he was trying to kill Jae Won-jong, who is a new authority in the neighborhood. The young man pulled out a cigarette and a lighter to smoke it and calm his anger a bit. Meanwhile, the short-cropped peer got to his feet calmly. After taking his first puff, the young man ordered everyone to pay attention to him and to listen carefully and memorize what he was about to say. He started by saying that for 2 years he had been worried about their neighborhood, so he was a little quiet. But now there are more and more people who look down on their school, and they don't remember who they are anymore. And it is through Vaughn John that everyone must get back on track. The assembled students listened attentively and mulled over what they heard. Taking another puff, he added that they would completely rewrite their history, and no one will dare to call them Coon, Mongol Yoke anymore. As soon as he finished this sentence, he heard someone behind him start coughing loudly. He was very surprised by this, as he could see from the expression on the person's face, whose eyes were still wide open. The teacher covered his mouth with both hands, but this did not help to contain the coughing sound that he was making throughout the gym. Finally, after coughing, he began to laugh so sincerely that tears started to flow from his eyes, but he was able to say, "What a legend! This is a neighborhood joke." A second later, he added that they were really crazy. The pretend king began to smile with joy because the teacher had woken up and would be able to help him, but he was still laughing out loud and couldn't stop himself. A young man in a yellow cloak with a cigarette in his mouth began to look at the teacher askance. He approached the student, took the cigar from him, began to examine it, and said that the guy who was the strongest turned out to be a child. Then he put it in his mouth and calmly said with a teasing tone that if he conquered the neighborhood, his mother would buy him ice cream. This made the boy very angry because he did not expect this gentleman to come to his senses so quickly and to continue trying to humiliate him. So he could not stand it and jumped up and swung his right hand, which was clenched into a fist, flying straight at the teacher, shouting that he should not look at him like that. However, the man quickly put his elbow-bent arm in front of him and stood waiting for the boy to land on it. And when he touched the arm during the landing, 2 rib bones cracked from the impact of such a strong blow. The student felt unbearable pain, and because of that his eyes grew huge, and he opened his mouth a little bit to take in air, because what he was breathing in through his nose was not enough to breathe normally. And leaning down a little bit, the boy started coughing, and the teacher calmly continued to smoke a cigarette and turned to the young man saying that he thought he heard a crunch. Taking his hand to the side, shaking off the rest of the cigarette, the teacher smilingly added that this is Newton's third law. Action is always equal to reaction. The more force is applied, the stronger the return. It's just like when you hit a ball. The ball hits us with exactly the same force. All these words made the young man very angry, but he stood there writhing in pain. The teacher came closer to the student who was kneeling down and added that they say this is a law of physics, but he considers it a law of life. If they treat money lightly, they will burn in it. If you exceed your official authority, you will be eaten alive. If you use your power for other than selfish purposes, you will be beaten to death. And in the end, he emphasized that this is the law of true education. Sitting down in front of a teenager who was screaming loudly in pain, he said that since his ribs were broken, he would not touch him for 2 or 3 weeks. Then the man stood up and addressed the king, who was still sitting in his luxurious chair and silently watching everything that had happened over the past hour. And he said that from now on the title of this wounded student was the king's devoted euthanist. This surprised the king himself because he did not expect such a dramatic development, and having not withstood such tension and fear, he still does not know how he will manage such a brave, strong boy. The teacher was amused by this reaction, so he smiled sweetly and said that the hierarchical system he had created was very effective and would make it possible. The rebel was in full force to feel what it was like to be at the bottom. The victim was already sweating down his face because the pain was so unbearable. The next day, in another institution that was quite beautifully decorated in red colors, there was a serious conversation about the rumors that Jong Kwan-hyuk had smashed the school number 40 as Dogadai, a man who made a mess all by himself. As a rule, they simply did not fit in with the group, but they had considerable authority. One of the cheeky, short-haired guys said that he had a feeling that this Jang Kwan-hyuk was not the person who could finish off the high school 40. In the end, he added that if they also just sit on their eggs, they will also get it. Therefore, he suggested that they should unite and smash Kun to begin with. Everyone sitting at the table listening to this speech began to think about the proposal. Not receiving any response, the young man who spoke looked at everyone carefully and asked why everyone had such unhappy expressions. He told them not to bother, except for that strong guy. The rest of them couldn't even hold a spoon in their mouths. One of them dared to say that they understood everything, but the problem was Chan Quan. The main one called him a stupid creature because that's why they were here. Another one emphasized that he alone had smashed 20 guys from the school of 40. A second later, he added that he used a very effective tactic. That's why you can throw a stone to the wolves, but you can't throw a wolf into a stone. While they were discussing this, someone tried to quietly sneak into their room. He came in and asked the group of boys what they were talking about, saying that he was curious. Everyone turned their faces toward the front door where someone's voice was coming from. The man menacingly ordered them to collect money, because in their time everything could be settled with their help. It turned out to be a tough student from school number 40, who had just been beaten up pretty badly yesterday. Further events unfolded in the school gym of Kun, where the student who holds the position of king was sitting on his luxurious chair watching the water pouring, which was slowly and carefully poured into his glass by a teenager with broken ribs. So every day it gets more and more interesting. Having completed his task, the boy asked with an indifferent expression and a slanting look if there was anything else he needed or if he could be free. The king could not be happy that the head of their school, Chang Quan, fulfilled all his requests like this without resentment or reproach. Therefore, from the very beginning he was against this idea, because he did not think that everything could go so smoothly. But it wasn't always like that. The first time he dared to ask for water, the angry young man began to shout loudly. Not only had he been beaten well, but now they were trying to make him look like a fool. And in the end, he added that this was the first and last time he could talk to him like that, because next time he would just knock out all his teeth and that would be it. The teacher heard this threat because he had just entered the room and was wondering how this counselor could speak to His Majesty in such a tone. And waving a small stick with colorful feathers attached to the end, he shouted that he was the royal Sailor Moon and he would be punished in the name of the moon. After that, he brought this stick to the young man's face, right up to his nose. The student could not understand what was happening and what this teacher was trying to do. However, a second later, the boy began to sneeze over and over again. The teacher was very amused because he had expected exactly this result. When the student sneezed, his ribs, which had not yet fused, began to hurt a lot and caused him considerable discomfort. After a minute, he had to kneel down because he could no longer stand on his feet. The teacher ignored him and handed the magic wand to the king, saying that from now on, it was his weapon. He added that this thing was capable of eradicating all evil and making the school peaceful. The king took it in his hands and grimaced, because he did not know if he would ever use it. After the incident, a meeting was held on the roof of the school where someone said that they should expel this teacher as soon as possible. After all, he is not ready to put up with what is happening now. It turned out that this was the same young man with broken ribs speaking in front of his peers. Then he began to accuse them of being the reason why the situation had turned out the way it did. One of them took his bait, and the others followed. The teenagers did not remain silent and accused him of bowing his head to him, and now trying to shift the responsibility onto them. Someone from the crowd suggested that he shouldn't be embarrassed. And from that moment on, Quan Hake lost his power, and no one obeyed him. However, not only he changed, but also the rest of the students. Even the king himself noticed this, as he sat and watched them while they were solving a task. Even the leaders of the two gangs were sitting calmly opposite each other and exchanging pleasantries. One of them said how strange it was that he could get this idea into his head, to which the other replied that he really thought he was smart. A young man from the group of electrical engineers asked if they moved up in the ranking, would they be able to eat pork in a sweet and sour sauce? Another one, smiling with joy, added that not only that, but also many other delicious things. So we decided to go and drink a cola together in honor of this. They got up and started walking slowly to the cafeteria, laughing loudly. One day during lunch, one of the students begged to borrow a piece of omelet from another, and the latter gladly shared it with him. And that was the impetus for what happened over the course of 2 weeks. The boundary between electrical engineers and mechanics gradually blurred and their relationship finally improved. They even spent their free time together playing games on smartphones. The atmosphere at the school was such that Manhwa Jin could leave with a calm mind. He still wanted to run away because he didn't understand what was going on. One day, the high school principal quietly watched the students through the open door of the gymnasium, his hands clasped behind his back. He was very pleased to see this, because he had never seen these boys so calmly able to be in the same room and talk to each other normally. An hour later, he was sitting with a teacher from the Ministry of Education and happily saying that these children could not eat with each other because they did not get along. He emphasized that his work was really impressive. In addition, that violent student, Jang Kwan-hyeok, began to behave. While the principal was saying all this, the teacher was sitting in his chair and drinking his coffee. An employee of this educational institution asked him if he was not pleased to see the children take the right path and achieve some success. The man replied that the director was very naive for his age. These words surprised him a little, so he sat down in silence and waited for the teacher to continue. The teacher gritted his teeth and continued to say that he really believed that those ardent rebels had just started everything from scratch. One day, when Kavin was returning home, the king of the school was walking behind him. He caught up with him and called his name. The young man stopped, but did not turn his head, just stood there and waited for what he would be told next. The student said that the lessons were over and that he didn't want to. However, he did not have time to finish, because the rebel turned his head a little and told him to get off him. He asked if he wanted to order him to do something now. But without waiting for an answer, he continued to say that he had probably endured similar humiliation for all 3 years. The boy was surprised to hear this because it could be seen in his wide-open eyes, and he realized that Jang Kwan-hyuk had changed the most. He was simply unrecognizable because he had never spoken or acted so calmly before. He changed when everyone who was on his side turned away from him, and this would upset the guy. He was also still bothered by his broken ribs, which reminded him of what had happened every time. 2 weeks had passed since the fight in which he had been beaten by the teacher. His ribs had almost fused up, and he was glad to see that he would soon not have to endure this unbearable pain. The teenager thought that he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. The ugly face of the cigarette-smoking teacher haunted him even in his dreams. But he promised himself that tomorrow he would deal with him seriously, because he could not just destroy his life like that. He raised his eyebrows angrily and said that as soon as he was done with him, those donkeys from the school would follow, and he decided that he would kill them all. While he was thinking about this, some boys came up behind them and asked if the day of judgment had come. The students of the Kun school turned to see who was talking to them. It turned out to be a boy who had appeared in the cafe when his friends were discussing important issues. He said that the headmaster of Kun High School was carrying a backpack of some sucker. He asked what new kind of entertainment it was. Chan asked if he was looking for a fight or what he was hinting at. The boy replied that he wanted a rematch to be able to show his capabilities again. The teenager in the yellow cloak emphasized that there were only 3 of them, although the last time he was able to beat him when there were even 30 people. And in the end, he asked where such confidence came from. The angry student squinted his eyes, called his opponent an asshole, and asked what kind of confidence he had. Without waiting for an answer, he happily said that his confidence is now in the money he has. After he said that, I heard someone's slow footsteps. A giant man in a black suit appeared behind me, and the guy added that this world is so wonderful, because if you have money, you can order an uncle on call. Who kicks the asses of people like this student? It turned out to be 3 serious gentlemen. The main one wore black round glasses and smoked a cigarette. They were employees of the Cool Kids cleaning service. The student who played the role of the king started shouting loudly that they were going to be killed because these men looked very threatening. But the guy in the yellow cloak stood calmly and thought. The men on the phone smilingly told him that even the Chechens were afraid of them, and they added that the young man would become a silk because they teach very important lessons, and the same brawlers like him. But before he could finish, he saw a hand, made into a fist, approaching his face. The student decided not to wait until he was attacked first, so he decided to attack first to have at least some advantage. The punch landed right on the cheek and forced the man to stagger back. Blood began to flow from his mouth. Rolling up the sleeves of his coat one by one, the young man asked them if they had taken pills to treat him like that. But whatever it was, he could kill them with one punch, and he started running, swinging his arms at the next serious, stout man in a suit. However, he managed to hold his fist back with one hand right in front of his face. And holding a cigarette in his mouth without taking off his glasses, he said that the youth is quite strong. Therefore, one can find a worthy opponent among them. And he asked if this was all the number one of the district was capable of. Meanwhile, the teenager was thinking that the man had managed to stop his punch. Smiling, the uncle added that he really thought he could scare him because he had seen worse in his life, and he had been in worse situations. And after that, he swung and clenched his hand into a fist, aimed and struck directly at the young man's broken ribs, causing unbearable pain. The teenager began to scream loudly and blood began to come out of his mouth, flying in different directions, and sweat began to appear on his face. The caller took out a cigarette and, watching Chan, said that it didn't matter how much he was paid. He liked this job. At this time, the young man knelt down and continued to cough. When he looked up, the young man heard the following words: "Look at yourself, because you were crushed so easily," and called him Hube, which is the name for people who came to work in the company or study at the same institution after you. The student asked in surprise, "Hube?" The man asked if it had been 8 years. He began to fix his hair while waiting for an answer. In those days, the boys from the neighborhood called them Kun, the Mongolian yoke. After that, he began to slowly take off his round black glasses. And then, holding a cigarette between his teeth, he smiled and said that he himself was called the Great Khan. This was the name of Kun's main educational institution 8 years ago. The teenager asked in surprise if he was really the Great Khan of Kun. The man was hiding his glasses in the inside pocket of his jacket. The boy looked at the man carefully and continued to say that he had heard this name for the last time 8 years ago. Then, getting to his feet, he asked if the man knew who had the biggest piece of pie in the neighborhood. The man pulled out a cigar again and began to smoke it with his left hand in his pocket. And suddenly, he started shouting what he and this uncle had. While he was saying this, he accelerated and made a fist with his right hand and started running again to try to deliver another of his trademark blows. The man thought it was time to decide who was stronger, so he threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and with a serious expression on his face, he waited for the boy to approach him. However, he didn't have time to get to him because the uncle lifted his foot up and kicked him right in the jaw with his toe so that the student threw his head back. And when he landed on his knees, he shouted, "What's going on?" and asked how this was happening, that he managed to hit him faster than he could raise his fist. How is this even possible? The man approached him, smiled sarcastically, and asked who was stronger. Then he leaned over to the boy, swung his fist again, and called him a weakling, emphasizing that he could not even beat him with both hands. After that, he punched the student in the neck exactly where the cadaver is located, saying that his time was up and that he should end it. The blow to this place was also very painful, and the teenager again began to scream loudly to the whole street. But he remembered that he was first bullied in the first grade. There was one such situation when he was riding a carousel and other children came up to him and asked why this son of a bitch came here. They were boys a few years older than him. One of them said that he wanted to ride there so the boy should get off it in the fog, and the other one called him a sucker and asked if he wasn't ashamed to sit there. When he didn't get an answer, he said that he was disgusted to see this boy here every time. He emphasized that the mother was poor, so why did they live here? Another asked if this was a family with only one mother, and suddenly the question was asked how the boy goes to the toilet if they cannot afford to buy normal food for cooking. After listening to everything, the boy could no longer tolerate this abuse, so he jumped to his feet, ran to the head and grabbed him by the shirt and hit him in the nose with his fist. After this incident, the victim's mother came to the scene and threateningly asked how she was raising her son. The poor mother had nothing to say, only quietly told them to forgive them. Another woman added that in any case, it is necessary for the child to understand where his limits are and that he cannot go beyond them. At that moment, the young man realized for himself that he needed to learn how to fight normally, and then he would not be able to lose to anyone, because those who are obsessed with money, those who look down on everyone, they should all tremble when they see him, and then no one will allow themselves to look down on him, because he will be at that very height. While these memories were flashing in his head, he was lying on the ground all beaten up and bleeding. When he came to, he opened his eyes and realized that he was spinning in his head and everything was blurry. And he emphasized that this was the first time this had happened to him, that he had no strength to resist his opponent, who continued to stand over him and firmly kneed him in the face with his fists. Each blow to the nose sent blood flying in different directions, and the student realized that for some reason he was very scared right now. So, finding a little strength in himself, he quietly began to say, "I'm scared, I'm scared." But his attacker did not hear him but continued to strike. And in a moment, the teenager managed to shout out loud that he was very scared and asked him to stop beating him because he could no longer tolerate the pain it was causing him. Then he grabbed the man's hand and begged him to stop. But a second later, he added that he would no longer touch those who had called this man on him, and in principle promised not to fight with anyone else. So he asked them to stop beating him again. The gentleman who was beating him up finally heard the words the boy was saying and stopped for a moment. He turned his head to the gang of teenagers standing behind him and asked what his clients wanted to do next. They happily told him that he had done a great job and could finish. After that, they concluded that money was indeed a very good tool. The man got to his feet and added that his thoughts differed from theirs, because when this guy comes to his senses, the first thing he will do is run to them to beat them up. And he offered one favorable offer, of course, for a fee. Until they finish school, these uncles will protect them and help them in any fights. The same day, but in the evening, something terrible happened at an abandoned construction site. The beaten teenager Chan was dragged there by force and thrown to the floor by one of the men, who was holding the boy's arm outstretched and seriously scared. The other one was ordering his colleague to hold him tighter so that he could not move at all, and he raised his foot up to strike the guy's fingers. The guy started shouting, "Save me," at the top of his lungs because he realized what was about to happen. This way, there is at least a small chance that someone will hear and at least call the police. The uncle was breathing heavily and said how hard it was for him, but he asked him to be quiet because they were not going to kill him. They also dragged the king of the school, Kun, to this place, who was kneeling and watching everything. The man continued to say that they were just going to fix his hands because they were not the way they should be. So he has to endure it because he is a man after all. The king was very scared, and at that moment he realized that he had never talked to Kwan Hyun before, but he remembered how he had also suffered all those 3 years when he participated in a fight where every time someone beat him and he was constantly beaten with wounds and bruises. And it was because of this school system that his group, headed by the leader, was not very well liked because he was dragging them down. But all this was only because he did not know how to fight properly. So every time he was lying on the floor, crying, he blamed and cursed the guy who created the system that made him do it. The guy who created this system where he had to survive like a dog. But now there is a situation where he is watching this guy begging for help. The main man began to quickly lower his right foot, which was wearing red patent leather boots, directly onto Chan's hand. However, at the same moment the king put his hand up and he received this hard blow, not his peer. At first, he gritted his teeth in pain, but then he had to scream so loudly that even blood began to fly out of his mouth in different directions. John slowly looked up at his offender because he did not understand why nothing had touched his limb. The serious man was looking a little to his right and carefully examining someone. He even showed a little smile, through which his white teeth were visible, and he angrily asked what had just happened. Who dared to interfere with their work? The teenager who had dared to do this knelt before him and coughed, and a minute later I heard him begging him to forgive them and let them go home, because they had already suffered enough that day. And in his mind he was thinking about how much he hated Kwan Hak. He couldn't stand by while 3 grown men beat up a teenager. The man angrily said that the boy had a very long tongue and suggested that he should leave while he could, because in a few minutes it would be too late. While the boy was trying to listen carefully to his speech and understand all the words, he realized that he was dizzy from the amount of blood he saw. Then the man, not seeing any movements in his direction, raised the young man to his level and gave him a hard slap on the right cheek. And of course, after that, the student was thrown to the ground. Kwan was lying on the ground where he was being held by 2 guards, and quietly observed what had just happened. He began to think quickly about why this guy decided to help him, and he thanked him in his mind for such a courageous act that he had not even expected. However, another problem arose, whether they would still be able to escape from the hands of these thugs, because so far they were winning and had some power over them. And besides, there are 3 of them. Suddenly, the teenager who was the king of the school raised his left hand and looked at the fitness bracelet, which showed the number of heartbeats per minute in red. And it turned out that it was a high figure, 177 beats. And someone received a notification on their phone with this terrible number and the inscription that the child was very sick. The location was indicated on the map. As it turned out, it was the smartphone of a teacher from the Ministry of Education, who was at home at the time doing push-ups, namely pushing up from the floor. When he heard the notification, he got to his feet, took out a small towel and held it to his forehead to wipe away the sweat. Then he picked up the phone from the floor and began to carefully examine what he had received. At that time, the evil man on the construction site struck the teenager again, causing him to fly several meters away, throwing his legs up into the air. Landing on his back, the young man lay unconscious with his arms and legs spread out in different directions, while his attacker stood and admired his creation for a few seconds. He concluded that this bastard was better than the strongest in the neighborhood, and he had been preventing him from going to the person they had ordered to punish for 10 minutes. Looking at his face, which was stained with blood, I began to think about what his strength was. And then he asked himself if he shouldn't hold a grudge against this rebel peer. As it turned out, the young man was conscious, so he was able to answer the question, and he said how much he hated him. However, they have ranks, so. Then he turned his head a little to the side and added to the teacher. There was indeed their upset teacher standing there, also in a black classic suit. He stood there for a few minutes and silently looked at his student, who simply had no living space left. Everything was covered in bruises, wounds, and blood. The next thing he did was to turn his furious gaze to the men. His whole expression showed that he did not like what he saw. In turn, they froze in their places because they did not expect anyone to find them here, and even more so, to come on their own without any help. The teacher sat down next to the king of the school, Kun, and asked him to tell him briefly what had happened and why. The young man grimaced in pain. However, he began to slowly tell him that some guys had paid, and these thugs called call boys attacked them when they were returning home from school. The man understood everything, then got to his feet, turned to the offenders, and smilingly said that for some reason he thought they were too old to run around on a leash and beat children. The main man was surprised by what he heard and replied that he was not old, because he had just turned 20 this year. The teacher asked him if he had stated his age accurately, maybe all 20 with a tail, or had he soaked his face in hydrochloric acid, because there was no other reason why he looked so old. Another man held up his knife and called the black-haired man a bastard and told him to filter what he was saying, because for that you can get a small hole in the stomach. The teacher looked at the tip of the weapon with an oblique glance and asked if the man was crazy or what was wrong with him, because he could not threaten him with such a knife. It could result in a fracture of the limb holding such a dangerous weapon. So the man grabbed the gentleman's arm so tightly and twisted it in a completely different direction that he began to scream loudly in pain. And when the teacher let go of his hand, it immediately began to swell. What the hell? My hand! The school employee then approached the next bully from behind and grabbed him firmly by his long, white-dyed hair. Then he pushed his nose right into the cement floor. Bright red blood began to flow from his nose. The gentleman also started screaming loudly from the pain he was in. The beaten Quan stayed where he was left and watched the teacher deal with these bastards on his own without moving. The head of the Uncles on Call firm was in a bit of shock that his partners were so quickly and easily defeated, and he said that he felt like his feelings that he had been trying to hold back were starting to burn. At this time, the teacher, with an angry expression on his face, his eyes giant and his teeth gritted with anger, asked his students to close their eyes now. And then he asked them if they were the call boys, because he had heard about them several times on the news. It was said that they were hooligans who beat children for money, and a minute later he added that they actually do similar things. And at the end, starting to take steps to meet the chief, he asked them if they knew what made him different from them. Not receiving an answer, he decided to answer that he was a civil servant and they were just street freaks who were ready to do any job for money. The man standing in front of him listened attentively and then raised his eyebrows because he did not like what he heard from some strange man. However, he remembered that a few minutes ago he had broken his friend's arm so that he did not even have time to blink. So he concluded that his punches were faster than lightning. He could easily kill the man. This is what the employee of the Ministry of Education demonstrated a few minutes ago on his partner. The bully decided that he needed to get his knife because this was no easy opponent. He will have to fight him now whether he wants to or not. The teacher stood with his legs wide apart and watched every move of the man who seemed to be panicking a little. So he decided to calmly suggest that he hide this thing, which was useless. I wondered if he hadn't learned anything from what had happened to his partner who had also threatened him with a knife, and he asked why he had decided to threaten him with this stump. These words surprised the bully because he considered this thing to be an excellent weapon. The teacher decided to give him some advice. However, he did not have time to speak because the angry man started running at the teacher, pointing the knife directly at his chest and shouting at him to shut up and not say a word. The black-haired man in the suit realized that the fight was not going to end with or without a weapon. He is confident in his strength and knows that he can win. First, he put his hands down and began to stretch his fingers, and then raised them to his chest to position them correctly in relation to his opponent. Finally, he shouted "Fight!" loudly. Having adopted a comfortable and safe pose, he began to wait carefully for the hooligan in a classic suit with a knife in his right hand to approach him. He studied every step, every movement to find the weaknesses that could be used to win the victory by delivering an accurate signature stroke. The teacher noticed something for himself with his sharp eyesight, and he decided that first he had to stop his hand to prevent him from striking first, and also to prevent his opponent from getting too close. For a few minutes, the caller stood there swinging his knife left and right. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he couldn't understand whether he had accidentally shoved the knife into his hand. He began to wonder how this could have happened. Then he turned his attention to the teacher who was standing in front of him in a rather interesting position. He raised his hands in front of his face and slowly moved his fingers, and his eyes were mysterious. And he said that it was some kind of nonsense. So he decided not to stop, but continued to move with the knife toward the teacher. However, the teacher put his hands in front of him and did not allow him to strike again. He knocked out the weapon, which fell to the floor. This upset the hooligan very much, and he said in despair with a twisted face, "What the hell is going on? What is wrong with this guy?" And the teacher began to say that when he first joined their gang, He was told that no matter how firmly your sword is in your hand, there are opponents to be wary of, and the knife ended up a few meters away from its owner. The black-haired, long-haired man said that it was a martial skill, neutralizing cold steel. The uncle on call looked at his knife. Then the teacher covered his face with his right hand so that only one eye was visible, in which one could see anger, confidence, and courage. And he struck the man in the temple with his elbow. Everything became blurry in front of his eyes, and he spat blood out of his mouth, which flew in different directions. The next thing the teacher did was to put his foot under his leg and knock the opponent down, so that he even threw his legs up while falling on his back. While he was falling, his face was very much contorted from the pain and the fact that he was going to land on the floor. As soon as he landed, the school employee jumped on top of him and punched him right in the nose, and blood spurted out and smeared the offender's hand. Leaning closer to his face, he whispered that this is used when survival or killing is required, and it is not known what the limitations are. This is a special hand-to-hand system called Krav Maga. And then he loudly ordered the man to get up quickly because they were not done yet. Their fight was still on. So when he saw no movement, the teacher grabbed his opponent by the hair on his head and dragged him for several meters. One of them had to die for the fight to end. When he was done, he punched the man in the right cheek, causing him to fall back and start screaming loudly in pain. Quan was lying on the floor, quietly watching everything that was happening because he did not want to interfere with any noise. The king of the school, Kun, crawled a little to the wall and leaned his head against it. He was very pleased with what he saw and even smiled a little. Another employee from the company called Dayatki on call saw what was happening to his colleague and asked the teacher to stop. However, the man did not react to these words and continued to hit his head angrily on the floor so that a pool of blood formed behind him. Then he began to kick the victim's face with his right heel, causing blood to fly around for several centimeters, staining everything. After that, the caller realized that this black-haired man was beating him quite well, beating him with everything he had. He could kill him without blinking because in his eyes you can see so much anger that needs to be taken out on someone. Plus, he is so tough because he can fight for so long. So, in desperation, the man grabbed his leg tightly to hold him back for a few minutes and tell him that he didn't need to beat him anymore because he realized that he really wanted to live. In addition, he started crying to put a little pressure on pity and humanity. He continued to beg me not to kill him. Of course, his face was covered with wounds and red bruises smeared with blood. And in the end, he admitted that he was wrong, that he had realized his mistakes and would not do it again. All he needed was to save his life and enjoy it to the fullest. Having listened carefully to everything, the teacher was not convinced, and he did not strike from the knee of his left leg. So the man threw his head back again and began to fall to the floor from which he had just barely risen. He landed on the back of his head, and it was very loud and painful because he screamed and covered himself. The victim also lost 2 front teeth. Nevertheless, he found the last of his strength, got down on his knees and folded his hands as if praying, continued to beg the teacher for mercy and promised that he would get better if he allowed him to live. The man was not convinced either, and he then hit him in the face with his elbow, and the blood stained the sleeve of his jacket. My uncle fell to the ground, and he stood there watching what the man would do next. He was expecting something new, not the same old promises he had heard a million times before. It turns out that the offender fell a few centimeters from the place where the also beaten king of the school, Kun, was sitting and watching the gentleman get his ass kicked. And when he saw him, he started smiling, thinking it looked pretty cute. But in fact it looked terrible because he was smeared, wounded, and even without teeth. The young man looked at him with his mouth open in amazement. He could not understand how you could smile at someone you had threatened and beaten mercilessly a few hours earlier. The man got to his knees. He crawled a little closer to the teenager and quietly asked him to forgive him for what he had done to him. What he heard surprised the boy even more. Then the man folded his hands again in prayer, but this time he raised them up and addressed the teacher, calling him "Sir," and shouted, begging him not to kill him. Then he added that he would pay for the treatment in 10 or, if necessary, 20 times. The teacher took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then took out a lighter and hid his other hand in his pants pocket. He said that he now saw a man who had finally taken the path of truth. After taking the first puff, he said that it is important to apologize not to the person who offended you, but to the person you beat. In the end, he said that if he understood everything so well, he could leave as soon as possible because he would not give him a second chance to leave so easily. At that moment, the uncles on call gathered in a bunch holding each other and began to move towards the exit. At the same time, the teacher turned around and walked toward the guy in the yellow cloak. He was still on his knees, frightened. Coming up to him, he asked him if he had finally felt what it was like to be a victim. And a second later he added that at that moment he had done the same thing as them. And after saying that, he continued to smoke a cigarette. And the room fell silent. The young man was in a mild shock. He was thinking about what had happened to him today and how he felt at such moments. The next day, Manhwa Jin's teacher left their school. And on the same day, the students of the electrical and mechanical engineering faculties gathered because they had been waiting for this moment for so long. Namely, to kick the ass of Kim Hyun-ju, who was already tied up and with his mouth taped over with green tape. Everyone started shouting various phrases loudly, including, "Die! Kill him! Die!" The chief mechanic spoke up, asking if he heard everything well because it sounded like their indignation. And then everyone stopped talking and the teenager was able to calmly continue to say whether he had heard that today was the day the teacher left their school. And this means that the news will show his lifeless body found on the news. The student who played the role of the king was very afraid of what might happen to him now, and there was no one to help him. Suddenly, the door to the gym was loudly opened by the foot of another student from this school, who came in very confidently with his hands in his pants pockets. Everyone turned their faces toward the front door and saw the school's main rebel in his favorite yellow raincoat. He, in turn, shouted that they all quickly moved away from the boy. And with a serious expression on his face, he added menacingly that if anyone touched him with a finger, he would die. The student was quite amused by this because he had already lost all hope of being saved. However, he could not say or add anything because his mouth was taped shut. A week later, a red car was speeding along the highway, and after a few kilometers it turned onto a street where a large building was located. Slowly driving up to the central gate, through which you can get to the parking lot near this beautiful building, a security guard approached the car. The girl rolled down the driver's side window and said hello. In response, she also received a greeting and a question about what she had come here for. The lady had shoulder-length red hair, and her lips were painted the same color. She calmly replied that today she was appointed as an observer of the education department. At that time, at the Kun school, students from 2 faculties came out of the gym upset and not realizing what had just happened. The 2 leaders started talking to each other about what was going on. After all, they were the ones who got the worst of it. The other one suggested that maybe the teacher had threatened him or something. While they were thinking it over, Kwon slowly began to remove the green strip of tape that was glued to his new friend's lips. The young man gently rubbed the place where the sticker had just been, because it was quite red, and sincerely thanked him for standing up for him. But then a thought flashed through his mind. Does he really want to deal with him face to face? He smiled confusedly at the fact that he didn't understand everything yet. While looking at his classmate, Kwon began to recall what had happened at the end of the evening yesterday. The teacher was standing over him and asked if he understood everything. Because now he had been in that shoes and he had fully experienced what it was like to be bullied. After all, he only asserts himself by humiliating weaker opponents, far surpassing them in strength. And in the end, he added that you can never feel or understand these feelings until you are beaten in the same way. And saying this, the teacher began to slowly raise his leg up. Then he held it right in front of the student's face. This already made the young man quite worried because he could not guess what was going to happen, because this teacher has his own peculiarities that are not so easy to unravel. However, the punch landed a few centimeters from the teenager's groin, and he almost fainted, thinking he was going to die. The teacher quickly got down on one knee, put his right elbow on it, and leaned a little towards the boy to be at the same level as him, and said that he was very lucky. And after a second he added that if these uncles did not show up on call, he would have to personally take up his re-education. Then he emphasized that he was lucky twice. The young man sat silently with his eyes wide open in amazement. The teacher continued to say that it was all thanks to Hyunju's strong character. The main rebel turned his gaze to the student in question. He continued to listen to the teacher say that in such a situation, 9 out of 10 people would just watch as his bones were broken. Although he could have smoked on the sidelines and enjoyed the moment while your life was being broken. But Hyunju decided to rush in to defend you, his enemy and abuser. Then he asked if he thought he could have handled it himself. When he didn't answer, the teacher leaned over to the student and said that a person's rank is not determined by strength, but by a strong character. But if he still did not understand anything and did not draw any conclusions, then he will know the power of the true education. Having said all this, the man put his hands in his pockets and began to walk slowly to the exit. The 2 disciples followed him. Kwan was still standing still and not showing any emotion. The former king continued to kneel in the middle of the gym, watching his savior. He expected to hear something from him, but he just turned around and started walking toward the exit without saying anything. After a few steps, I decided to clarify the situation and said that maybe the guy had misunderstood him. He did not help him because the teacher threatened him. Without turning around, he added that what happened yesterday was actually very cool, and this surprised the rescued teenager because he was ready to hear everything, but definitely not this. After that day, Kim Hyun-jin graduated from school well, and no one else dared to bully him or even say a single crooked word in his direction. And Jang Kwan-hak never started any more fights at school. He began to diligently prepare for admission and think about his future in detail. After graduation, their paths diverged. 10 years later, they would find jobs at the same tech company. At that time, the Ministry of Education came to the building. A teacher returned, satisfied that he had once again succeeded in re-educating several teenagers and setting them on the right path. The man was sitting in the chief's office and looking at a folder on the table. He said with a reproach that he had just returned. And here was something again. Is it the next task? The gentleman with the cigar replied that everyone was confused about whether corporal punishment was justified. Doesn't their job involve a constant accumulation of documents and reports? So he would have to sort through these sheets, and he had to do it as soon as possible. He asked what the hell he was doing at school for the past 2 or 3 weeks. He added that he was a contracted bully and whether he knew that corporal punishment had long been discontinued. The teacher picked up folders and sheets and asked the man to stop and hire more people instead. After all, how could he deal with all this alone? The man replied that it was his responsibility for now, and sooner or later new staff would be hired. The guy's eyes grew huge after hearing this information. An hour later, the man decided to go through the small pile of files. Flipping through them, he studied the information in detail, sheet by sheet. And he came across one story that shocked him, that so many different kinds of bullying were going on in this educational institution. And he concluded that this was the most reflective school he had ever met on his way. Therefore, he closed the folder with the name of the female high school stuck on it. After that, he slowly brought his right hand to his chin, closed his eyes, and began to think, a women's school. A school for girls. Then he turned his head to his interlocutor and said that he was a minister and understood everything, but a women's school was too much. To which the man replied that he had a stupid and quarrelsome temper. He added that he knew he would not be happy with this, so he hired a very reliable employee, who at that time was already approaching the office door. And the boss suggested that perhaps the man also knew her. After these words, the secretary knocked on the door and said that a new employee of the Ministry of Education had arrived. The man replied that she should be invited in. The door slowly opened, and a rather cute little girl walked in. The teacher, who was already present in the room, looked at her carefully to see what kind of beauty was coming. When the lady appeared in front of the men, she raised her hand to her temple to salute. The chief instinctively raised his hand to his head, and only then thought about why he did it. The black-haired worker began to wonder who she was, because she was just plain bugging him. The woman said that she was an agent of Special Forces 72X. Her name is Imhan Lim, and she is a member of the ministry's Education Bureau, according to an order from today. This information scared the man, who continued to study his documents. The new employee was wearing a white shirt and a black classic pantsuit. She was wearing small heels on her feet. When she got a little closer to the table where the teacher was sitting, he stammered in fright and began to say, Staff Sergeant Im? And asked why she was here. Smiling, the lady put a strand of hair behind her ear and said that she had come to catch deserters, and he was the leader of the group that suddenly disappeared. At the end, she added that she hadn't seen Manhwa Jin for a long time. The man grimaced at what he heard, and he realized that his peaceful days were over. The next day, in the beautiful building of Seoyoung Girls High School, a frightened young man with his eyes closed in fear and medium-length brown hair was pushed against the wall right behind him. A group of girls stood in front of him. The main one was in the center with light purple long hair. Her other friends were filming everything that was happening on their smartphones. The guy asked what they were going to do. The main lady, demonstrating a shaving machine, said to the teacher that they just wanted some variety because everything was monotonous. Then she added that he had a nice face, but his hair left something to be desired. She asked him to come closer to her because she would not hurt him. The teacher was very angry about the whole situation. For several minutes he stood silently thinking about what he should do next so as not to harm himself or this young lady. So he grabbed the girl by the hand in which she was holding the car and addressed her by the name Han A-ri and shouted what kind of behavior she was doing. Is it really fun for her to mock her teachers? The young lady turned her attention to her hand and asked the man how he dared to grab it, because it was out of the question how he could afford it. Then she began to mock him, saying, "Oh my God, will he be okay after this?" And the man realized that he had acted rather recklessly, so there could be terrible consequences for this. The girl continued to stand in front of the teacher, but changed her pose a little. She clasped one hand to her chest and brought the other to her left cheek and said, "Oh no, if you touch a student," and smiling, she asked him if he knew what it would be like. After the incident in the restroom, the man slowly opened the door to the teacher's office, where 2 teachers and 1 teacher were watching him. Having carefully examined him, the colleagues approached the upset employee, who bowed his head and asked what had happened to him, and what happened to teacher Nam's hair. The gentleman did not answer, but continued to stand silently, deep in thought. Did the teachers continue, or did those freaks from the 4th grade do it? And then a series of questions followed, to which no one answered. They were like this: how is he after what happened? Will he be able to continue teaching lessons? Because after such an incident, it will get worse and worse. There was also a new employee of this educational institution in the office, who, to put it mildly, was shocked by what she saw, but she sat silently and looked through her documents. So today's victim was a teacher named Nam Sang-wook. Now they've turned their attention to him. So they will play with him without considering him a human being. 5 minutes later, the bell rang and the teacher walked down the hall to the classroom where she was supposed to be teaching. The door was open, so the upset woman stopped for a second, leaning against the wall, and stood silently between them to get ready to work with these children. Upon entering the classroom, no one paid attention to the teacher. Everyone continued to go about their business and talk loudly to each other. The 3 girls were looking at something on their smartphones and, taking turns showing the images on them, began to discuss everything in detail. When the woman approached her desk, she put a magazine on it and quietly said that she needed to open page 87 in the textbook. However, even after that, no one reacted, because they were busy doing their own thing. And the teacher emphasized that for these children she was an empty place, a ghost. Employees of the Ministry of Education had already left for the school in a red car. The woman turned to the man and asked him how he could not recognize his friend with whom he was eating from the same plate. The gentleman, holding her hand, asked if she would recognize herself now. The lady said angrily that it was very funny. It hadn't been 10 or 20 years, it had been only 2. The man emphasized that she had changed since then, because she used to have black hair, which was always tied up in a bun, and now it was bright red and she had bangs on top of it. After that, I asked her when it became customary to let your hair down in public, and what was the point of having bangs cut off by mice with such a hair color? The girl smiled and said that he was still mumbling. She continued that when she was in high school she actually had that color. But since they were going to be dealing with school children, she wanted to reminisce about the old days. Turning her face to the window, the teacher asked her if she liked chewing gum. The lady asked him angrily if he was really laughing. After all, they couldn't change them now. And then she asked what about his long braids. She emphasized that they looked quite bad and could be cut to make a beautiful hairstyle. The man replied that he was in mourning. And this confused the girl because she did not expect to receive such an answer from him. And she bowed her head and felt sad that she did not know this. So she began to think about who it could be that he missed so much. The teacher interrupted her thoughts by saying that they had already arrived and she needed to slow down here. He looked out the side window and saw a large building nearby. He got out of the car, stood on the sidewalk, and slammed the car door loudly. Then he leaned over to the open window and said that first of all, she came to the practice as a teacher. Therefore, she needed to keep an eye on the school until he returned. The girl listened to him and put her hand to her head and smilingly replied, "Yes, sir." Then she pressed hard on the gas pedal and drove off down the road. The man only had time to turn his head to the left to see his partner driving away. He looked up and started to look at something. It was a rectangular blue sign that read Police Department and could be reached by calling a single number 182. After taking a few steps around the school, he stood in front of the front door with his hands in his pockets and looked at it, wondering what to do. At this time, a woman had already arrived at the school, whom the principal introduced to the teachers, saying that from today they had a new trainee teacher whose name was Imhan Lim. He asked them to help her join the team if possible. Everyone stood in silence and looked at her sympathetically because they thought she didn't know where she was going. The girl stood there dressed nicely and smiling sweetly, said that she was very pleased to meet him and would be happy to work with them. She added that she hoped they would get along. The principal raised his hand to his chin and said that he would be responsible for her for the time being. The head of the second grade class, named Jong Seon-yeon. The woman did not expect to be appointed to this position, so she opened her mouth a little. Then a new employee approached her with her hands behind her back and happily said that she would be happy to work with her. To which she replied, "The feeling is mutual," and then she added that it was a pleasure to meet such a beautiful woman. The school employee was very surprised by this because she did not understand the reasons for joy and inappropriate smiles. Then they started walking down the long corridor of the school. The new girl walked along the back and looked at everything carefully, while her colleague bowed her head and held her textbooks. The red-haired girl happily said that she hadn't been to school for 7 years, and then she said that she missed it very much. She emphasized that she also graduated from a girls' school. I asked her what children are like now. After all, back then they often played pranks on each other along with their teachers. To this, the woman calmly said, "Intern Imhan Lim." And when they approached the door of the classroom where they needed to go for the lesson, they stopped for a few minutes and the teacher added that she would give one piece of advice, that you should never jump above your head. And then she started to open the door to the classroom a little bit. However, her expression seemed to the new employee to be very sad. So she moved across the classroom to her desk with her head bowed, and the red-haired teacher, who was surprised by what she had heard, had to follow her. For a moment she froze in her tracks, because what she saw in the room was even more surprising than the words she had heard a few minutes earlier. After all, the high school students did not react in any way to the teacher's entry into the classroom. They were all solving their own problems. Many of them were not in their seats but sat next to their friends. When they stood in the middle of the classroom near the table, a quiet teacher put her hands on the table and addressed the children, asking for their attention. She told them that an intern, Im-Han Lim, was standing next to her. The gang of 3 girls continued to go about their business, namely taking selfies on their smartphones. The teacher could not stand it and shouted loudly, saying, "Lady, well, the new teacher is here, at least today." At the same time, an employee from the Ministry of Education stood silently and studied everyone so that she could deal with them later. Her nerves also could not stand such an attitude towards the elders, so she had to force herself to play the game air, where you have to breathe in slowly through your nose and out through your mouth. In her mind, she was monologuing that these students were doing their own thing and talking without stopping. This is a tough method of bullying, when you are not noticed as if you have vanished into thin air. And smiling, she asked herself in her mind what they wanted to say to her, that these girls were mocking their teachers like that. But she said out loud that she was very pleased to meet her and told me her name, Im-Han Lim. Then she added that she hoped they could become friends. In her head, she said that the next target for bullying is the person who breaks the rules, especially if there is someone who talks to her. Suddenly, one of the students raised his hand and addressed the teacher. It was the leader of the group who had long, dyed light purple hair. With a smile, she said that the new teacher had a very nice hair color, and the longer she looked at it, the more she liked it. So then she asked where she got her hair colored. This question surprised the employee, who had been working at this school for quite some time and had never received such questions. The woman calmly replied that it happened in a hairdresser's shop in Cheongbuk-kun. She said that if she was interested, she could give her their business card. The student happily clapped her hands and thanked her. Next, she asked how old she was because she looked quite young. The lady replied that she was 26. The students then asked if she had a boyfriend. The lady calmly replied that she did not have one at the moment and was completely free. The group of teenagers were talking among themselves and could not decide who would ask the next question. However, one of them finally decided and asked how many plastic surgeries she had had. After that, they all sat back and waited for the reaction. Without waiting for an answer, the gang members started talking to each other, making various assumptions. Among them were, "Oh shit, you must have had to fix a lot of things. From the top of my head to the tips of my toes, it's all done. If you redo everything, it's more than 1,000 operations." The woman did not like this very much and tried to memorize all the words spoken in her direction. Then she decided to answer the question she was asked. So, smiling, she said that she had only had one surgery and it was for breast reduction. By saying this, she knew that she would make them all look at her with surprise. Everyone was quiet and almost did not move, because none of them could have expected such an answer. This went on for several minutes. But the new teacher took advantage of this awkward moment by bending to the right and left, saying that she was a sports fan, but that their size made it uncomfortable for her to move. Then she asked with reproach that they weren't really interested in reduction surgery, so there was no point in talking about the price. The teens continued to sit silently with their mouths open. Suddenly, someone from the crowd said out loud, "Fuck! That's unlucky!" And the lady began to dart quickly between the desks to find out who had allowed himself to say that out loud. She moved a little to the right and put her hands down and asked who had just said that. The 2 girls who were looking at something on their smartphones replied that they were not talking to her right now. One of them held the phone up to her face, showing it to the whole class, and said with a sly smile that it was just a YouTube video. And then she added that the woman had red hair like a witch. And then the lady tried to smile nervously, but it didn't work very well. So she loudly called them girls, which in their understanding was very rude and was used on a par with the word maid. The students did not like this very much, and one of them, who was wearing a burgundy hoodie, angrily rose to her feet and shouted at the woman to repeat what she had just said. The woman reacted calmly, even smiling, saying that she was not talking to her now. And in my mind, I thought that this was the way it was supposed to be. Suddenly, she ended the conversation by saying that it was the end of the lesson and that she would see me at the next class. This behavior and attitude surprised the students of this class. A girl with purple hair opened her mouth and said with enthusiasm that it was very interesting. They are already looking forward to the next meeting. The satisfied teacher slowly walked out the door and looked back at the teenagers for a moment and said to herself, "How sweet education tastes." During one of the long breaks, the new teacher and her mentor met in the school's backyard, and the quiet girl began to ask angrily if the lady knew what she had said to her before entering the classroom. Without waiting for an answer, she repeated herself so that the lady would not try to do something impossible. The red-haired woman folded one arm across her chest and rubbed her beard with her left and said quietly, "Of course, it's obvious that the students are a little aggressive." And then she asked if it was normal for them to hit teachers. Seeing the frightened face of the interlocutor, she said that she understood everything perfectly well because she also studied at a school for girls and these children needed to be set on the right path. The teacher clenched her right hand into a fist in anger and said that she knew nothing at all. And the employee of the Ministry of Education was surprised by this reaction, because this girl seemed to her too modest and shy to show such emotions. The next thing the lady did was to put her hands to the side and say a little more calmly that children are not only cruel but also very cunning nowadays. Suddenly, a strange whistling sound was heard in the mountain, which interrupted the conversation of the two teachers at the most interesting place, and they were forced to stop for a few seconds. And the red-haired woman raised her head to see what was going on and noticed a pot from under a flower pot flying right at them. So she didn't get confused, but quickly grabbed her new colleague by the blouse and pulled her to the right, and the pot fell on the spot where she was standing, and all its small parts flew in different directions. It scared the teacher very much. For a few minutes she stood there hugging her interlocutor to calm down and come to her senses. The lady from the ministry looked at the lady and said that she understood everything. A second later she added that this was the reason she was sent here, and finally said that she was an employee of the Education Bureau. After that, high school students began to look out of the windows of the second floor and asked if the teacher was feeling well. Observing such an inhuman reaction, the woman in the suit asked the school employee to explain to her in detail why the school had slipped into such a state, while the lady was still coming to her senses. A student with light purple hair appeared in the window and happily said that it seemed to be because of the wind. Then the story goes on from the man, and he says that at first he was very respected in this class, because he was the class teacher of class 2-4, and a part-time history teacher named Ko Yoon-soo. When he met his students in the corridor, he smiled happily at them, and one of the students asked him, with a grimace, if he could stop eating in the homeless shelter. Teacher Ko Yoon-soo always treated his students with kindness and respect, as he claimed that there were no cruel students in the world. He was a good teacher and was a role model for the students in his third year of teaching. When he arrived at school, he immediately went to the classroom and took his seat and told the children that he was their new class teacher. After that, he suggested that they spend this year joyfully because he hoped they would get along well. Teacher Ko's black streak began when he became responsible for Han A-ri, the main rebel of the class, who had dyed her hair light purple. One day he saw a yellow e-cigarette on their desk, which no one even tried to hide. It was just lying there as if it was a normal thing for a school student. So the teacher called the girl to discuss it with her. When they were sitting at the table, the girl said that this thing was not hers, and that someone was probably just trying to set her up. The teacher calmly replied that he had seen her smoking it this morning around the corner of the school. The student said that there are studies that prove that e-cigarettes do not harm teenagers. The gentleman replied that he thought she tried it just out of curiosity, so he hoped that the young lady did not smoke and did not harm her health. The girl sadly bowed her head, put her hands on her knees and said that he was right, because a friend had suggested it to her, but she did not know what it was. Then she raised her right hand to her chin and said with a sweet expression that she would not do it again, and finally asked him to forgive her for the first time. After this conversation, the teacher returned to the teacher's office where one of his colleagues asked him if he had spoken to Han I-ri yesterday. She told him to be careful because last year, one or two teachers were convicted without even touching her. After listening carefully, the gentleman smiled and said that I-ri would not do that. After all, they had a good conversation. He explained everything to her, and she thought about her behavior. And a minute later he continued, "If the children understand." But before he could finish, someone came into the office and shouted loudly, addressing the man by name. It turned out to be an angry principal who did not come in, but simply flew into the room, unable to contain his anger, and asked the man if he knew where he was going to call. But without waiting for an answer, he told him that he was going to the education committee. And in the end, he added that how could he harass a student in a psychology classroom? The man was very surprised to hear this because he did not expect to receive such accusations against him. An anonymous complaint was filed with the local education department alleging that teacher Ko had raped student A-ri. The decision was made to suspend teacher Ko and revoke his teaching license. The man defended his innocence. However, he did not file an appeal, although he was not satisfied with the investigation against the victim. Criticism of people around him and slanting looks, the man still could not forgive the betrayal of his students, and as a result, he died. After that, the young lady said touchingly that it was really her who had written and left that anonymous statement at the Ministry of Education. It turned out to be one of the girls from the high school's rebel gang who began to think things through because she had really heard the sounds coming from the psychology classroom. And besides, A-ri said that he had molested her. At this, the student calmly said what she was talking about because it was just a joke and the teacher had misunderstood her. And then she began to think about why Seo Hyun had said this without asking her. The girl, frightened by what had happened, put her hand to her chest and said with tears in her eyes that she only wanted to protect her friend. The student with purple hair said it was just a misunderstanding. Even if there was a problem, they would write it off as a joke. After the girl finished speaking, someone asked her a question. What does she think about Ko Eun-hyun's death? What does she think about Ko Eun-sung's death? This surprised the young lady a bit because it was evident in her wide-open eyes. Rolling her eyes to the sky, the student began to say calmly that she was sorry that this happened to the teacher because of such a small misunderstanding. She added that people die all the time, whether it's a car accident or something else. Then she began to smile sweetly and correct a strand of hair behind her left ear, saying that isn't the best way out, the one you chose, or something like that. It turned out to be a video of an interview with Kim So-hyun and Han I-ri. A black-haired man in a classic suit was watching it on a computer at the Ministry of Education. One of my colleagues said that she would show the statement that was sent to the Ministry of Education. At the end, she warned him that he should keep quiet about the content of the interview he had just watched. The next day, a new teacher with red hair was walking down the school corridor holding in her right hand the senior class journal she was on her way to. Cautiously opening the door, she began to slowly peek into the classroom where the students she had just met yesterday should be sitting and waiting for her lesson. Suddenly, a sound scared her. It turned out to be an ordinary firecracker, and then she heard "surprise." It was the same joyful children holding a cake in their hands, saying that they were very happy that she had come to their school. One of the students came a little closer and said that the last time she came, the atmosphere was not very pleasant, and it turned out to be just a fever. So they suggested that she forget about it and become better friends. After listening carefully, the young lady began to think that even though she was from the bureau, it was not an easy task to correct these children, but she would not leave it halfway through. Suddenly, turning her head to the left, she noticed that not all the students were standing around her, but a girl with purple hair named Han-A-Ri, was sitting at the last desk by the window. She didn't approach, because she always stays in her seat to observe the action from the outside and to notice some pros and cons that could later be used against her. The teacher's thoughts were interrupted by a student who stood right in front of her, holding a cake with a candle in her hands, telling her to blow it out as soon as possible. The woman held her hair so that it did not touch the sweetness, bent down a little and blew so that the candle went out immediately. The phrase, "Welcome," was written on the cake. After that, looking up a little at the lady who held it, she noticed a sly smile on her face and a stunning idea in her eyes. And right at that moment, the student raised the cake to face level and began to point it at the teacher, who stood there in surprise and watched. However, the woman managed to knock it away with her right foot, and the cake flew away and landed directly on the head of the girl with purple hair. She obviously did not expect this development because she made giant eyes in surprise. The classmate who was supposed to deliver the blow turned her head to the leader and shouted, "Eee!" in surprise. And everyone present opened their mouths at what they saw. The woman, smiling sweetly, first apologized. Then she began to explain that her reflexes had kicked in, and she did not expect him to fly all the way there. The student simply could not contain herself from anger. She did not like it, because everything had already started to melt and run down her face. The teacher realized that she needed to save the situation, so she decided to fake a fright and said how it happened that he flew so hard. Then she quickly ran up to the student and with her arms outstretched began to ask how she felt. Maybe she hit something and needed help. The student continued to sit with her head bowed and asked the woman how she would be responsible for this. This surprised the teacher a bit, so she opened her mouth. The teacher looked closely at the student's head and noticed that all the blood began to appear quickly and wondered what to do next, because it could not be left like that. And in the head of the girl with purple hair, the thought began to appear that she would simply destroy this vile teacher. What a scum she was. Without thinking twice, the red-haired girl grabbed the lady's head and slammed her face against the desk so that the rest of the cake flew in different directions. All the students who watched this action were seriously frightened and opened their mouths and began to shout, "What?" interrupting each other. Continuing to hold the student's head, the teacher clarified whether she wanted to ask how she would be responsible for her actions. And at the end, she asked if that was what she wanted to ask. Then she noticed that it was just an ordinary cake, so why was she bleeding so much? What was wrong with this cake? Looking at the remnants of the cake lying on the floor, the woman noticed several sharp blades in the middle of it. She turned to the students and asked them if they were trying to disfigure her face with them. The angry student got to her feet, leaned her hands on the table, and shouted that how could she know? They did it all and pointed to her classmates. The lady calmly replied that she would introduce herself again. She told them that she was a member of the Education Bureau at the ministry and that her name was Imhan Rim. The girl was very surprised to hear this information, as she stared at her already large eyes. However, the woman calmly continued that since the student was constantly looking at her phone, she must have seen a video of Manhwa Jin's teaching methods. The teacher then grabbed the student's chin and leaned over to look her directly in the eye and asked her what was wrong. And then she clarified that she didn't look as cute as him. After school, the teacher went to the gym to take out some anger on a punching bag by hitting it hard. After more than 40 minutes of this intense workout, the woman had to stop and take a break, so she began to take off her boxing gloves. Sweat dripped down her face and she was breathing heavily. However, out of the corner of her eye, she saw someone watching her and immediately asked what was wrong with her that she was seeing him here. Her black-haired colleague from the ministry took out a bottle of energy drink from a bag and smilingly asked her if things were so bad at school that she even decided to let out her anger. The lady replied that this was not true at all, because she had just decided to warm up. Then he threw her drink in the tin can, and the woman smilingly began to catch it. Then, of course, she thanked him for his kindness. The teacher sat in the ring and asked the man if he had watched the video of the police investigation. The man replied that he had and learned even more than she thought. The teacher died, and they smiled slyly. After a moment of silence, he added that even his head realized that the case was not clean. After all, they had perfectly hedged their bets when they accused Suho, even though her innocence was obvious. The man went on to say that they need to carefully consider several methods of training, because it would be useless if they acted covertly. Rising to her feet, the woman asked the captain how he felt about entrusting all this work to her. The gentleman, in turn, turned to face her and listened attentively to the proposal. Approaching the pair, the lady put her right hand on it and added, "No matter how aggressive the opponent was, he still won't be able to treat girls harshly." And after saying that, she began to beat it quickly with her hands, which were made into a fist. After a few minutes, I noticed that she was a graduate of a women's school, so she could choose the right method of training. The man, watching all her actions, simply melted before her eyes with pleasure. However, her colleague continued to ask questions, and one of them was whether he wanted to fight with her, and whether he would be okay, because he had been retired for a long time. For a few minutes, the gentleman stood there quietly watching, but then he remembered what the question was, so he pulled himself together and answered briefly and clearly that he refused. The next morning, before school, the high school students read the news about what the Bureau of Education had done to the school that had visited before theirs, and what they saw shocked them, to put it mildly. It turned out that the class leader and her group of girls were looking for these certificates. One of them emphasized that even this man had sent the deputy's son to prison. After that, I asked if they would do the same to them. There was no answer, but the next assumption was that perhaps the new teacher came here because of Yoon-soo's death. The friend answered frightenedly that if that was the case, they were definitely finished, because there was no way back. The young lady with purple hair was sitting quietly on a chair, with a band-aid on her forehead. A second later, I asked her what she was afraid of. She just needed to behave as usual, that's all. She added that she had learned something. Their stay here is only 2 weeks, and she asked her friends what this woman could do for them since she was alone. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me asking, who told her they were only here for 2 weeks? It turned out to be a red-haired teacher as she reached for the leader's phone, saying that they would be here until they got the school back to the way it should be. Because Manhwa Jin's teacher is so competent, he managed to get the job done in just 2 weeks. Carefully reviewing the contents of the smartphone, the woman added that she was not really that experienced, so she could stay until her graduation. The student was angry and jumped to her feet, leaned on the desk with her right hand, angrily called the teacher a bitch, and ordered her to give her phone back. However, she attacked the wrong person. The woman held a baton in her hand and struck the student hard on the limb that was on the surface of the desk. The girl's face twisted in pain, and she tried to hold back a scream that was begging to be released. Then the red-haired woman leaned close to the leader's face and spoke and said that the girl should forgive her, but she was older, and she asked why such a young lady could not restrain herself from swearing and allowed herself to speak to the teacher in such a tone. Watching the student, she raised her eyebrows and, opening her eyes wide, angrily ordered her to look her straight in the eye without looking away. Having calmed down a bit and mastered her emotions, the student did not fulfill the task, but first turned her head away and looked to the right. After a minute, she decided to change her position, so she lowered her head and looked down to the left and made an expression as if she was thinking about something. At this time, the teacher turned to face everyone and pointed to the right and said that this applies to everyone, so they should put their smartphones in the box that was on the first desk. She added that all students were forbidden to use their phones during the learning process. The students were very surprised and upset by this new rule, because no one had ever restricted them like that, so they began to protest, saying, what had they done? The woman added, smiling, that they should check the bulletin board after school. After all, it was written in detail who had caused them to be detained for 4 months. The leader could not help but feel angry, because all these words were directed at her, so she was not pleased to hear it, because the authority that had been built up over the years could easily collapse. The next lesson in this class was taught by another teacher, who told the class that animals also have emotions and the need for socialization, but unlike humans, it is all based on instincts. And people can grow into a personality only in a society with certain traditions and values. After her monologue, she turned her face to the students and carefully looked at all the desks and asked what characteristics of people she had mentioned. Not seeing a single hand raised, she said that Han A-ri would answer this question. At that time, the girl was drawing various pictures in her workbook with a pen and did not hear what was being asked. The next lesson was taught by another teacher, who also turned to the girl after explaining the material and asked her to write down the solution on the board. The third lesson was taught by a new teacher, who, standing at his desk, asked the young woman to clarify something for him with a serious expression. The last lesson was taught by a young and beautiful teacher who, standing at the blackboard, wrote a sentence that needed to be analyzed, and Han A-ri was supposed to do it. At the end of the day, the girl could not stand it, so she jumped to her feet, leaned on her desk, and shouted at the whole class, saying that she did not know anything and emphasizing why she was the only one asked in the morning, as if there were no other people in the room. Suddenly, the same ominous pointer flew into the wall behind the student, and the class teacher asked her menacingly if she was proud of not knowing anything. Then the woman raised her weapon and put it on her right shoulder and said, "Shouldn't a young lady study textbooks like this if she knows nothing?" The girl was still angry at what had been happening all day. However, a minute later she heard an order to kneel with her hands up. However, the lady did not resist for a long time but decided to do everything she was asked to do at once, so while fixing her hair, she emphasized that it looked somehow childish. And having approached a little closer, she smiled slyly and put her hand to her chest and asked if the teacher had any evidence that she had harassed the staff of this educational institution. She added that suspicion without evidence is not a violation of human rights. This did not affect the class teacher because she did not show any emotion on her face that would indicate anything. And after a minute of waiting, she quickly knocked the student down, and she leaned against the lockers at the back of the classroom to avoid falling. The girl could barely stand on her toes. This scared her a little and hurt her, because her head had not yet fully healed, and she was hit again. Then the teacher approached the student, who crouched down, and put her knee on her legs, pressing down firmly to create uncomfortable conditions. The woman also grabbed both of her arms and pushed them against the lockers and asked, "Svetlana, have you said everything?" However, the girl answered these questions with a short, "It hurts." Leaning down slightly to the student's face, the teacher continued to ask if there was any evidence that the school staff had asked her to answer their questions. And in the end, she added that in fact her suspicions were similar to the girl's. And at this time, the lady with purple hair was looking at her offender angrily and incomprehensively. After that, the lady from the Ministry of Education's bureau turned to the teacher who was teaching the last lesson and told her that there was another rule for the students. The children were very interested, so they turned their faces back and listened attentively to the fact that from now on, if at least one student misbehaved in class, the whole class would be held accountable. So at the end, with a serious expression on her face, she looked at the high school students and told them to kneel down and raise their hands, and that they should do it now, not to find out anything else. After the incident in the girls' bathroom, one of the students called her class teacher a bastard and said that she was fed up with her because she was going everywhere with their class. Another of the group began to think about what they had done wrong. One of the students, who had short brown hair, angrily asked if it would really last 2 weeks. After all, one day seems like an eternity. How can we endure it? The leader clarified by saying, "Really?" and then held up her yellow e-cigarette to her friend, interrupting her thoughts. Then she raised her hand in the air and asked with an angry expression what she had to endure when her anger was overwhelming. After saying that, she slapped her classmate hard on the right cheek, which surprised and frightened the girls in her group. And they asked in fright what was ER doing. However, this did not stop the student, and she continued to slap the young lady's face. The girl could not understand why she was being treated this way, so she asked to stop with her hands. After a few minutes of fighting, the leader told Sheng-hee that the lady's face was swollen and bleeding because she had been beaten by the crazy woman from the Education Bureau. After taking one puff of her e-cigarette, the lady with purple hair said with a sly smile that there was a payphone across the street from the school. So she had to call someone. After a few hours, Chairman Yuxiok arrived at the school, dressed in a brown classic suit and sporting a short haircut. She got out of her car and stopped for a second in front of the front door. Walking down the hallway, Miss Yuk quietly knocked on the door of the senior classroom and began to open it carefully. A woman with red hair stood in the classroom with a pointer on her right shoulder. The furious lady opened her eyes and mouth wide and began to shout loudly that her daughter's face was covered in blood, and then asked where the teacher with the red hair was. And turning her gaze to the new class teacher, she said, "Oh, so it's you." The woman from the Education Bureau did not understand who this lady was and why she was shouting at the whole class. However, before she could figure it out, the angry woman ran up to the teacher and slapped her hard on the right cheek, saying, "You're such a whore." And a second later, she started to reprimand her because if she was a teacher, she should teach children, not beat them. She added that she somehow managed to teach without beating. After all, they had just recently dealt with a teacher who was a pervert. She threatened to do the same to her and called her a bribe taker. The teacher was tired of listening to all this. So she responded by slapping this angry mother of one of the high school students hard on the left cheek with her right hand. Everyone in the classroom opened their mouths wide in surprise, for they had expected any development, but not this one. Even the teacher who was teaching the lesson was shocked. The woman who came to the school to teach the lesson fell to the floor and her purse fell out of her hands, scattering all the documents around her. The teacher nevertheless decided to tell his colleague that this lady was a representative of educational work in their school. The lady with red hair folded her arms across her chest and said, "So what?" Looking carefully at her attacker, the bureau worker calmly said that if she was a representative, she could afford to hit anyone without fully understanding the situation. A minute later, she added that if she was so offended, this honorable lady should call the Minister of Education and clarify everything with him. The mother, angry and confused, rubbed her cheek, which hurt from the blow. After all that was said, the class teacher turned to her students and began to look at everyone's faces to see how they reacted to everything that had happened. She turned to them with a smile and said that if they wanted to, they could try to use any methods, but it would not affect her, because she would stay here until they corrected their behavior. And in the end, she added that the more they resist, the worse it will be. The leader leaned her head over the desk and started biting her nails to calm herself down and control her emotions. A few days later, at the first lesson, the leader read, "Road, Bilok to filet for, Sam days due to employ error, he din fauzi industrious." After 10 days under the supervision of members of the Education Bureau, the girl calmly answered the question posed to her, saying, "This situation could have been avoided," and one could conclude that it was Han Ai-ri's character that had changed a lot. This was even noticed by one of the teachers, who was listening carefully to the student's answer. Of course, the student did not immediately succumb to re-education. Once, while confidently walking down the corridor of the school with the girls of her gang, she was fixing a strand of hair and throwing it over her shoulder. Even after the visit of the strict and demanding Representative Yuk Sung, with whom they crossed paths after school in that very ominous corridor among the crowd of students, they tried to collectively continue to do harm, discreetly passing notes with specific instructions to each other while no one was looking. However, they only thought that no one noticed, because the moment the letter was in their hand, someone suddenly grabbed it and started to take it out to read the contents. And after reading the content a bit, she noticed that it was a note from a girl. And I asked, "Isn't it interesting?" As it turned out, there was quite a bit written there, but in fact, and in large block letters so that it was not clear who wrote it. Namely, "Tomorrow, we all do not come to school." After reading it, the teacher smiled ominously and ordered all the second graders to quickly go to the playground because she had a very interesting idea to spend their time. But every time Imhan Rim figured out all their intentions, so all the second graders were constantly punished for it. This time, they walked around the soccer field crouching with their hands behind their heads. After several days of unsuccessful attempts to somehow frame a teacher from the Ministry of Education and finally get rid of her, the leader pierced her right leg with a pen. She inflicted such pain on herself while sitting on the toilet in one of the stalls of the women's restroom. For several minutes she sat there and tried to come to grips with what she had done to herself. But it didn't happen so quickly, and the young lady would squirm and say quietly, "Damn, damn," and then tears would start to fall. When she recovered a bit, she looked up and noticed that soon her legs would become like a Hulk. So she said that she just wanted to die because she couldn't stand it anymore. A few minutes later, the student overheard one of the high school students saying that it was all because of that strange little fucker named Han I-ri. This surprised the young lady. After all, why would she ignore her teachers and make up all kinds of nonsense? Another lady emphasized that this is exactly the case. It is because of the leader. The third one, dyeing her eyelashes in the mirror, also agreed with this and added that if she continues in this spirit, it will really hurt her. Then the fact that even the third graders are thinking of beating her up was mentioned, because they can't use their phones either because of this dumbass. To which another one replied, laughing that they were not the only ones who wanted this, because even when the bureau finishes here, it will still be difficult for her to be in the school. As a result, all the students blamed A-Ri and told the school administration, and the girl who was like a queen among the students fell to the bottom. It seemed to the teacher that the children who accused the leader of everything acted ignobly. After all, they were all her accomplices. And when the young lady was answering in the first lesson, there was a mishap where she apologized to the teacher and said that she did not know how to read the word that was next. The rest of the classmates were sitting at their desks quietly and calmly. The woman standing at her desk next to the blackboard with a sad expression said that the correct reading was irresponsible, which means irresponsible. Then she said that she was done reading and ordered the student to take her seat. The girl sat down in confusion and began to look carefully at something in her workbook, saying to herself, "What is in this sentence?" She was closely watched by an employee from the Ministry of Education, who had been standing behind her, leaning on her wooden pointer during the entire class. And it seemed to her a very boring lesson, because such boredom made her want to fall asleep and fall to the ground right there. After her boring day at work at the martial arts school, which was located a few blocks away from the school, a woman with red hair was dressed in a black, tight-fitting sports uniform and was fighting with someone in the ring, taking out her anger and pent-up energy. Her opponent was a colleague from the ministry with long black hair. He was skillfully trying to dodge the blows of the angry young lady. During the fight, the man smiled and asked if the high school student named Han A-ri had finally calmed down. He clarified that it was the one with purple hair. Striking again, the woman replied that she had and suggested that all her friends and classmates had probably turned their backs on her and were not talking to her. Then, looking directly into the eyes of the gentleman who was holding his hands in fists in front of him, she raised her right leg, bent at the knee, up. She pointed it at the head of her opponent, who stood in his place without moving, just smiled sweetly and tilted his head with a mysterious look. However, there was no impact. The next thing that happened was that they stood in front of each other with their hands down. At the same time, the woman bent down as if to bow and thanked him for such a productive sparring match. She walked to one side of the ring and began to take her white towel. She said that it is not easy to regain the lost authority, because when the Bureau's activities end, it will be impossible to control children. Wiping her face, which was dripping with sweat, she added that the students would not be able to be restrained even if they left slowly and not immediately. Suddenly, She felt a sharp pain in her right arm and turned her head to the side and noticed that she had been hit by the same black-haired colleague. The teacher said with a surprised look on her face, "Wow, you surprised me so much." And for a minute she stood and looked into the eyes of the man standing opposite her. Then the girl decided to diffuse the situation, so she waved her hand and smilingly said that it was very unexpected, but she emphasized that it was not like him at all. Because if it was a training session, then maybe. My colleague calmly replied that she should be more careful. After all, if they weren't easily broken, there would be no point in coming. With a serious expression, he added that she should not forget, because this is the reason why the office works, because there are such eccentrics who are devoid of common sense. When it was already quite dark outside, the teacher who was teaching the first lesson in the high school, where the leader was trying to answer the question, walked out. As she walked away, she reflected on the fact that the teachers were no longer afraid, and the lessons were easier to teach. However, for some unknown reason, she was still worried. Not so long ago, ER was having fun as if she had no breaks at all. Images of a girl with purple long hair came to mind. It scared her a little, and she said that she shouldn't think about it. But she believed that this student was a demon that could not be pacified. And again, the girl appeared before her eyes, smiling sweetly and tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. However, in this last lesson, she appeared so defenseless as she stood at the desk reading a new text. And the woman began to assume that maybe she doubted her. As she approached her house, she asked herself if they had gone too far when they started to be too demanding of Eri. As she walked up the stairs to the desired floor, she held her purse tightly under her left arm and continued to think about it all over again. When she reached her landing, she stood there for a few seconds in awe, because she saw someone she could not have imagined being there. It was the same high school student sitting on the floor. The girl was upset, so she pulled her feet up and leaned her head on them. The teacher asked her name in surprise, Han-I-Ri, and then she asked what she was doing here, because it was quite late, and it was already dark outside. The student looked up and was very upset and crying bitterly. After a little bit of self-control, she asked the woman she had come to what she should do next. However, she did not give her an answer because she began to tell her that all the children and teachers blame her for the fact that the bureau came to them, and everyone looks at her as a scoundrel. The young lady emphasized that, of course, she was doing the wrong thing because she was also thinking about it. And in the end, she asked the woman, who still couldn't properly recover from her surprise, how she could apologize, because she simply didn't know what to do to be forgiven. And then the teacher had a flashback to her former classroom teacher, who said that there are no evil students, because there must always be a reason why children behave this way. Therefore, you first need to find out the reason and then direct the child to the right path. And the last phrase, "This is the job of a teacher," simply put everything in its place and let the woman decide how to proceed. So she knelt down on the circle right in front of the girl, gently hugged her and told her to get up. She offered to go and discuss everything. Then the teacher went to her door and put her right index finger to the intercom where she had to turn off the alarm. She began to slowly and carefully enter her security code, tapping on the blue backlit numbers on the touch screen. The student standing behind her watched intently and tried to memorize the order in which the numbers were entered, as she had already prepared a plan for the development of events. When she opened the door, the tired woman turned her head toward the student and kindly invited her to enter her modest home. However, it did not happen because of what the teacher had imagined. The student put her hand to her mouth so that she could not make a sound, and then she pushed her to the ground and put her hands to her neck as if trying to strangle her. The class leader's eyes were giant, as if someone had glazed them over. The woman tried to resist, so the attacker grabbed her arms tightly and still said a long hoping that the girl would come to her senses or that someone would hear and come to her aid. As it turned out, 2 other girls from the high school gang were standing behind her, watching their classmate. They were a little surprised by what they saw because they didn't expect it to look like this. The young lady with long purple hair continued to sit on top of the teacher and asked her if she knew what she was doing. That if you go to the main page of the Education Bureau, you can see a very interesting feature that allows you to leave an anonymous request. And in order not to tell everything for a long time, the girl said that in short, isn't the bureau the place through which you can report like a little cunning mouse? Then she pressed her hand on the teacher's face and angrily asked if she had done it. Had she reported what was happening in their school? Nothing could stop the student, and she continued to scream that it was just a joke. But the teacher decided to sell his students. While all these words were being heard throughout the room, the victim emphasized to herself that neither she nor the teacher, Yoon-soo, had made a mistake. However, her thoughts were again interrupted by the leader, who said that from now on the jokes were over and it was time to get serious. The assistant standing behind her took out a box cutter and the other a pair of scissors. They leaned over the woman, who was very frightened, and because of this, she could see their faces as if their eyes were glowing red and their mouths were wide open. So the woman concluded that these children were devoid of humanity and were simply monsters. Suddenly, this discussion was interrupted by a loud and unexpected knock on the front door of the apartment. It frightened all the children who were present there. After the knock, a woman's voice was heard saying that she was a neighbor, so she came to ask why they were making so much noise. And the second question was whether the teacher was okay. This did not scare the leader very much, because she allowed herself to shout loudly to the lady behind the door, first telling her to shut the fuck up and get out of here, because it would be over soon. Behind it was the person the students hadn't expected to see. It was the same teacher from the bureau who had red hair and was dressed in a sporty, modern suit. The lady came into the room and said that the students had gone too far and had already allowed themselves too much. And looking angrily into the eyes of the student leader, the woman raised her eyebrows and said that if they were not going to open the door, they had better count to 3, because the end might come. And after saying that, the woman began to count slowly. Raz, 2, 3. The student looked at the teacher from behind her with a frightened look and couldn't figure out what to do next. What would be the best solution? A few days ago, when this very calm teacher was returning home from work and took the elevator to her floor, she saw something that surprised her. A woman was standing right at the door of the neighboring apartment and opening it with her keys. It turned out to be her new colleague from the Ministry of Education. She was also surprised by who she saw. The teacher addressed the lady as Teacher Lim. The lady turned her head to the other person and replied, "Yes, good evening, Teacher Damn him." Opening her mouth slightly, the school employee asked if she also lived here. The woman replied that she had rented an apartment for the duration of the school because it was close enough to the school. The lady with the red hair began to straighten her hair in the back and smilingly asked if she also lived here. What a coincidence. After training in the gym, the man from the bureau said that human psychology is quite an interesting thing when you realize that the goal you want to blame is unattainable, so you direct your anger to another. These children will definitely blame the wrong person, and thus put a spoke in the wheel. So their next step will be to find out who reported everything to the management. Turning his face, he added that it was obvious that Han A-ri would blame the informant, who, in her opinion, was the only problem. So he set a task for his colleague to find out who the next target would be. That's why, when she heard a strange noise, she decided to go to her neighbor and ask if she was okay. She realized that the leader of the senior class was inside and ordered her to open the door. When she didn't get any response, the lady finally added menacingly that if she didn't do it within 3 seconds, it would be her biggest mistake. She started the countdown by saying 1. The students turned their heads to the door and were surprised, so one of them said what this teacher from the office was doing here. Then 2 was heard behind the door. The leader was still sitting there thinking about what to do. The teacher they had attacked asked A-ri to open the door and then offered to discuss the matter in detail. She made the assumption that nothing had happened, that she was ready to forget everything and start their relationship all over again. The student still couldn't figure out what to do in the situation they were in right now. After a second, she turned her head to the victim and asked him with a mysterious smile if he wanted to die, and then added that it was just a joke. Then she got to her feet, walked over to her friend, and snatched a blue-handled clerical knife from her hands. This action surprised and frightened the student. She turned around and sat on top of the teacher and held the knife up with both hands. The victim began to cover her face and head with her limbs. However, the same friend grabbed the girl by the arms and quickly pushed her against the wall, holding her limbs up, asking what she was doing. When she didn't get an answer, the furious student started shouting that they had only agreed to scare her a little and put the woman in her place. She asked if the woman was really going to hit her, and she asked if she was crazy. Why did she allow herself to do this? After that, my friend stood there waiting for an answer to her questions. However, she did not receive any, but instead felt a strong pain in her right hand because the leader had cut it with a clerical knife. The girl fell to her knees and held the injured limb, screaming loudly, "Ah!" The student with purple hair quickly jumped to her feet. She calmly said to herself, "Was our Seo Hyun scared?" She asked how she dared to stop her. How did they have the courage to attack her? The calm teacher approached the injured high school student and began to ask her if she was okay or if she needed help. The third member of the gang turned to the door and threw out her cold steel, namely scissors, and said that her friend was just some kind of crazy person. The student walked over to the intercom and pressed one of the many buttons with her right index finger to open the front door. While it was slowly opening, the employee from the bureau looked at the people in the apartment through a small crack, eyebrows raised in anger, and was already making a plan to deal with them. With wide eyes, the teacher said that 3 had long since ended and that the leader had wasted her precious time on nonsense. The high school girl opened her mouth at what she saw because it surprised her, because she did not expect the woman to be able to get to them so quickly. And the girl came up with what she thought was a brilliant idea. So she picked up speed and began to move quickly from one end of the room to the other, where there was a large glass door to the balcony. The girl grabbed the handle and opened the door and, stepping outside, quickly leaned over the not-so-high railing and began to fall straight to the ground, head down with her legs thrown up. After a few minutes of this free fall, the girl landed on her back right in the bushes that were planted next to the house. After lying there for a minute covered in scratches and bruises, the student began to slowly get to her feet, oohing and ahhing in severe pain. A teacher from the Ministry of Education was watching the student's actions from the same ominous balcony, placing her left new shoe on the railing. Then she decided that she had to act immediately and kicked off with her foot and jumped straight to the spot where her student was lying. Landing on her feet in the bushes, the woman began to watch the young lady who was already trying to escape as she ran along the alley, looking back to see if the teacher would follow her. Suddenly, the red-haired lady began to call out loudly to the student by name and shouted that she could not let her go so easily after what she had done. However, this did not stop the girl, and looking back, the young lady continued to run and think about how to get away from this place and from this lady as soon as possible. After running a few meters at this pace, the lady saw something she clearly did not expect, and something that could help her out right now in such a difficult situation. It turned out to be 2 security guards of the residential complex who were patrolling the area in case someone needed at least some help. The girl stopped a few steps away from them, put her hand on her chest, and, with a scared look on her face, asked the men to help her. And pointing to the teacher who was running after her, she said that this crazy woman wanted to kill them. The woman stopped because she did not expect that the student could act so vilely and twist everything in her favor. The student hid behind the guards and began to cover her face with her hands, saying that she was very scared. The men reacted instantly, so they turned to the teacher and ordered her to stay where she was. The woman from the bureau was very angry at this development because what this young lady did was simply unthinkable. And here are these 2 men who are not aware of what happened, defending this shameless woman. One of them asked the lady what was going on, and what did she do with the child. The woman replied that it was a misunderstanding because she was a teacher at the school where this young lady was studying. The second man asked if she was a teacher and offered to check her identification card. The lady replied in confusion that she had neither her wallet nor her phone with her at the moment. The student was quite amused by this, and while everyone was distracted by it, she simply turned around and started running down the alley, smiling ominously. At this time, the teacher was being held tightly by the guards, preventing her from following the student. The woman was shouting angrily after her, "Hey, Han-I-Ri, stop!" However, the bureau worker was so furious that she started pushing the men as hard as she could to get between them and follow the student. And yet she managed to do so, and without looking back, the woman began to run the route the leader had taken. The men didn't even have time to realize how she did it. The woman decided to go back to the guards and shouted that her name was Han Lim from the Education Bureau. She promised that they would meet tomorrow and sort it all out. The men just froze in their seats because they were very surprised by what had just happened. And they began to say to themselves, "The Bureau of Education. Someone must have heard about this somewhere." At this time, in the apartment, the teacher was bandaging the injured student's arm with an elastic bandage and saying that it was good that the wound was not so deep. Then the woman was silent for several minutes and waited for at least some words from her students, who had broken into her apartment in the middle of the evening and started a showdown. After receiving no response, the teacher turned to Seo Hyun and told her that she had looked at the list and realized that she had gone to high school with A-Ri, and she asked if she had always been like that. Had she always been so disrespectful and insolent to adults and friends? After hearing the question, the girl sat depressed and thought about how best to start her story. At this time, a young lady with purple hair reached her house and was quickly climbing the stairs to the floor she needed. She held on tightly to the railing to keep from falling, because she had walked a long way and her legs were very sore. The girl ran to her door leading to the roof and quickly opened it, and ran in with a smile, thinking she had managed to get away from the teacher. Then she turned around and grabbed the handle to hold the door with her hands, so that no one could come in through it and cause harm. However, she did not have time to do this because she had already received a strong blow from the door right on her right cheek, and that is why her lip began to bleed. As it turned out, the teacher caught up with her and kicked the door again with her left foot so that the student who was standing next to it flew back several meters. While the student was lying on the roof of the house with her arms and legs spread out, the furious woman walked confidently toward her, clenching her hands into fists. Coming a little closer, she angrily raised her eyebrows and shouted, asking, "Didn't she make it clear?" After all, the lady warned that this would be her biggest mistake in life. The girl leaned against one of the walls and began to slowly rise, frightened. Meanwhile, in the apartment, her friend began to tell her that in high school, Eri was not like this. Because she had a beautiful face and a bright personality, she was very popular. She was smart enough to do well in school. Next, a high school student with short blonde hair tilted her head down sadly and added quietly that there was an incident. At this time, another brilliant idea came to the student on the roof, and she calmly said that it was true. So she raised her head and looked up at the sky with many stars and said to herself that if she did this, the Bureau would no longer have such power. What she saw was a woman with bright red hair that scared her and surprised her at the same time, because something happened that she could not have even imagined. It turned out that the student with long purple hair had decided to jump from the roof of the house down. After one incident in high school, Eri became an outcast. At that time, in the apartment of a school employee, the student told her that after one incident, Yeri changed a lot and became exactly the same as she had been in high school. The modest teacher was surprised by what she heard and, with her mouth open, quietly asked if this was true and if there was a teacher like that. The girl was angry at the memory and gritted her teeth, saying that because of that bastard she also began to despise all teachers. Because their class teacher in middle school, whose name was Jeong Sung-nel, was a big, serious man who always wore classic suits and a tie. Before throwing herself off the roof, the student told the woman who was cautiously trying to approach her with small steps that she had a great idea. But after a minute, she added that if she did it, and she began to use her arms to pull herself up to lean over the existing roof edge. And she said that then the work of the new teacher and the activities of the Education Bureau would end. The woman finally realized what this girl was going to do and started screaming and begging her to stop. However, this did not stop her, and she leaned over and started falling down, and the employee from the ministry reacted very quickly and started running to grab the young lady. But she didn't have time to make it to the roof, so she rushed down right after the girl without hesitation. And while they were flying, she tried to somehow grab the student. After several unsuccessful attempts, the woman managed to catch up with the student and grabbed her firmly by the waist. For a few seconds, they fell in free fall with their heads to the ground. But this did not frighten the woman, because she was already looking around to figure out how to escape. And yet she managed to grab hold of the air conditioner of one of the apartments a few floors down. The teacher was holding it with one hand and her student with the other. When she came to her senses a little, she angrily asked the student if she was crazy or what she was doing. At the same time, sweat was streaming down her face from excitement and from the fact that it seemed quite difficult to hold on with one limb. The young lady answered with a sly smile, "Yes, I'm crazy." Then I asked her if she didn't understand after her perfect act. After that, she began to flail her legs, causing some discomfort and also interfering with the woman's ability to hold herself upright, who asked her to stop doing so. Still, the teacher could not resist and they started falling down again. But the student was holding on to the woman from above, and she was falling backwards. And as soon as they got a little closer to the ground, the student grabbed the teacher by the shoulders and pushed hard so that she landed on her back. The heavy and painful landing caused drops of blood the color of her hair to fly out of her mouth along with the first cough and scatter in different directions. The student ended up on the ground unharmed. For several minutes, she knelt on top of the teacher and watched her actions. After the woman coughed, she froze in the same position without moving. This scared the student a little bit, and she quickly got to her feet. She began to smile nervously, he, and wondered what she should do next. What was the best thing to do? All she could think of was to kick the woman in the face with her foot, so hard that her head turned to the right side and blood flew around again. After the girls from the gang told everything, they went outside the apartment complex and started looking for them, going in different directions and calling their names. A student who was wearing a red blouse started crying and saying that they had not been able to find her classmate and teacher, so she asked if she could go home. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted from the corner of the room, "Die! Die!" Everyone turned their heads to see what was going on. While they were thinking about whether to go there or not, a student with purple hair was kicking and punching her new class teacher. After a few minutes of this torture, the student got a little tired, so she stopped to catch her breath, rest, and think about what to do next. And her attention was drawn to the bricks lying next to them. So she walked over to them and picked one up with her right hand. Then she walked over to a woman with red hair who was lying on the ground, unmoving, and stood with the brick right above her, watching to see if she would do anything. Then she raised her weapon up as if to swing it, but someone grabbed her arms from behind and whispered in her ear, "Don't do that, Ari." The girl was very angry and shouted angrily, "Why did the quiet teacher interfere? Why did she allow herself to do this? Did she really have the courage?" However, this did not stop the woman, and she added that Seo Hyun had told her everything, namely, about the class teacher they had in middle school. The student was surprised by what she heard. The teacher continued to say that this did not mean that her actions could be justified. So she asked the young lady to do something that she would regret and that she would not be able to fix later. After she finished her sentence, the student turned sharply to face the teacher and elbowed her right in the right cheek. This made the woman retreat a few steps back. Then the high school student began to speak sarcastically, addressing the teacher. "Oh yeah? Did you hear everything from Seo Hyun?" The woman stood and listened attentively to her attacker's questions. And then she picked up the brick she was holding in her right hand and approached the teacher, saying that she should know that she hates hypocrites like her above all else. The woman realized what was about to happen, so she froze in place in shock and began to scream loudly to the whole neighborhood, "Ah!" Suddenly, someone grabbed the student's hand with the brick and stopped her from doing this insidious act. It turned out to be a teacher from the Education Bureau who came to her senses and quickly got to her feet, came up behind the girl and grabbed her hand. The woman was so angry she could not control herself. The student began to cautiously turn her head, along with her gaze, back to see who was so brave as to allow himself to stop her. And who she saw surprised the young lady. And after that, a strong and rough slap landed on her left tender cheek, which made the student turn her head to the side and her saliva fly around. The student fell to the ground with her hands covering her face, while the red-haired teacher watched her clumsy movements. The desk teacher was beaten with many bruises and scratches all over her body. She was very angry because no one has the right to do this to anyone, not just her. This expression on her face scared the student, so she said, "Mother," with wide open eyes and mouth, moving her arms and legs backwards. However, the employee of the Education Bureau, clenching her hands into fists, stepped directly on the student, who had already risen and knelt down and said that she was wrong. Then she folded her hands as if in prayer and said with a sad expression that she was really wrong. And she promised that from now on she would not ignore her teachers and would stop misbehaving. And in the end, she asked to be given another chance. The teacher stopped and carefully watched the performance that the student was putting on right in the middle of the street. However, this performance was interrupted by two security guards who found them and said to each other that the two young ladies were at it again, so they started waving their sticks. The student took advantage of this chance while everyone was losing their guard. She quickly got to her feet, turned toward the men, and started running toward them. As she approached them, she grabbed one of them by the sleeves of his shirt and with a pitiful expression asked for help again. She said that the crazy woman was continuing her attempts to kill her. Then she added whether they could see her wounded face, where there was no living space. At this time, the woman with red hair turned to her quiet colleague and asked if she had seen everything. This innocent eerie. The woman froze for a few minutes and scrolled through all the facts she had received that evening in her head and thought about what to do. Finally, she gathered her courage and began to walk confidently toward the men. And when she was a few steps away from them, she addressed them and said that she was the student's class teacher. She told them that she had something to tell them, because there was enough evidence concerning this young lady who was standing next to them and begging for help. The student did not expect that this woman would dare to do such a thing. So she smiled nervously, because she had already realized what was coming next. There was no escaping the punishment. So the teacher, Jong Sung-yeon, told us about the break-in and the threat to her life. She also added a story about Han K-ri's bullying of teachers. They found facts that confirmed the innocence of teacher Ko Yoon-soo, and Kim So-hyun was investigated because she was an accomplice. She was accused of fabricating charges in Ko Yoon-soo's case and bullying teachers. She was also charged with trespassing on private property and threatening her life. Han I-ri is currently awaiting trial in custody. When an employee of the Ministry of Education came to her, she still proudly and brazenly first called the woman a bitch and then asked what she wanted. After all, everything was already over, so why did she come to her? To show her face? Despite all the words she said, the teacher calmly told her that the office had received 62 complaints about the young lady. This fact surprised the high school student, so she lowered her head guiltily. These complaints were about her behavior. However, most of them were about the death of a teacher, Ko Yoon-soo, where it was written that it was because of false accusations that this man took his own life. The ministry employee added that, to tell the truth, her class teacher had not sent them a complaint. After reading everything carefully, the girl grabbed the sheet in her hands and tore it in half. Then she smiled and said that it actually sounded very funny. And then she added that she would not be told about this hypocrite anymore. After that, she said that if the woman had nothing else to say, she could leave as soon as possible. After all, she was sick just looking at her face. Finally, the red-haired woman calmly addressed the girl by name and said that this was a shameful act on the part of the teacher and demonstrated something to the student, who opened her eyes wide. The girl's mind flashed back to her high school classroom teacher, who always wore a classic suit, light shirt, and tie. For several minutes, the student sat frozen by her memories. She scrunched up her face and drew her eyebrows together in a fierce manner, and small, scanty tears began to form in her eyes. The woman standing by the table said that the student had also gone beyond the limits of what was permitted, and she should understand this. And then she added that she had done the same thing when she was in high school. But even so, the teacher still didn't sympathize one bit. After all, the law says that everyone who commits a crime becomes a criminal. The girl looked at the teacher from under her forehead. The red-haired woman turned to face the door to finally leave the place. However, she finally calmly said, "I promise, Jung Sang-nel, that teacher, he will definitely pay the price." By this time, the man had already arrived at Chunman High School. He straightened his black braids away from his eyes and took out a cigarette and smoked nervously. The school staff member noticed a lot of dust on his index finger as he ran his right hand along the windowsill of the classroom. And after seeing that, he turned angrily, saying what he had said to him last time. All these words referred to the student who stood behind the teacher with his head bowed and hands in his jacket pockets. After a few minutes, the man began to say that the dust had been rising a lot lately. He reproached him for asking him to pay special attention to cleaning in the morning. Suddenly, the teacher turned to face the student and grabbed him firmly by the head and put his index finger with the dust on it in his mouth, wiping it off with his tongue. After that, the student bent down to the ground and covered himself with his hands and started coughing non-stop from what was in his mouth. The man was watching all this. Then he asked the student why he was spitting out. After all, the dust had come in because he was not careful and did not pay proper attention to cleaning. And in the end, he asked the question, shouldn't he have licked everything up afterwards? Because he is very bad at his job. This showdown continued during one of the lessons where many of this young man's classmates were sitting. The serious teacher raised his eyebrows and said with his thread-thin lips that from now on the student would be called bastard. After the lesson, the man was sitting in the teacher's office, and a student came to him, wearing round glasses and holding a small pink gift box. The teacher asked what it was. The girl replied that it was gratitude for his good advice. It made her feel much better. The student smiled sweetly and looked intently into the man's eyes and expressed her great gratitude. The teacher reached for the brightly colored box, but only took the envelope on top and said that he would only accept the letter that was there. In response, he also smiled and added that he was happy to help her with advice and asked her not to bring anything like that next time, because it was enough for him to just thank her verbally. One of the colleagues who saw all this came over and leaned on the system unit and told the teacher that she envied him because this student was not even in his class, but she worked so hard that she even asked him for help. The man opened the envelope with an indifferent expression on his face and said that it didn't matter if the student was from his class or hers. He would help as much as he could when asked. But the question is, shouldn't any employee of an educational institution do this? The envelope contained money, about $2,700. Suddenly, everyone in the teacher's office was alerted. The door opened and the following phrase was heard. "Wait a second, Inspector Hua Jin. We haven't finished talking to you yet." The principal held the black-haired man by the sleeve of his jacket and continued to say that their school had no problems with students. It must be some kind of misunderstanding and suggested that they sit down and calmly discuss everything and leave. The employee from the Ministry of Education turned his head to the main school, smiled and calmly said that he had received a complaint and had come here to check whether it was true or not. The man's face became frightened at these words and sweat began to appear on his face and drip down. The inspector turned to him, emphasizing that he had just said that there were no problems, so there was nothing to worry about. So, standing at the door, the man greeted the teachers and said that he was an inspector from the Bureau of Education. Everyone present froze, as they still did not fully understand what had just happened. Squinting his eyes, the man smiled sweetly and asked everyone to cooperate. The teacher, who had just received a considerable reward, was not happy about this visit and showed it with his whole appearance. At this time, in the classroom where this teacher was teaching, the students were sitting at recess and discussing their topics. One of them took off his school jacket and stood in a purple hoodie. The student who had been humiliated in front of everyone was sitting at his desk, upset, with his head on his right hand, scribbling in his notebook. Suddenly someone decided to disturb him. So he put his foot on top of his notebook, wearing a rubber flip-flop and a white sock. It turned out to be his classmate who had dyed his hair red. The young man leaned over to the boy and asked him what had happened. Putting his lips to his classmate's ear, he said that the next lesson would be with the class teacher, so he still had time to kick his ass. He ordered the boy to get up quickly and start cleaning up, and he warned him not to behave the same way as in the morning. The midterm exam was coming up, so why should they disrupt the class because of him? The humiliated student continued to sit at his desk with his head bowed. However, after all the words were said, he said that he would do everything now, but his classmate had to take his leg. The dyed-in-the-wool man, with his eyebrows raised, said that there were rumors that a miserable student like him had accidentally died while studying. What a misfortune! The impudent student continued to humiliate his classmate, saying that his grandfather, who carries waste paper, does not straighten his back at all. After that, he asked if he needed to pull out the bells. At that time, the insidious teacher and the inspector were walking along one of the school's corridors. The black-haired man walked behind with his hands in his pants pockets. The school employee was carrying a magazine under his right arm. Suddenly he stopped and without turning around asked the ministry official why he was asking him about the school's problems. The man replied that the others would get their turn, so he didn't have to worry about it. The teacher heard the answer and continued, "Problem students, indeed." Then he asked if there were any schools in the world without students who constantly cause problems. After a minute, he turned his head a little and added, "If you look at it that way, the inspector must have a lot to do. After all, they were one of the 100 he came to see and asked if the Bureau didn't deal only with bad students." Without giving him time to answer, he said that, of course, they are allowed to use physical violence unlike them, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the interlocutor, who suggested that the gentleman must have misunderstood. And with a serious expression on his face, he said that they work not only with children. This time, the inspector did not have time to finish because the teacher emphasized that he also supports their methods. After all, students who don't understand the rules of this world are just garbage, which is disgusting to look at. This monologue surprised the man who came to check on him. While the teacher was smiling and slowly turning to the interlocutor, the inspector's thoughts ran through the words methods and to teach this garbage. The teacher bowed his head and addressed the gentleman, saying that he would go to class, and if he had any questions, he could ask them later. After that, the man quickly turned around and walked to his classroom, while the inspector remained standing in the same place with his hands in his pants pockets. But he was not just standing there, he was carefully thinking about the fact that this man was behaving rather impudently, strangely, and self-confidently. When the teacher came to the classroom and opened the door, he saw something that surprised him. It turned out that in the classroom, right in front of the blackboard, one student was sitting on top of another and punching him in the face. The teacher watched for a few seconds. The main bully of the class was very angry. He switched to his left hand and continued to hit, saying, "Can that big-eyed bastard hear him?" And he added that he had become too arrogant. The blow was so hard that the whole class heard a loud sound, and the young man turned his head to the side, grimacing in pain. And at that moment, the teacher decided to intervene and walked across the classroom to the two high school students and looked at them with a serious look. and the painted student noticed him and turned his head back to see who was coming. The man, with one hand in his pants pockets, calmly addressed one of the children, Kim Gwang Schmuck, by name, and asked what he was doing. The bully said a long, "Ah," and then apologized. And getting to his feet, he began to tell him that in the morning he had pointed out his joint, so he asked him to clean it up, but he was in a bad mood, so he attacked him. And in the end he added that, of course, he might be wrong, but he didn't have time to finish because the teacher raised his eyebrows with a serious expression. He said, "Choi Hyun-un," a young man who had just been beaten and wore glasses. The teacher ordered him to kneel down and apologize to Kwang Shik-koi. The student was outraged by this, so he jumped to his feet and began to scream, saying that he was the first to curse his grandfather. The man replied calmly that whatever the reason, he was the first to attack and start a fight. Then the gentleman came closer to the student, put his hand on one of his shoulders, and said that, starting with non-compliance with the rules, he ends up with violence. After all, no matter what, garbage is garbage. And leaning over to his right ear, the teacher smiled slyly and looked at the young man with an oblique glance and asked if he was telling the truth. And finally he added, "A bastard of a loser who collects garbage." The student was very surprised and at the same time very offended by these words because he did not expect to hear such things from a school employee. So he turned around, grabbed the teacher by his tie and shirt, raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and shouted angrily, asking why he was the only one being bullied. And a second later he continued to ask why the teacher didn't abuse other students like this, so why only him? What did he do that the others didn't do? The man replied, smiling sarcastically, that a student should not talk to a teacher like that, let alone grab his chest. After all, this is how he violates his authority. Suddenly, the young man's hand, which was clenched into a fist, was caught by an inspector who had just entered the classroom. The teacher said in surprise, "Inspector Na Hua Jin." All the students in the class looked at him carefully, and someone said, "Who is this guy? What inspector? What is he going to do here?" The student who was wearing a pink hoodie asked if something was wrong with their school, and the young man who was recording everything on his smartphone said, "Na Hua Jin, get out of here." The student wearing glasses looked the inspector straight in the eye with his mouth open, and the words came to mind that if the bureau caught him, he would go to jail the same day. The employee from the Ministry of Education, with a serious expression on his face, looked at both the student and his class teacher carefully and thought about the situation. So he turned to the teacher and asked him if he could take this student under his care. The man straightened his tie and answered with a clear and short, "Of course." And a second later he added that when the bureau comes, there will be some good educational activities that will help to establish a positive mood in the classroom. Suddenly the whole class heard the phrase, "Bad luck to the trash," from one of the students in the class. At this time, the inspector leaned over to the left ear of the young man, who was standing there, already frightened. He quietly asked him to clench his hand back into a fist. This surprised the teenager even more, because he could not understand why he had to do this. The inspector's gaze was directed at the teacher, who was still standing and adjusting his tie, thinking that everything had ended well enough for him. Suddenly, he noticed that the black-haired man holding the student's hand pointed it directly at the teacher and struck him on the right cheek so that saliva flew in all directions. The students of this class, who had seen all this, opened their mouths in surprise and stood silently, watching what would happen next. It even scared them a little. The teacher was surprised by this development of events, so he held on to the place where he was hit and asked why the inspector did it. The inspector replied that he and the teacher agreed on something. More specifically, he agreed with the fact that we need to get rid of the garbage that has already allowed itself to do a lot. And then he smiled slyly. A minute later, I asked him if that's what the teacher, a bastard who equates his students with himself, thought. The teacher stood there and angrily held his cheek, which still hurt. After this incident, 2 employees of the Ministry of Education met in the schoolyard. The woman handing over the sheets said that they were Han I-Ri's data. She went on to say that she was a good student in the second grade, but that was before Jong Sang-nel was appointed as her class teacher and she was in the top 10. The man reread the sheets and asked what was known about her parents. The lady answered that in the first grade of elementary school, the student's parents divorced and the father raised the girl alone. Since his job was related to sales, he had to go on business trips for 6 months. That's why they rarely contacted each other. He was a complete stranger to her and wasn't even interested in her school life. After listening to everything, the gentleman began to roll the sheets into a tube and calmly said, "It's because—" The woman was surprised and said, "Oh?" The gentleman went on to say that Choi Hyun-un, who is now under pressure from Sun Sang-nel, was the best student in elementary school and was ranked 3rd-4th, but he lost his parents early and now lives with his grandfather who collects waste paper. After listening to everything, the woman asked what the hell he was talking about. Isn't a child who has no family allowed to study well? And in the end, she added that she also had no mother, and that was why she was very angry. Suddenly, the attention of the educators was drawn to a situation that was just happening in the schoolyard a few meters away. They heard the following words, "Fucking suckers, stand straight and tall." It turned out to be one of the school teachers, who, with his hands behind his back, was addressing the two students, saying, "How can these young men with swollen faces afford to be idle?" One of the young men said that this was not true and clarified that they could not even go outside the school grounds, and then added that they were not trying to escape, they just wanted to buy food and eat here. The teacher did not like this impudent behavior and decided to slap the student as a form of discipline, because he could not talk to adults like that. However, he did not restrain himself and continued to slap the student, asking if he was trying to justify himself in this way. And he clarified whether leaving the school was not a violation of the rules. The teenager, hiding behind his hands, replied that they were not trying to leave. Then the man noticed that another student was holding a phone and asked him if he was filming it, and a second later added that he was doing the right thing. The teacher asked the boys if they knew that an inspector from the Education Bureau had come yesterday, and they are here because of students like them. A woman with red hair watched and said that it looks like they have other problems besides Chan Sun-nel. The man closed his eyes sadly and said that there was a misunderstanding of their work, so they would have to demonstrate it to the fullest. And before he catches Chan Sun-nel, he will take up the task of re-educating these devils, and lowered his hands and began to move towards the side where the showdown was taking place. At this time, the teacher, who had been taking bribes from the students, was walking down the hallway and was thinking that he hadn't told the bureau inspector his name, but he knew him anyway, and it didn't mean he was after him. He stopped for a moment and assumed that this trash named Choi Hyun-un had reported everything and written a complaint against him. Then he raised his right hand to his chin and emphasized that this could not be true, because he had just taken up his upbringing, and he hadn't done anything wrong for the bureau to come after him. The teacher's thoughts were interrupted by a group of students standing in the corridor, discussing something loudly, leaning on the windowsill. Through the wall, one of the teachers could be heard shouting at the student, calling him a sucker, while the student stood there thinking that the hag was at it again, and he would have been better off borrowing a sweatshirt. The teacher put her hands to her sides and continued to shout loudly, "I thought you could solve this in half a break." All these words referred to a young man who stood at the blackboard with his head bowed over a problem he could not solve. The student could not stand the pressure, so he turned to the woman and shouted that he really could not do it. This made the lady very angry, and she repeated, "You still can't do it." So she quickly rolled up the textbook, walked closer to the student, and started hitting him in the face, calling him stupid. The young man tried to shield himself from the blows, but the woman kept shouting, "Why can't you solve it when you've gone through all the material?" and suggested that it was possible because he was playing with his gadgets during class. If he didn't study, he would be expelled from school and forced to go to work at the factory. The teacher who heard all this noticed that teacher Kang Hyun-suk is in a bad mood every morning, so she takes it out on the children. And then he started walking down the corridor, thinking that there was already enough garbage in the school, so why was he the first to be handed out? He raised his eyebrows and began to think about it even more carefully. At that time, the inspector was already standing near a classroom where the teacher was yelling at one of the students. He stopped to look after the teacher. Then the man bent his head down carefully, looking at something and making a plan for his further actions. It turned out that he had written in a small notebook with a black pen in capital, beautiful letters, "Suspend teacher Jong Sang-nel." Further events unfolded on the sports ground near the school where the teacher put a pointer to the student's hair and asked her to look at her hair. He asked her what kind of job she would get with that look. The girl bowed her head guiltily and said that this was allowed in this educational institution, to which the teacher replied, "If you shout about freedom, you can fall. Freedom must be in everything." Then the man raised his eyebrows and made a face, brought the pointer to another place on the young lady's body, and asked her to tell him the truth, answering the question whether she was going to seduce guys in nightclubs. The student was offended by the accusation and looked at her collarbone, which was being pressed by the teacher. The woman shouted, "Ouch!" from the pain and took a few steps back. To this reaction, the man replied, "Oh, I was wrong." And then he asked if she was going to go and complain about him for sexual harassment, and he emphasized that girls have been abusing their rights lately. Then he began to threaten her, saying that if she told him about it, he would hang her by the neck near the house, and she would be responsible for his wife leaving him. He asked her again, "Do you understand?" The girl began to cover her face and loudly cried. The man leaned over her and asked why she wanted to make him a bad person. The inspector watched the situation from the balcony and made notes in his notebook. During that day, the ministry employees saw quite a few angry teachers who were taking it out on their students. For example, a teacher was yelling loudly, asking a girl where she was looking. In another classroom, a teacher threw his textbook at a student sitting in the second row on the third desk, all because the teacher did not like the way he was behaving. In another class, an adult lady stood at the podium and pointed her left index finger at the door and shouted for one of the students to leave the classroom immediately. The inspector was able to take notes on every last detail so that he would know what to do with whom in the future. After several classes had passed, the teachers gathered in the teacher's office, where one lady raised her hands in the air and shouted that it was time for lunch. Her colleague got to his feet and said he was going to go to a Chinese restaurant. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a voice coming from the loudspeaker, and everyone instinctively turned their heads to it and listened attentively to the words, "This is the Education Bureau speaking." The black-haired man, holding a small microphone with his right hand and his notebook with the other, continued to say that the teachers he was about to name would be forced to gather in the gym. And he began to list them: Jong Sang-nel, Ma Dong-chang, Kang Hyun-suk, Park Han-seo, Choi Chun-haek, Yang Sung-mi, Yi Yu-yeon. When they all gathered at the destination, they were handed something that made them surprised. So one of them called the inspector respectable and asked what it was. The man replied that for the last 2 days he had been walking around the school and realized that they had problems with teaching. From now on, they would become students to experience everything for themselves. The information they heard surprised the teachers and scared them at the same time. That's why the physical education teacher asked if he was kidding or what. And then the facts started pouring in. For example, the fact that the midterm exam is coming up and this is just out of the question. The inspector was not listening to all this very attentively, scratching his left ear with his finger. One of the teachers, who wore round glasses, opened her mouth wide and shouted, "What kind of education bureau is this? Do they have a problem with the authority of teachers?" She walked closer to the man and raised her finger up, adding, "Does it make sense to undermine their authority in this way?" The gentleman in black replied calmly, asking if she even knew what a bureau was, and he began to tell her that the rights of teachers, the rights of parents, and also the rights of students during their studies, incompetent teachers who infringe on the rights of students receiving education. They are also obviously their target. Then he calmly added that there were too many complaints and said that if they didn't want to wear the uniform, they didn't have to. Putting his thin black stick on his shoulder, he happily announced that tomorrow morning there would be letters on their desks. All those present began to look at each other. Then he smiled broadly so that all his white teeth were visible, and added that they would be about disciplinary reprimands with the seal of the Ministry of Education. The inspector couldn't stop laughing at this, so the last phrase was, "when at meet." This made the teachers very angry, but they still held their uniforms in their hands. The next day, the teacher who took the bribes stood there dressed in his school uniform and said that he was a student named Jeong-Song Nell. Of course, it was late, but students are students regardless of age. The inspector put his black stick on his shoulder and smilingly said that they should become friends and that their relationship would be informal. This development surprised the students of this class. They began to laugh quietly, covering their hands. One of them even said that their class teacher was now a student and then laughed out loud. When the teacher took a seat at an empty desk, a student who was looking at him on his smartphone emphasized that the uniform fit quite well, as if it had been sewn on him from the very beginning. Two boys standing at the back of the class continued to laugh loudly and asked the teacher to look at them, addressing him simply as San Nensik, which made the man very angry and he tried to hold back. But suddenly, a dark blue rag fell on the table in front of him, and this surprised him, and he bowed his head a little and opened his mouth. This rag had been brought and placed by the same student whom he had fed with dust a few days earlier. The young man said that Manhwa Jin had told him to clean up as well. The older man tried to smile sweetly instead of doing something irreparable. During one of the classes, the teacher drew a world map on the board and explained that Japan is still seeking the sovereignty of Dokdo. But there are even Japanese sources according to which this island is recognized as the territory of Japan. Then the teacher, holding a chalk in her hand, turned her face to the students and asked them who could name the three main sources. She did not see a forest of hands, so she decided to look in the magazine to see who should answer. At this time, the teacher was sitting languidly with his hand on his head. She decided that the teacher should answer this question. Who was surprised to hear the question and asked, "Yaye?" Seeing that he was not ready, the woman said that the next person on the list would answer, and it turned out to be a student with round glasses whose name was Choi Hyun-un. So he carefully got to his feet, and he began to say, "Inju Shi Cheon Hapki, 1667, Map of the Three Countries, 1785, Taijongwan Jiren Moon, 1877, and others." The teacher looked at the young man and said that this was a very good answer, and she clarified that he had memorized everything, even the dates, and then she asked him if he was the one who scored the highest score in the Korean history exam. The student replied that he was looking forward to the next exam. The next scene takes place in the school cafeteria during lunch. The students were standing in line, each picking up cutlery on a tray and waiting for their turn to receive their food. A young man who had answered quite well in the previous lesson sat quietly at one of the tables and quickly ate his food with chopsticks. Behind him sat his class teacher, who was watching him with his head on his left hand and his right hand stirring the food on his plate. With a serious and angry expression on his face, the man sat like that for almost the entire long break that was specifically designated for lunch. Suddenly, an inspector approached him, put down his tray of food, and smilingly asked the teacher who he was prying with his piercing gaze. The ministry official then sat down and began to eat, saying that Hyun-un was a very sincere boy, and despite the difficult situation of his family, he has a good reputation among the teachers because he studies much better than the other students. But why is his class teacher, Un, so upset that he can't make him happy? The man listened to all of this with his eyes glazed over and an angry look on his face. Then he stood up and said that there was no discrimination against the students on his part. The inspector replied that if he was not going to eat, then perhaps this pork cutlet would satisfy him. However, the teacher stood up and started to walk calmly to the exit because He did not like it very much. And the gentleman with black hair and a mouthful of food raised his piercing gaze and stared after the offended classroom teacher. Further in one corner of the school, a group of teenagers stood smoking cigarettes, and one stood peering over the wall so that no one could catch them doing this. The blond boy told the blond boy to watch very carefully so that no one would burn them. The blonde replied that it was good, because if anyone saw him with the smokers, he would be in trouble. He was distracted for a moment, and when he turned his head to see if anyone was moving in their direction again, he noticed something and started to say, "Eee," in surprise. And the young man quickly turned his head to his classmates and began to say timidly, "Fuck, there's this. Should I say something? Like..." Blondie, not understanding anything, told him to say it more clearly. But before he could say anything, the teacher, Kim Gui-cheek, appeared and came to them with his hands in his pants pockets and a serious expression on his face. The students who were smoking started throwing everything away quickly and turned to their class teacher in fright. The man calmly said that the rest of the children had already moved to another boat. Then he held up 2 fingers of his right hand and asked for 1 cigarette. So the young man with dyed hair, who was also the school's main rebel, gave the teacher what he asked for and helped him light it with a lighter. After taking 1 drag, the teacher asked why the boy didn't do what he asked. The boy started to get nervous and said, "Me? Me? What do you mean?" The man said he was talking about Choi Hyun-un. He asked why that bastard was still eating his brain. After all, he asked to get rid of him by the middle of the semester. The student began to say that this task was harder than they thought, because the bureau was constantly watching him. The man replied that no one said to deal with him at school, because there are many ways to do things outside of school. The teenager decided it was time to leave, so he started pacing, telling him to get behind him because he would not do anything for him. Suddenly, the teacher put his hand on the student's shoulder and said that he was not asking to deal with him for free, but if he did, he would. The gentleman did not have time to finish because the boy interrupted him and said that he would not take the case anyway. The man shook his head from side to side and told the young man to think it over and not to refuse just like that. Then he approached the student from behind, scaring him quite a bit, and whispered the following with a serious expression. The boy made very big eyes and opened his mouth a little in surprise. After that, he turned his head to the class teacher and asked if he was telling him the truth, to which the man first called him a puppy and then ordered him to be quiet. This situation was imperceptibly observed by the inspector, who was also on a smoke break at the time, but on the roof of the school, and he was very, very interested in this situation. Then the events unfolded on the streets of the city, where a saleswoman left a package of paper cups with a note on it that read, "Grandpa, this is especially for you. I hope it will make his job a little easier." The elderly man carefully picked it up and put it on his cart, thinking that it was probably important to collect such a pile of cups. But the world is not without good people. The man smiled sweetly and said to himself that he was definitely in a good mood, and that Hyun-un would not have to buy that strange soup in the alley today because they could make it themselves. After that, the man put on white gloves and took hold of the cart's handles and began to slowly roll it along the sidewalk. After walking 1 block, 3 men dressed in black clothes or standing out a bit from the street were watching the man from behind one house. They watched him closely for several minutes. They were also wearing caps and masks so that their faces were not visible on purpose, and it was impossible to guess who was hiding behind them. In one cafe, there were 2 people, a man and a woman, who said that she had learned about everything from her daughter. So she asked the question that the Education Bureau had arrived and was now terrorizing him. The modest-looking lady asked if he was okay. Does he need any help? The gentleman took 1 sip of tea and said that she shouldn't worry because they had already thought of everything perfectly. The woman replied that the fact that this young man was mocking her and meddling where he shouldn't be made her very nervous. The teacher smiled and said that if she was talking about Choi Hyun-un, she shouldn't worry because he had already ruined his life. He added that he would no longer be able to concentrate on his studies. At this time, the young men in black caught up with the old man and started throwing the waste paper up, and even tore some of it into small pieces. The children did this very joyfully, shouting and laughing loudly. My grandfather stood a few meters away and shouted at them for what they were doing, calling them assholes. Then he walked up to one of them, grabbed him from behind by the shoulders and asked him to stop doing it, shouting loudly. The young man didn't like that and turned around and punched the old man in the face with his right fist, so hard that his head turned to the side. And then he fell to the ground and began to cover himself with his hands to protect himself from new blows, and his cap fell near him. All the hooligans came up to him, and one of them said, "How can he touch him with his dirty hands?" And he asked if he knew how much these clothes cost. And he said that his grandfather would not be able to pay, even if he collected 50 such wagons. After saying that, the young man raised his head above the elderly man, and he struck the man hard in the ribs, causing him a lot of pain. The old man grimaced but kept himself from screaming. At that time, the grandfather's student was returning home from school and was a few blocks away from the place where the fight took place. But he did not hear anything because he was listening to music in his headphones with a Walkman. When he raised his head to look at the road in the distance, he noticed his grandfather coming out of the alley and pulling his cart with waste paper. The young man walked over and put the Walkman in his jacket pocket and smiled happily at the old man and said, "Hello." And the man said, "Oh my God, my Hyun-un is already leaving school." The boy put his school bag on the cart and told his grandfather to leave it, because he would help him. The old man replied that it would be very uncomfortable for him if he had to carry it through the streets. The student smilingly asked why it would be inconvenient because it was their bread. Moreover, he was not very tired at school, so he still had a lot of energy to put to good use. But when the student looked closely, he noticed something that surprised him in the form of an old man and asked him what was wrong with his face. What happened? When he received no answer, the young man angrily asked who had attacked him. The man smiled to diffuse the situation and said that everything was actually fine, and there was no point in being so nervous. And the old man decided to tell him that he was very lucky today, because a man who was passing by quickly scattered them, ordered them to leave, and thus saved him. Then the man addressed his grandson by name and said that no matter how hard it was, he should not give up because bad things happen in life, but good things also happen. It turned out that this savior was an inspector who forced the attackers to kneel down and take off their caps and black masks to see who was underneath. The black-haired man sat down next to the painted man and said that his older brother had come, and if the head of the house was not his father but his eldest son, should the young man listen to him. Holding a cigar between his teeth, the inspector asked seriously what Sanel had said. What made them decide to do this? Why did they allow themselves to do this? Meanwhile, in the cafe, a man sitting with the mother of one of the students put a yellow flash drive on the table and said that it was his backup just in case. The lady reached for the flash drive, took it carefully with her right hand, and asked what the man was asking her not to show it to anyone and to watch it when she was alone. The lady looked carefully at this yellow thing and asked again what it was. The inspector, holding a cigarette between his teeth and smiling, showed the painted student the flash drive and asked if it was a mid-term exam question. When he didn't get an answer, he continued to ask if they had the courage to undermine the student's performance. And the target for persecution is an inferior family, which the school gives up on if there are difficulties. But a second later he added that it was actually within his competence. The circumstances were established, the evidence was found. The man was very pleased because he did not expect to find everything so quickly. So now he can start the real training. The class teacher of the high school students was smiling to himself as he continued to sit in the cafe. After this situation, the red-haired woman looked at this ominous yellow flash drive and asked him if he was bullying the kids because of their grades. And did he have a plan to distribute exam tests? The lady sat on the edge of the ring while the inspector practiced by the punching bag. And the lady looked at him and said that if he reported this to the police, his shop would be closed down quickly. Suddenly, the gentleman looked up from his work and said that it was impossible, and then he asked if distributing tests was the only sin of Jong Sang-nul. First, we need to find more evidence of his brazen activities. After saying that, the man picked up speed and ran right at the pear tree. He hit it hard with his right hand, which was tied with a white elastic bandage. The inspector bent down to pick it up and put it back in place, and began to fix the bandage on his left arm because it had come undone for some reason. The colleague opened her eyes wide at what she saw and asked the captain if he was angry because it had touched the young man's family. After this question, the man stood there and did not move as he thought about the best answer. So he squared his shoulders, raised his hands, and said, "A little bit," in a short and clear voice. The next day at the school, all the teachers were holding certain sheets of paper and looking at what was written on them in surprise. The women tried to read it carefully because they still could not understand why they were handed it. But there was a bold heading saying that it was a midterm exam, and then there were the tasks. The first one was to clean the classroom, and you could get 2 points for that. The second task was to clean the cafeteria, which also earned 2 points. The third task was to greet the students. The fourth task is to read the school rules. And the last task was to apologize to the students in question. The inspector stood in front of the teachers with his black thin wand on his shoulder and watched their reactions. One of them finally dared to ask what it was. A black-haired man with a serious expression shouted to the whole class that the midterm exam would begin from now on. He added that the test would end exactly 1 week later at 21 minutes to 0, and those who do not score 60 points will be considered bad students, and they will be immediately suspended, which means only one thing: complete expulsion from school. All the teachers present were quite frightened by the information. Then, smiling sarcastically with all his 32 teeth, he said that the people paid special attention to the last task. The senior class teacher was very angry at what he read, and sweat began to break out on his face and slowly trickled down. 2 names were written on his paper: Choi Hyun-un and Kim Kwang-sik. At this time, the inspector added that they should try hard because if they didn't deal with this problem, they would become outcasts. After this meeting in the school gym, the physical education teacher shouted loudly that it was too much, because one of his students was holding his hands behind him, and the student poked him with a small pointer saying, "What? Are you sorry?" She added that they should forgive him for doing this to girls all the time. After a few minutes of this torture, the young lady continued, asking why he was crying, because they thought he was going too far because it was just a joke. Is the one they suffered so much from really shaking all over the place? And smiling, she repeated once again that it was a joke and they were just trying. The class teacher of the high school saw this mockery as he was standing a few meters away. He was very unhappy with what he saw. He said to himself, "What kind of a joke is this?" And he began to wonder if he could bow his head before that bastard Choi Hyun-un. Then he took out his assignment sheet and carefully examined the tasks and concluded that he would think about it after a while when he had put his thoughts in order. However, in the end, he could not understand why the name Kim Kwang-sik was there, so he decided to start with something easier. A few minutes later, the teacher found the dyed-in-the-wool class rebel sitting outside the school smoking a cigarette. The man held a sheet of paper up to the boy's face and asked him to sign it. And continuing to stand there, he seriously asked how Choi Hyun-un's grandfather was feeling. And while the student was finishing his cigar, the teacher continued to demand an explanation of how everything went. Even if he was hospitalized, it was a great success. The young man was listening attentively and was already tired of such accusations and assignments. So he jumped to his feet and punched the class teacher, saying that he was going to be taken to the hospital. The boy beat the man for several minutes, asking him how many weeks he would be given. 1, 2, or maybe all 10. The teacher managed to catch a moment to ask if the student had lost his mind or what was going on with him. The teenager continued to kick angrily, shouting that it was not he who had gone crazy, but the teacher, who called him a jerk. He asked the teacher if he could make him do such things. Then the man fell to the ground face up, and the student took out another cigarette and put it to his mouth. The other one was carefully looking at the teacher's assignment sheet. After a few minutes of silence, he asked the classroom teacher if he was apologizing for such insolent behavior with the children, but it looked very boring. So he threw the letter at the man and he fell on his face. The young man said that the gentleman looked very poor. After the teenager turned around and walked to the school, the teacher took the letter with his right hand and used his left hand to help himself to his feet. The inspector again watched this fight, but this time from the window of the teacher's office. He said that the old man was collecting autographs. Then he congratulated him and said that there was one more left. But he sarcastically emphasized that he only needed 2 signatures, and it was so difficult. The school employee looked up to look at his alleged interlocutor. The next day, the teachers were cleaning up the trash around the school, sweeping the sidewalks and thoroughly washing the windows. The class teacher stood at the restroom, looking down and smoking a cigarette, wondering why his relationship with Kim Kwan-cheek had deteriorated so dramatically. He assumed that something might have happened yesterday when he told the young man something to make him go perform that inhumane task. But it also occurred to me that maybe the file was on the yellow flash drive he had put in his pocket. But in any case, it's not the worst thing that could have happened, and it won't break him. This test is from last year. He couldn't give the real one to such a jerk. When the teacher took his last drag, his colleague told him that the cleaning was over and they could be free for the day. However, suddenly a crumpled piece of paper hit the classroom teacher on the forehead, and the man was forced to look up to see who had done it. And he saw students looking out of the windows of the school and throwing their garbage in the place where the teachers had just cleaned up. And laughing loudly, they were shouting at them to keep picking up or they would not get points. One student who wore glasses raised his right hand up, smiling happily, and shouted, "Were they allowed to stop?" And other students began to shout back, namely, "Get out of school, go away, get lost." The teachers were very surprised by this and stood for a few seconds looking at the school. After this incident, one of the teachers brought in her resignation. She handed it to the inspector, saying that she had made this decision yesterday because the students thought they did not need them. The man stood there and listened attentively. The woman was very upset by what had happened, so she looked down and added that it would be proof that they loved their students. A minute later, she added that whether she left or not, she would still apologize again. After all, a teacher who is not respected by students has no right to teach. The lady folded her arms and tilted her head down a little, as if bowing, and thanked the inspector for being able to convey such an important point. And then she turned around and started to walk toward the exit, but a black-haired gentleman called her and asked her to wait because he was taking something out of his inside jacket pocket. He pulled out a sheet and showed it to her, saying that students had signed for her today. And they said that sometimes she was annoying, but that was no reason to give up on the teacher. He added that the woman had successfully scored 62 points. Therefore, he suggested that she take off her school uniform and start her school duties. After that, the inspector turned to the other teachers and said that they could do the same. All those present were quite angry. And smiling, he continued to say that they could see that decent children were being raised in this school. If this is a sincere apology, then there will be a holiday on their street. The high school class teacher was standing behind him and was just boiling with anger, so he said angrily, "If it's sincere." So he decided to act as quickly as possible and came to the student and addressed him by name, saying that he was wrong and finally dared to ask him to forgive him. The man knelt down with his head bowed and said that if there was anger in his heart, he could let it go here and now. He did so. The young man continued to sit silently at his desk. The teacher decided to continue speaking, saying that if the student wanted him to resign, he would. Finally, he asked him if he had anything to say. The boy again did not answer anything, and this reaction made the teacher nervous, and he leaned his hands on the table and angrily said, "Hyun-un," to somehow reach the student. Then the teacher realized that he was going a little overboard, so he tried to smile sweetly and said that he was also wrong then, because he was in a fit of anger. Finally, the young man decided to say something, and it was that he would think carefully about his offer, that he would improve, and then his life would fall apart again. So he said that if the man wanted to quit, he could do it at any time. He did not care, because he knows that worrying about a freak like him is a waste of time. Then he turned his face to the teacher and looked him in the eye and said that he would never do anything that could negatively affect his life because of an asshole like this teacher. The next day, the high school teacher came to the prison where Han I-ri was being held and knelt down in front of the girl. He tried to smile and said, "Ski, how many years, how many winters?" and raised his hand up and asked how the lady was doing. However, the lady was not happy about his visit, so she decided that she could give him a kick from the foot on which she was wearing a sneaker right in the face. All this was happening when it was quite dark outside, and something could be seen only where a flashlight attached to a pole was shining. The girl continued to beat the teacher, and the inspector, who was sitting on the stairs a few meters away, watched closely. The man was lying on the ground with his hand over his head, screaming loudly, begging the young lady to forgive him because so much time had passed. However, this did not convince the lady, and she struck the man in the chin. The blow was so hard that the man turned his head to the right side and his nose bled. The girl kept repeating, "What? Forgive? Forgive?" Gritting her teeth in anger, she asked him if he could just forget everything, especially what he had done to her when he was her class teacher in high school. And again she asked him if he was sure he was asking for her forgiveness. And a picture came to mind of her as a little girl crying and washing the floor with a blue cloth, while the man stood behind her with his arms folded across his chest. Then the girl, kneeling down without turning her head to the teacher, timidly said that she was done and asked if she could go home now. The gentleman made a serious expression and said, with his eyebrows raised, that tomorrow there would be a midterm exam in this class, and smiling a little, he added that he would come in an hour to check everything here, and if he found at least one speck of dust, she would be ready. That same day, after school, someone pushed the same girl so hard that she hit her back hard against the brick wall and grimaced in pain. It turned out to be a gang of girls who surrounded the student from all sides. The little lady could not understand what was happening, so she asked them what they wanted from her. Smiling broadly, the girl said, "Welcome to Maimin's beauty salon," and showing her scissors, they said that they would make her an incredible beauty. Hearing this, the girl said that she did not need to do this. However, it happened anyway. And the young lady sat on her knees near that ominous wall, sad and disappointed, because she had a new hairstyle and strands of hair were lying around her. Picking up a few curls, she began to sob loudly because she was so hurt and painful by what they had done to her. Suddenly, she saw someone's black shadow from around the corner, as she said, "Hello? What is it?" This made the student stop for a few seconds and look at who was standing there. It turned out to be her class teacher, who, seeing his student, began to smile and asked her why she had changed her hair. And without giving the lady a chance to answer, he said that it was even very good, so she could wear it all the time. This upset the girl even more, and she continued to sob loudly. Constant nitpicking, bullying, lowering of grades. At the time, the young lady did not understand why the class teacher put sticks in her wheels. One day she received a text message saying that Han Yun-ri was not on the list of students who had entered the secondary school of foreign languages, and at the end, they thanked her for showing interest in their school. After this letter, she cried in the locker room during her lunch break at work. Her colleagues tried to calm her down by telling her that everything would be fine because it wasn't even a university and all was not lost. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation and asked why the drinks hadn't been served to the third table yet. One of the workers angrily replied that they would get it done right away. Eri wiped away her tears and got to her feet, telling her friends that everything was fine and she would go back to work. One of the ladies asked if she could rest today. If so, she could talk to their bald manager. The student replied that she didn't need to because everything was fine. Returning to the hall, the girl went to the bar and took 3 glasses with certain drinks with black straws inserted into them. And slowly walking to the table, the young lady heard the following words: "Class teacher, thank you very much, because thanks to him, they were able to get into the School of Foreign Languages." The girl froze in her tracks because the teacher was sitting at the table with two students, and one of them handed him a light envelope saying that her mother was sending him a thank you. They turned out to be twins who were doing much worse than in their second year of high school. Then they asked Han Iri, smiling, if she had really failed the exam, and they received a positive answer. So they started clapping their hands with joy. And at that moment, the girl received answers to all her questions, and she realized that this piece of dog shit had arranged everything. And then she decided that she would not be deceived by her teachers twice more, and no one would ever offend her again because she didn't deserve it. So right now, the girl's hands were handcuffed, but she still bent down to the ground to pick up a large stone. She angrily raised it up right over her former class teacher, who was sitting on the ground looking at the upset young lady in fright. Standing there for a minute, the young lady opened her mouth wide and shouted that everything that had happened to her was because of him, and then tears quickly flowed. The man realized that the blow would definitely happen, and there was no way to avoid it. It scared him a lot, because he could see by her expression that her eyes and mouth were wide open. So he decided to turn around and try to get to his feet to escape, but the girl came back for him. And the man saw this and began to scream loudly, "Ah!" The young lady still continued to cry out that he had done this to her. Therefore, she must take revenge at any cost and whatever it takes. After all, her life had already gone downhill. She raised the stone again above the gentleman, who froze in place, watching her former student's actions. Suddenly, she was stopped by a voice she heard behind her, asking if she was going to kill him. After all, her whole life was ahead of her, but had she already decided to roll rice balls from a kook pob? Throwing the cigarette he had just finished on the ground, he added that she could do as she pleased. If she wanted to ruin her life, he would not stop her. And in the end, he said that it was up to her to decide. The girl stood there holding the stone up and listened attentively to what the inspector was saying. At this time, the teacher took advantage of the opportunity when she was not looking at him. He quickly got to his feet and started running away from her. And looking back, he angrily cursed and said how this girl had turned into such a soulless monster who could do this to a person. But taking the next step, the former class teacher missed and stepped between the steps, so his foot slipped. And he started to fall down the stairs, shouting loudly because what he saw in front of him scared him, and it happened very unexpectedly. The inspector approached the edge of the stairs, looked down carefully with his hands in his pants pockets, and asked the student if she had ever thought about it. "Is it worth it to ruin your life for such a trifle?" And down below was the teacher who, after landing, threw his arms and legs in different directions and foam began to come out of his mouth. Crying, the girl shouted that her life was already ruined and asked what she could do. She was already convicted and had been serving her sentence for several weeks. The black-haired man turned his head to her and emphasized that whether she was convicted or not was not really important. The main thing is what her heart tells her. He added that Ko Yoon-soo's teacher died because of her. The lady was surprised and saddened by these words, because she knew that she was the cause of the death of one person. The inspector said that she knew better than anyone what injustice was, and the girl had a picture in her head of a woman sitting in the kitchen one day looking at a photo in a wooden frame. On it was an elderly man smiling sweetly. The black-haired man continued that the injustice to teacher Ko Yoon-soo was incomparable to her. After all, his family is suffering 100 times more. The woman who was sitting in the kitchen was the wife of a school employee who unfortunately died. A person who was at peace after a murder, whether he was convicted or not, cannot lead a disorderly life. She is like abandoned garbage. And he said if she has a chance to start over, she must apologize to the family of the deceased. The girl put the stone down and began to think carefully about it. Next story. Teacher X of Seoul's Chukmen High School received bribes from students' parents and provided them with future exam papers. Today, he was arrested by the police. In the news, The anchor held a sheet in one hand and a microphone in the other, and seriously emphasized that the corrupt teacher X had been caught by the Education Bureau. According to the Bureau, the man had been engaged in this activity for 10 years. It turned out that he accepted bribes from parents and bullied some students. Teacher X also manipulated exam tests. He deliberately lowered the exam results of students from disadvantaged families. However, Miss N, who had recently started serving a sentence in a juvenile prison for driving the teacher to suicide, was also recognized as a victim of Teacher X. Lady N was disappointed in her teachers because of Teacher X and therefore committed the crime. However, now she has repented of her actions and writes letters to the family of the deceased every day. She does not ask for early release or just release. She just wants to say that she is very sorry. Therefore, it makes no sense to forgive her. The inspector calmly said that this case tells us all that a teacher's shameless teaching method can destroy the lives of his students. The red-haired colleague emphasized that the captain had done a good job. She added that she would never have thought Han A-ri would regret what he had done. The inspector replied that there is a collection called The Other Side of Education. People learn when they see not only good examples. These words surprised the interlocutor. Raising a cup of coffee to his lips, the man smiled happily and added that Jong Sung-nel was a bastard who only received his portion of true education at the very end. 3 months had passed, and the imprisoned student was still writing letters to the family of the teacher who had died because of her. Each time she carefully considered what she wanted to write. Suddenly, a guard named Han Yun-ri called out to her through the small bars on the door. Hearing the voice, the young lady turned her head in the direction where it was coming from. Then her hand reached through the bars and held a letter in a white, beautiful, small envelope. This surprised the student even more, because no one had ever written to her, only she, and then only to a certain family. So she did not know who could have done it. The young lady took the envelope carefully so as not to tear anything, opened it, and took out a letter and began to read it carefully while standing in the middle of her cell. The letter read, "Good afternoon, Han I-ri. I am the wife of your teacher Ko Yun-soo. I didn't have the strength to open the letters you have been sending me for 3 months. When I saw you on the news, I was shaking with anger because people began to sympathize with you. If you hadn't suffered before, it couldn't have caused my husband's death." As she read these lines, tears began to form in her eyes. She did not expect that anyone would ever write back to her. And on the second sheet was the following text. "I cannot forgive you, ER, but my husband is a teacher. Even if I can't forgive you, my husband would smile and forgive his student Han I-ri. Don't send any more letters. Don't go down the wrong path. Live a good and honest life. This will be a real atonement to my husband." The last lines moved the lady very much, and she clutched the letters tightly to her chest with both hands, bowed her head, and began to sob loudly. The story continues at a bus stop, where one guy tells us that he was so annoyed by the game that he even broke his keyboard. And he added that he just took the bitch and hit her against the monitor. He broke the keyboard in half and shoved it down the young man's throat, and with the other part he hit him in the balls. Seeing his grandfather approaching them, the boy continued to tell him that he had just chosen a good tactic for the attack, but the son of a bitch had spotted him and finished him off. The elderly man listened attentively and said, "Just look at today's students." And he remarked that an old man was standing in front of them, and they couldn't take his place. Then the man turned to a young man with green-dyed hair and asked why he allowed himself to swear like that in public places. Could it be that his parents had raised him badly? After these words, the young man began to slowly get up from the bench and took a few steps to approach the elderly man in the cap. But he struck him so hard right in the shoulder. It made the old man fall to the ground, dropping his cane and hitting his head hard on the bus stop wall. The teenager picked up the stick, leaned on it and bent down to the man, called him a fucking old man, and asked why he was bothering him at all. And why is he asking about his parents? Why does he have to listen to humiliation about them? And in the end, he added one last question. Is the gentleman drunk or what? Because his mouth stinks, so he asked to cover it and not to stick his head out anymore. Then they went into the bus, where the people who were there began to find out what was going on at the end, and maybe they should call the police. The teenager held his grandfather's stick on his shoulder with one hand and put the other in his pocket and smilingly said that he would let them try to call the bastards. Then he opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, and on his left hand, he showed everyone his middle finger and emphasized that he was only 14 years old and could not be punished, so they could report him for that too. At this time, a red-haired woman and an inspector were talking outside the Ministry of Education, telling him that a lot of time had passed. They were standing next to a red car, and the man said that today was the day she joined the army. The woman happily replied that she had been dreaming about it since high school. Then she slowly raised her hand to her temple and smiling broadly said that it was an honor to work with the captain and in this wonderful institution. In response, the gentleman raised his right hand to his head and smiled sweetly. Seeing this, the young lady smelled his hand, and after a second her expression changed, so she said that she really thought so. The colleague did not understand what she meant. Then the woman became upset and looked down, and tears began to flow from her eyes, and she pulled herself together a little and said that if she was telling the truth. Then a table with many delicious dishes was shown, and one man said that it was an honor to meet Captain Choi Kang-seok. It turned out to be Lieutenant General Lee Dong-chong of Special Operations, who smiled broadly and added that it turned out he had studied at the same Daejeon High School as him 10 years ago. And in the end, he asked why the minister wanted to talk to him. The man standing in front of him seemed angry and folded his arms across his chest. But he could not control himself any longer and punched the general right on the left cheek so that he flew several meters away. And leaning on the lockers behind him, he held on to the place where he had been struck and looked with a strange look at the gentleman in the classic suit, who said that if he swallowed the spirit of Tahongo, he could become his blood brother. He asked why he kept calling him by his title. The black-haired man then smiled broadly to lighten the mood and said that he could call him Hugh Nim from now on. The lieutenant general, still holding his red cheek, opened his mouth wide in surprise. What he heard took him by surprise, and he did not expect to receive such an offer. After that, the men sat down at the table and began to drink drinks and taste the food that was there. When they were very drunk, the man in the military uniform asked if the gentleman was talking about Im Han Lim. If so, he could take her away for 1,000 years. Suddenly, a red-haired woman smiling happily said that she had suddenly received a call from a major general who said that she was staying here until the minister resigned. The inspector clenched his hands into fists and said to himself that this old man was abusing his authority. After that, the young lady, smiling broadly, went to her car and added that she wished him all the best. In the end, she called him captain and then corrected herself and said, "Senior colleague." The inspector smiled sweetly as he carefully watched the reaction and all the actions of his fragile colleague. Then the events unfold on the territory of a certain educational institution, where one of the students, checking the social network, noticed that the video with her grandfather had gained 1 million views, and she started shouting loudly, telling her friend that they were so cool and popular who was beating up a student at the time. However, he heard everything and asked if she had posted that video. The young lady joyfully raised her hand up and added that it was only on social media, but what would happen if it got into the news? The young man struck again and asked what they could do. After all, they can't even arrest him. And again he hit his alleged rival in the right cheek, who could not even resist. Then the guy with green hair raised his 2 hands in the air, wearing red boxing gloves, and shouted loudly that the final blow was coming. The punch is called the Dempsey roll, and it is not one, but a series of several punches in a row. The victim began to cover his face with his hands. However, he was unable to do so properly because the blow hit him right on the chin. And because of this, Blood spurted from his mouth in different directions. And then he fell unconscious to the ground. And the boy, who was only 14 years old, joyfully raised his hands in the air because he had won his desired victory. After that, he began to take off his boxing gloves and said that was it. He asked the victim a question so that he would not even think that he could avoid him at school tomorrow. Then, sitting down right next to him, he took up his jacket and asked the young man what he had done to get Min Jin-un's coordinates. However, without receiving any answer, the bully began to kick his opponent, who was lying on the ground and did not move, and the teenager asked, frightened, what happened to this jerk. Another young man approached them, who also leaned down and looked at the student closely. Then the guy with green hair emphasized that the jerk had fainted and was really fragile, so they decided that I could leave. As they walked up the stairs, one of the young men pointed to the door they had just come through and asked if they could not leave Shi Hong here. The man in charge replied that he would lie down for a while and go home. The comrade could not calm down and said that he might die if they did not send him to the hospital. The green-haired man hid his hands in his pants pockets and said that people don't die that easily, so there was nothing to worry about. However, even if it did happen, it was just a mistake. And showing his hand clenched into a fist, he asked me, smiling, why does he think he puts on boxing gloves? And he added that even if he dies, it can be said that they were just boxing. Of course, he does not expect this to happen, but if it does, he will be prosecuted under Article 8, where a minor serves a 1-month sentence in an isolation ward. And taking a few steps, the young man said that if you listen to him, you can assume that this year is his last chance to kill someone. But the most severe punishment is under Article 10, up to 2 years in prison, provided that he has not been convicted before, the chief said loudly, laughing that if that guy died, he would definitely tell him. So to end this pointless conversation, he asked where they would go now, to the karaoke? Or will they invite the children to Chiyun? My friend, who had been watching something on her smartphone all this time, said clearly and briefly, the sea. The boss asked where the idea came from. The young lady showed a certain photo and angrily said that this bitch was getting a lot of likes just because she left school and went on a trip. So it was time to have some fun. Shifting her gaze between the guys, the blonde suggested going to the Eastern Sea, not the Western. After all, it shimmers with blue there. A young man in a tracksuit asked his girlfriend if she was crazy. First, she should look at the time. And then where should she get the money to do it? The young lady began to beat him on the chest with her fists and said what a bore he was and added that if they didn't go to the sea, she would go home. The teenager asked with a grimace if she was having one of those days. Is that why her mood is so changeable? Suddenly, the boy with green hair noticed that across the street from them, a man in light clothes parked his car and quickly ran out of it and started moving towards the building saying, "Toilet." And a brilliant idea came to him. So he smiled broadly and happily said, "This is what we need." And turning to his friend, he clarified that she said she wanted to visit the sea. And then he showed his friends to a black car that was standing not far from them, with no one in it. At that time, a red car belonging to an employee of the Ministry of Education was speeding down the highway. The red-haired woman looked at the inspector and asked him what the next school was related to sports. The man answered with a short yes. However, a minute later he added that, according to the report, it was a complete mess. Starting with the crazy teachers and ending with the corrupt director, he concluded that the fish rots from the head. A colleague looked at the road and said that even the sports school was a complete mess, and the military is doing nothing about it. Suddenly, in the car's side mirror, the inspector noticed a black luxury car that was quickly catching up with them on the right side. And then it not only caught up with them, but also overtook them at breakneck speed. Employees of the Ministry of Education tried to carefully examine who was driving the car, who could just afford to break the rules like that. What they saw of the black-haired man surprised them because he made very big eyes. He even froze for a moment because he did not expect to see such a thing. In the black car were three teenagers who were very happy and were rushing forward, smiling broadly and listening to their youth music loudly. They were driving so fast that they didn't even pay attention to anyone. They didn't care because they were enjoying what they had just done. A young lady with red hair asked what kind of a lunatic was driving a car like that. The inspector, looking carefully ahead, ordered her to follow them. The woman turned her head to her colleague and screamed in fright that there were children behind the wheel. The man said that he thought they were from middle school. After all, this is the most reckless and irresponsible age. And who else but them needs to be shown true education? And smiling, he added that these are brainless children who do not yet understand what the consequences of their actions will be. And the students were having a lot of fun in the car. The Law on Minors, Article 4, Paragraph 1, Subparagraph 2. A minor child between the ages of 10 and 14 who commits a conditional crime will be considered under the law on the protection of minors. In simple terms, children under the age of 14 can get away with anything they do, and they know this quite well, and they skillfully use what they are not allowed to do. And they will not be pursued by the police, because according to the law they are not guilty, and therefore they are free to walk around as if nothing had happened. Even when they kill a person or drive him or her to suicide with their bad actions and deeds. At that time, a traffic light on one of the city streets turned green for pedestrians, symbolizing that they could safely cross the road. So they started to move. Some were holding their handbags tightly in their hands, while others were looking at something on their smartphones and not even looking at the road. Suddenly, several pedestrians were drawn to a sharp sound coming from the right side of the roadway, so they turned their heads there. And at the same moment, a car rushed right between them at breakneck speed. It even scattered people on the road with a wave of air. And they began to ask what it was. A young man in a tracksuit turned his head back and emphasized that they were in a movie. A blonde woman asked the guy with green hair if he knew how to drive. The high school student answered briefly and clearly, "Of course," and pressing the gas pedal, he asked her if she knew how fast he drove in GTA 6. And they began to race down the road even faster, despite the signs and traffic lights. One of the gang, who was sitting behind them, pointed ahead and said that they would reach Gangwon-do in just 1 hour. His friend looked at him and started laughing with pleasure. And when he turned him back to the road, he saw something that scared him a little. There was a white car in front of them. The young man began to nervously shout, "What the hell is this Kalima doing here?" And then he began to shout, "Get out! Call it off! Go away!" However, the collision could not be avoided. The right front wing collided with a car parked by the roadside. Then they flew into a pillar and hit the bumper, which finally brought the car to a stop. And gray smoke started pouring out of it. And the vehicle they initially hit remained standing where it was. And the man who was sitting in it hit his head hard on the steering wheel and raised his head and rubbed the back of his head because it hurt a little. But then he noticed through the side window that the children began to quickly get out of the car and shouted to each other that they needed to get out of this place. So the driver opened the door and shouted at them that this jerk doesn't know how to drive at all and drove onto the road, where there are already many cars. The student with green hair turned his head back and called the man a piece of shit and added that the next day he should watch where he was driving. Suddenly a red car came in their way, blocking the road, and they couldn't move on to escape and hide from the man. The leader approached the front side window and knocked on it with his fist and asked why he was there. And finally he ordered the cretin to get out of here. But it didn't happen as he thought it would, because the gentleman sitting in the middle suddenly opened the door and hit the guy right on the forehead. This caused the student to fall to the ground head first with his arms and legs spread in different directions. What happened to their friend scared the other children very much, and they started shouting to the inspector, "Did he really dare to hit him?" And calling him an old man, they said that he was out 100 million won. Suddenly, they felt someone behind them grabbing their necks with his strong hands and pressing them against his body so that they could not move normally. It turned out to be a red-haired employee of the Ministry of Education, who was pleased to catch them both like this, and the children looked up to see who had done this to them. Then the woman looked at her colleague and asked what they would do next. Perhaps it would be better to call the police to deal with this. The blonde woman, who was still being held by the neck, began to smile sarcastically and said quietly, "The police? Well, let's see what happens." And a minute later she told them that their birthday had not yet passed, and they are not 14 years old, so it would be useless to call the cops. The inspector said that the children were 100% right. After all, as soon as they get to the police station, they will be released immediately. Taking out one cigarette from a red packet with his teeth, the man carefully examined the students standing in front of him. He asked them what school they were from. Suddenly, the blonde girl also took a closer look at the man and quietly said that his face seemed very familiar to her. On that day, there was a fight at Hyunjin High School in which a student was hit hard in the face and heard the words that the attacker's birthday was in 13 days. The student was beaten by a classmate right in the corridor, even kicked, while the children behind him were loudly shouting, "Go! Go on! Go on!" Then the next girl in line, who was wearing a yellow hoodie, came up and also kicked the student right in the stomach so that he took a few steps back. The next kick was to his right cheek and was also so hard that saliva flew around. His nose began to bleed. The young man rolled his eyes upward and thought that in 13 days he would be criminally responsible. But in the end, he began to fall face down, not even trying to hold on to anything. And everyone who was watching happily shouted that they had beaten him quite well. While the student was lying on the floor of the stove, the bullies, including 2 girls and 2 boys, gathered in a circle and started having fun, ignoring the victim. But after a few minutes, they all said, "Why is this asshole lying on the floor?" And they called him a fucking bitch. To this, one of his comrades said loudly, "You fucking bitch," and said that he would file a complaint about the use of this bad word. The beaten student saw in front of his eyes someone's foot wearing a white sock and a light rubber flip-flop, and a minute later, the ass of this bastard sat on the victim's head. It turned out to be a teenager with light gray hair, and while he was sitting there, he took out a cigarette and started smoking it. For a second, he hung in that position. Without even blinking or taking another puff, he just held the cigar between his lips. The red-haired woman put her hand over her nose and asked the blonde what that sound was. Was he farting? The young man smilingly replied, "That's who put the toilet here," and added that she was lucky he hadn't already taken a shit here. The boy's name was Min Ji-un, and he got to his feet and asked if they had seen Hyun Chul, 2N, and Mi Young. Were they skipping school again? Leaving the victim lying on the floor, the student began to move down the hallway and asked someone to call them because they were going to meet today. The young man, who had been beaten up a little bit, began to get to his feet, thinking that their school was the most horrible place in the world, and he would not be criminally punished for 13 days. So the idea came to him that Min Jin-un should die, and his eyes were filled with a rage and courage that had never been there before. He began to slowly and carefully take the knife out of his pants pocket, saying that he had practiced at home with hundreds of pillows, so it was time to use his skills. And he began to move slowly towards the blonde boy who was standing in the middle of the corridor, raising his cold steel up to deliver a very strong blow. Suddenly, a door opened from the classroom next to him, and another student came out, who saw this and started shouting at the entire corridor, "Hey, stop! Stop it!" The blonde asked what was wrong. Why is he yelling like that? Does he have something wrong with his face? At that time, the victim hid the knife behind his back and looked down. The young man continued to shout that he had just seen something on the second floor of the school. The blonde man was very surprised by the information he heard because he did not expect to hear this, and especially that it would happen to their school. As it turned out, an inspector came to the school, standing at the end of the corridor, looking at the students who came out of their classrooms and looked at him with open eyes. The informant said that Hyun Chol, 2N, and Mi Yan were in trouble. One student in the crowd added that he knew it would end one day. The red-haired bully standing behind him stood on her toes to see better and said that this was not the Education Bureau. The blonde asked her to shut up. The girl did not hear his request, but instead covered her mouth with her right hand and asked why they were here. And her blonde friend asked what was wrong with these freaks. And a minute later he added, "Didn't their birthday just pass? Why are they wearing this?" As it turned out, the guy with green hair was wearing a sign that said, "I am a kidnapper," and he was handcuffed. Today's victim was standing with a battered face and a nosebleed. However, he watched everything carefully with wide open eyes and an open mouth. Then the inspector began to walk down the hallway holding his magic wand on his right shoulder, followed by 3 pranksters who had done a lot of mischief that day. After school, another gang of students led by the blonde boy sat in a cafe and discussed what had happened today. The blonde girl said that these suckers were just unlucky. How could they have gotten caught by the bureau outside the school? The black-haired man asked what happened to them next. The young lady replied that she did not know, but they were first taken to the teacher's room and then disappeared. The redhead suggested that they lay low and wait for a while. But what should they do with that scumbag Park Se-hyun? Should they stab him? After listening carefully to everything, the blonde man got to his feet and asked his comrades if this bureau was really so terrible. Everyone present turned their heads to him. The young man continued to say that they were only 13 years old and wondered if this teacher could do anything for them. And in the end, he smiled slyly. All the students present became angry at the same time and began to address him menacingly, asking what he was talking about. They said that he was from the School of Technology, which is one of the top 3 educational institutions in the country. The head calmly said that he had seen on YouTube that this gentleman had beaten 300 people himself, but was this an obstacle for them? After all, rumors can be exaggerated, so you need to think things through carefully. Suddenly, their argument was interrupted by a red-haired woman who had been watching something on her smartphone all this time and then started screaming loudly. Everyone turned to her and asked what had happened. What had she seen? For a few seconds, the girl did not respond to them, just saying to herself, "Wow, wow, wow." And then she turned the phone to her friends and told them that the new Sebastian Louboutin shoes came out and they were so cute. And then she invited everyone to register because it was a very cool exclusive. One of the gang angrily emphasized that they were actually discussing important things here, and she was looking at shoes. And the blonde lady replied that it was crazy to pay 800 lakhs. After they had discussed everything, they started to climb the stairs where they met a young man who asked them to clean up after themselves, because if his father found out, he would be in trouble. After all, they don't even pay the rent. The young lady with red hair kept saying that these new sneakers were very cool, and the more she looked at them, the more she wanted them, but her mother would not buy them for her even if she died. Walking along the sidewalk, the same girl yawned and sadly said why her father gave her some miserable 300,000. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the blonde man walking behind her. It turned out to be a supermarket, which was closed at this time of day. The only lights were on in the vending machines that stood around the room. Looking at the building carefully, the young man smiled mysteriously, because he already had a plan in his head for what he was going to do. And waving his bright green toy, the boy approached the glass door, and his friends who were standing a few meters away asked in surprise where he was going. Then he brought the toy closer to the glass, and when it touched it at high speed, it broke, and all the small pieces flew around. All the hooligans opened their mouths wide at what they saw, because they did not expect him to do that right then and there, without even warning them. The blonde girl asked what he had done, and what was the purpose of all this. The blonde man, putting a hood over his head, replied that he also needed to buy something. The young man also put on a black mask so that he could not be recognized through the video recorder. However, the rest of the gang came in with him. The leader, standing at the cash register, told them to take cigarettes because they would sell them for 4,000 per pack to school students. Suddenly, one of the boys, who was wearing a red hoodie, pulled his mask down to his chin to taste the candy he had just taken out and unsealed. However, a friend admonished him not to take it off again. Moving between the shelves, the boy noticed someone's smartphone lying near the drinks. Taking it in his hands, the young man turned to the others and asked them if they should take the smartphone or leave it here. The blond man was surprised by what he saw and slowly asked, "Cell phone?" Then he realized what it was for. So he jumped out through the hole and shouted to his friends that they needed to run away as soon as possible. However, he didn't even have time to do it himself, because a man was already standing in his way, stopping him with his pumped-up torso without even touching him. Looking up, the student saw a very large man who was just barely holding himself back from the rage that was bubbling up. This gentleman turned out to be Mart Juin, and one of his special characteristics was that he had been working out for 20 years. The man angrily said through his teeth, "Damned snot-nosed bastards. It's a good thing I came back for the phone in time." However, this did not frighten the blonde in the least. So he took his green toy out of his pocket and started spinning it in his right hand. Having gained normal speed, he brought it to the opponent's face and it hit him hard on the left cheek, and the gentleman even turned his head to the side a little. And then he started screaming loudly from the pain he was feeling right then, because his cheek seemed to be on fire. However, in a minute he pulled himself together and the pain even went away a little bit. He looked at the student with wide eyes and shouted, "You bastard!" And a second later he added that it would be the end of him. And as he approached the student, he swung hard and hit the blonde in the face with his big fist. It was such a powerful blow that the boy flew several meters away like a fluff of fluff and fell to the ground. His friends were very scared for him. At this time, the man turned to them and with a furious face called them juvenile bastards and ordered them all to stay in their seats. He added that they would all eat confab. The leader of this group of students raised himself up on his elbows and smiled happily upon hearing this. After what happened, they all arrived at the nearest police station. It was already quite late in the day. 3 boys and 2 girls were sitting on chairs in the waiting room trying to take a normal photo together. The policeman on duty saw them and said, "Is this Min Jinan again?" Rubbing his head, the policeman told the man that these kids were a pain in the ass. The gentleman turned his head to them and asked, "Are they repeat offenders?" And he added that their lives were in the crapper, and they would definitely go to jail. The officer on duty turned his head back and asked his colleague to call Park Suk-gen's guardian. He said that the young man should be sent home as soon as someone from his family came. What he heard surprised the man, who brought the children to the police station to have them dealt with properly. The policeman began to ask him questions about how to send them home. What was he talking about? To which the gentleman calmly replied that they were minors and they could do nothing. Finally, he asked the man if he had hit the blonde. After a minute, the man said yes, but only because he attacked first. The policeman on duty said it didn't matter. After all, how could he hit a child? And he asked the man to sit down because he needed to draw up a report. The man was very outraged by this and angrily said what kind of stupid laws are in this country. At this time, the children were still sitting on the bench and looking at the red-headed student's smartphone. The gentleman who had brought the children here was still not satisfied with what he had been told a few minutes ago, and he said that it was self-defense and asked if they would all go home just like that. Suddenly, an inspector walked into the police station with slow steps and apologized for such a sudden visit. He could see the surprise on the faces of those present. Then the man came closer and apologized again for the fact that people had to bother with his students at such a late hour. Some of the gang of hooligans were surprised, while others sat back and looked at the gentleman from the Ministry of Education. When the inspector managed to take them away from the police, a group of children standing in the street in front of him put their hands to their heads and said, "Thank you," in a group. Then they all turned to the right and the blond man waved and smiled, saying that he would see them tomorrow at the school. The man was a little angry and waving his right index finger. He ordered the young man to close his mouth and quickly come to him. The blond boy turned around, sticking out his tongue, and happily pointed his middle finger at him, asking what if he didn't want to do it. And he added why they should obey him outside of school. All the children turned their backs on the man, and one shouted that it was time to run away. Watching this, the man leaned a little in front to pick up speed to go after the students and said, "Oh, those impudent students." For several minutes, the inspector chased the students, turning different corners, but after one, he was waiting for something he did not expect to see. Right in front of his face, a blond boy started waving a knife, trying to wound him somehow so that he would not run after them any further. And when he couldn't hit him, he stopped for a minute and said that the teacher was able to dodge, and it was very amazing. The man watched the student's actions carefully. Then the young man began to lick the blade of the cold steel and smilingly said that he could really dive a person and not even blink an eye. The inspector stood there with a serious expression and a piercing gaze and asked the student if he had ever killed a person. After such an unexpected question, the man continued to stand silently looking at the student. The latter, in turn, moving the knife from side to side, said to clarify what he meant, "Can a teacher kill a person without hesitation?" And in the end, he added that if the inspector did not want to die, he suggested that he leave their school. The man heard these words and began to smile slyly. However, the gentleman put his hands in his pockets and said that it sounded interesting, as if the student had already killed before. The young man listened carefully to the man's conclusion, but furious he started running right at the inspector, brandishing a knife. However, the teacher had a plan for this case. He took out handcuffs from his pants pocket, which came in handy just in time. When the young man approached him, the man swung wide and quickly fastened one part of the handcuffs on his right hand where the knife was. A minute later, he grabbed the student by the other arm and put on the other part. The guy was very angry at this turn of events and started shouting, "What?" in anger. At this time, the inspector carefully took the knife out of the student's hands. He held the end of it behind him. Then the man pushed the young man to the ground, holding him tightly to it. The student's face was contorted from the pain. The student turned his head slightly toward the gentleman with black hair and shouted loudly to let him go immediately because he was a minor. The teacher took something green out of his pocket and with squinting eyes said that if a student has a sin in his soul, he should not be proud of it. The next thing he did was to pull the mask over the young man's eyes so tightly that they almost came out because they were so big. However, the boy did not give up and kept shouting to be released immediately. The rest of the gang members saw all this and said that they were probably fucked too. And so they decided that it was better to just run away and turned around and started running quickly in the opposite direction. And the blonde guy was vocalizing that he was really going to kill him. But a second later, he asked the inspector if he had heard what was said. He said that their bureau should get out of their school. The friends ran away and turned their heads to hear everything. However, someone appeared in their way, very skillfully and quickly punching each of them so that they flew back a few meters. It turned out to be the same colleague from the ministry who had red hair, and with just a few kicks of her right foot, she was able to neutralize 4 students. For a few minutes, the woman stood and looked at these main troublemakers of the educational institution and tried to understand what makes them do such things. Then, holding her smartphone in her left hand, she told the inspector that a convoy would arrive in 5 minutes. The student was quite surprised to hear this. The black-haired man replied briefly, "Good." And turning his head to the student, the man leaned in slightly with a menacing voice, but smiling sweetly. He told the others to address him by name, Min Ji-un and 4 others, and informed them that they were under arrest on charges of theft and threatening the life of an innocent person. Blondie froze in place and listened intently. As the students drove away without seeing where they were going, they talked among themselves about how several hours had passed and they had not yet arrived. However, a second later, someone turned to the inspector and said that the girls could get out. However, they offered to let everyone out, and when the masks were taken off, the young man saw a large man in uniform in front of him, a little blurry, and when a few minutes passed and the sharpness in his eyes returned to normal, everything became clear as day. It was a prison where many children like them were kept behind a mesh fence. As the newcomers followed the guard along the fence, the inmates shouted at them, asking if they felt their peaceful life was coming to an end. It turned out to be the Kim Cheon men's colony. In the cell where the students were placed, there was a rather fat and adult man who smilingly said that he was very pleased to meet them and asked if this was the first time they had been imprisoned. When they took a good look, the gentleman was sitting on top of their schoolmates, one of whom had green hair. The prisoner raised his index finger up and said that one by one they would redeem themselves. The three newcomers saw this and were very scared and asked, "Yun Chul Yi Tu En, are you here too? How did this happen to you? And we were wondering where you disappeared to." The blond man said that he and his friends had robbed a store and were trying to take a human life. The man who was listening said that this was absurd. It was just a show, and he emphasized that you can't go to jail without going to court. And in his mind, he thought that someone just wanted to scare the kids by putting them in jail to teach them a lesson. The brown-haired gang member on his left said that he had also beaten up some students at the school. Two more stood waiting for their turn to speak. The prisoner pointed his finger at the blond man and ordered him to say what he had done to end up here. However, he stood frozen in place, not even blinking. The man turned to him again, asking if the young man could hear him at all. Was he deaf? The prisoner began to move slowly forward to get to his feet and said angrily, "That bastard! Damn him!" The gentleman who was also in the cell and was lying on the floor reading his favorite book looked up for a moment because he was interested in what was happening. At that moment, two prisoners came up to the blond man and asked him if he understood the situation he was in. But one of them suggested that maybe he was too far away and just didn't hear, so he decided to repeat the question again, this time closer. However, before he could do so, he got angry for some reason and started shouting loudly, ordering the young man not to look down. If he did, he would gouge them out with a spoon. The blond boy continued to stare at the gentleman who was crucified with anger without even blinking. The student wondered if he was joking with them. Then he smiled sarcastically and continued to think that they were not real prisoners, so if they hit them, they would not get away with it. However, in the end, he said to himself that this was not possible at all. However, while he was in his thoughts, someone's strong fist hit him right in the nose. This surprised the blond man because he did not expect such a development. It turned out to be the man who had been reading a book a few minutes ago and not touching anyone. However, right now, for some reason, he was beating the student and calling him an asshole. Having struck him again on the right side of the neck, the angry gentleman asked if the young man had not yet realized where he was. The blond man was very upset and disappointed by what had just happened. He was very, very hurt from the blows he received from the adult man. Suddenly, the prisoner came too close to the student's face and made giant eyes filled with rage and said, "Did you really look down?" So without hesitation, he grabbed the young man firmly by the neck with his right hand, and the student opened his eyes wide, and tears began to flow down his face from excitement. Then the man began to move quickly forward with the young man and pushed him against the wall so that a loud sound was heard throughout the cell. The young man began to cough loudly because he did not have enough air to breathe normally, and thoughts began to appear in his head. What? Why? This bastard? As if they could start a real fight? And with a student? Having carefully examined the attacker's face, the blonde noticed that he seemed quite familiar, so he began to remember where he had seen him before. The next blow came in the stomach from the knee. The guy started screaming even louder in pain. Then the young man fell to his knees in front of the attacker, and holding his stomach began to say, "Ooh," because he was in great pain. And the prisoner was looking down at him from the top of the hill, watching everything. The gentleman sat down so that he was on the same level as the blonde, and said that the juvenile prison was very disciplined. He said that if there was a bad incident, the time spent in prison would be extended by a day. But if he kills them all, the term will increase by exactly the same amount as in a regular fight. After these words, the student remembered that he had seen this man on the news, and a black and white picture came to mind, which was shown on TV about a year ago. It was about the murder of 7 people. It turned out to be a mentally ill man who did not say a word while being held by 2 strong guards by the hands. However, the prisoner just smiled slyly. This gentleman's name was Ma Ken. He was only 19 years old. He had been in prison for 20 years. This is the maximum sentence for a juvenile prison. and this young man looked at the newcomer and told him that he had nothing to lose. Blondie froze with his eyes wide open because what he heard shocked him, and he realized that from the outside they could be protected by society, but here, at this time, Jongju was in the women's prison, which was located a few kilometers away from the men's prison. The girls from the gang were washing the floor with blue rags and sobbing loudly to the whole cell, saying that they really wanted to go home without understanding why they were punished like this. Suddenly, their crying was interrupted by a loud sound of a pen hitting a desk with several white sheets of paper on it. The angry lady turned her head to the newcomers and said angrily that they had had enough of making so much noise. She asked the girls to shut their mouths before she sewed them up, and right then and there the young ladies fell silent. Only tears and snot continued to flow down their faces, and they looked on without blinking. So we can assume that the girls were having fun with Han A-ri. Then the events unfolded in the men's colony, but in another cell, where a young man named Min Chun came again, smiling and holding his things on a tray. He sat on the floor and told his neighbors that he had been to the juvenile colony several times. One of the big guys asked him what article he was in for. The student happily replied that he was in under Article 8 for stealing a car. The guy showed his strong and big fists and said that he was in prison under Article 9 and said that those guys were in a coma after just a few punches. The new guy summarized that sometimes it is very fun here. He doesn't have a criminal record, but there are a lot of interesting guys here. At this time, the cell where the blond man and his comrades were sitting was filled with people. The main one was lifted upside down and his saliva was running down his face, dripping onto the floor. Even in prison, there are class inequalities. While he was hanging like that, all of his cellmates were sitting down next to him and eating and savoring the food that was brought for lunch. After a few minutes of this torture, Oh Dong-soo, who was in prison for grand theft, and his sentence was 3 years and 2 months. This young man took a spoonful of rice and told the blond man to say, "Ah!" And his fellow inmate was named Shim Soon Tong, who was in prison for a brutal murder, and his sentence was 4 years and 6 months. And he also turned to the young man and asked him if it was cool to be fed by the boss. While the student was hanging there with a mouthful of food that he could not chew properly, he realized that there are just non-humans who continue to do their bad deeds. Then the middle school student received a strong heel kick to the stomach so that all the food flew around and fell on the floor and the walls nearby. After that, the blond man was lowered to the ground and lying head down. He coughed loudly, trying to spit out what was no longer coming out. At this time, Ma Kim, who was serving a 20-year sentence for the murder of 7 people, came over and told him not to spit it out, as it would be a waste of rice. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, certain work was to begin in the prison, and for this purpose all the children were lined up in a line, standing one behind the other. A large and fat teenager approached the young man with blonde hair from the back and whispered something quietly in his ear, "Rule 1. And then he began to take out a pen, which he had hidden in the right sleeve of his top shirt. And when it was in his hand, he brought it far enough and stabbed the sharp part into the back of the young man who was standing in front of him in line. In pain, the student gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and contorted his face in such a way that it was clear that it had caused him considerable pain. Then the black-haired attacker, smiling sarcastically, angrily said that it was better not to go in front of those who were higher in class, and the victim was still standing and trying to move away from that unquenchable pain. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a physical education class, where a group of boys were playing volleyball on the school grounds. However, one of them said that today they would play the game with their feet, so he jumped up high to hit someone, and Hyun Chul became the scapegoat. This is the same guy who had his hair dyed green and was in jail for carjacking. After his shot, the attacker raised his hands in the air and shouted joyfully, "Wah! A 3-pointer!" The rest of the audience saw this and emphasized that he had done it quite well. The second rule in prison was to stand still and not move, because you become a target after doing something stupid. After sports, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, There was a scheduled shower where everyone had the opportunity to wash off the sweat and dirt. The blonde stood under the watering can next to his cellmate, the one who had killed many people, and as soon as he got there, he also fell under his hands. Trying not to notice him, the student noticed something that caught his attention for a few minutes, and his eyes became just gigantic. The man had a rather large tattoo of a snake on his back, which occupied most of his back area. While soaping his head with his side vision, this man saw that someone was watching him. So he turned his head, smiled sweetly, and winked. Rule number 3, you have to be very careful 25/8. The blonde was quite surprised by this, because he did not expect this stout man to have such an ambiguous reaction. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was time for a recreation where everyone was in their cells. The new teenagers knelt in front of those who had been here for a long time while they read the newspapers with the news. The 4th rule was to keep your hands on your knees as a sign of respect, so that everyone could see them clearly and have no complaints against you. It turned out that in a juvenile prison, the hierarchy is much stricter than in the army. That's why recreation time is the most difficult time for newcomers. If you move even a little bit, as one young man did, he put his head down a little bit to rest, because his neck was already very stiff from this position. And after a second of this, a large plastic bottle flew into his face and hit him right on the nose. After that, the guy bent over even more and his nose started bleeding, and the one who threw it reached forward and tongued the bastard. Another thug holding his bottle in his right hand angrily emphasized that not even a week had passed, and he was already allowing himself to behave like that. The only weapons in the prison were water bottles, because there is one advantage that they leave no marks on the body. The angry head prisoners said that today they had crossed all the boundaries. The blond man listened attentively with his mouth slightly open, but after a minute, one of them added that in his time. And while he was saying this, a guard passed by their cell and looked inside through the small bars. He added that he and him would have to spend at least a year here. The policeman looked at everything carefully. He turned his head forward and walked away calmly, because he sees such situations quite often. And the prisoner continued to say that when he first came here, he was perfect in everything and had not lost a single point. After seeing what the blond man saw, he concluded that this is by far the most horrible juvenile prison in Korea, where he has been staying for several days. Usually, juvenile offenders are sent to special centers, but when you end up here, there were all prisoners without exception, great criminals who cannot even be introduced to an ordinary person. While the guard was walking down the corridor, he heard many shameful phrases. After 9 o'clock in the evening, the prisoners had to sleep for nothing, and after such a busy day, everyone was sleeping like the dead. Only one blond man from the educational institution lay there indifferently staring at the ceiling, summarizing that 5 days had already passed and asking himself how much longer he would stay in this bad place. Carefully looking at the long chandelier above, the boy said that they had not even reached the age of trial. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by someone stepping on his face with a bare foot. He could not understand what was happening. It turned out to be someone who had been sentenced to 20 years for the murder of 7 people. The man covered his mouth from yawning and then said how annoying it was to have to go to the toilet at night. The student got up and sat down to hold his eyes. Then the gentleman came to the stall and began to calmly relieve himself with his back to the front door. It turned out that there was no door to the toilet, and the blond man was watching the main inmate of his cell from the corner of his eye. He was watching because he had a pretty great plan in his head. In a few seconds he was behind the black-haired man, holding a pen to his neck. But this did not scare him in the least. He continued to pull up his pants, asking if the guy was John Weed what he was going to do with this thing. When he didn't get an answer, he asked the next question. How much longer was he going to stand there? The student shouted out loud in anger. Had the man heard anything about the man from the Education Bureau? A minute later, he ordered him to answer as soon as possible before he finished him off. The black-haired gentleman turned his head back a little and asked with a sly smile, "Bureau? Is this the name of some new country in the world or what?" The teenager simply could not control himself anymore because his rage was just overwhelming him, and he first called the black-haired man names and then asked if he really thought that the blonde man could kill him. And he quickly stabbed the older gentleman right in the shoulder blade with the sharp part of his pen. He said that he had been planning to do this for a long time, but had to wait for the right time. After that, the black-haired man could not stand this performance any longer and elbowed the blonde man in the stomach so that he flew several meters away. Falling to his knees, he bent his head down and began to cough loudly throughout the room. The prisoner was still adjusting his blue pants and looking at the young man with a proud expression. Then he raised his right foot and put it on the student's head. This action surprised and frightened him a bit. Pressing firmly on the skull, the student lowered it directly to the floor. He stood there as if bowing to him. With an indifferent expression on his face, he asked clarifying questions. "Bureau? Teacher? What are these words and how do they relate to him?" And he added that perhaps the person he was talking about was the one with long black hair that curled a little. What he heard made the young man make big eyes, because this description seemed quite familiar to him. Through the bars, the black-haired man noticed a new guard in a blue cap who asked what they were doing here after curfew. The convict turned his head and looked at the man carefully and said, smiling mysteriously, that something very interesting was happening now. This man, the guard, turned out to be an inspector who squinted his eyes and smiled sarcastically and first called them freaks, and a second later added that they needed to be re-educated. The blond man raised his head a little to see who was watching them at such a late hour, and what he saw was quite satisfying. When the prisoners returned to their cell, the front door began to open slowly, and an inspector dressed in all black walked through it, placing his thin wand on his right shoulder. The teenager who had been brought here because of him became very angry when he saw him, and gritting his teeth, he said angrily, "You!" Then he ran up to the man, grabbed him by the shirt, and shouted that he should send him back home right now, because he had already spent enough time here. He also said that he would report him for being in prison when he was underage. The inspector responded to all this by putting his index finger to his lips and saying, "Shh." And then he struck the blond man on the head with his black stick so hard. The student fell to the floor with his legs up. The inspector raised his index finger on his left hand and asked him why he was shouting in a quiet time. The next thing the black-haired man did was to ask another prisoner what they do in such cases. The guy replied that if discipline is broken during the curfew, the guards clean up the mess, and the instigator gets a sticker and is sent to the isolation ward. The blond man was lying face up on the floor, and saliva began to flow down his cheeks from his open mouth. He went on to tell the prisoner the name of a young man who said that there was an ugly cat. It had a black and white fur color. The guy stood on the balcony and looked at the animal and said that it was an instinct or just a fight. But for up to 4 hours, the meowing did not stop, but only intensified. After a few minutes of watching the cat that day, the young man's soul was in a state of turmoil because he had a feeling about something, and his mood was just terrible. At that time, someone dressed in a white apron finished his cigarette and put the butt on the ashtray. The cat's upside-down bowl was lying next to him, with food lying around it. You could also see that the man's hand was reaching for it. And then the young man said that he was going to kill the cat, but he killed the person, and she was lying face down on the ground and a lot of blood was spread around her head. After that, the boy sat in the police station and gave some testimony about what happened on that ominous day to the man who was documenting everything on a computer. The blond man bowed his head and sweat dripped down his face, which was caused by excitement because he thought he would be sentenced to death. But a few hours later, a white and green taxi was driving through the streets of the town at a fairly high speed. The same young man and his mother were sitting in it. The young man asked if it was true that he could go home. The woman did not answer and continued to look out the window. However, the student emphasized that he had killed a man and asked his mother again if he shouldn't be executed. The woman still sat silently, not paying attention to him. Then the young man decided to look for information on the internet, and all he found was that children under 14 cannot be prosecuted. But children under 14 are not criminally liable. And the only way to punish the boy is to punish the guardian. The boy read all this when he was at home and sitting at his desk, and then the boy was only in the 3rd grade of primary school. However, even then he understood everything and began to rejoice. His eyes became more cheerful, and a wide smile appeared on his face because of what he had just read. The adults who wrote these laws probably thought that children were too stupid. However, he wrapped it around his mustache, and from then on he did it to avoid punishment. After the incident in the cell, the blond man woke up lying on the floor. A minute later he got up and looked around but could not understand where he was. He also couldn't understand how he got here, but he began to remember what happened a few hours ago and who he saw before he lost consciousness, and he realized that he had heard something about the detention center before. But sitting still, the young man began to look towards the front door with a small grate on it. At first he felt a little relieved. After all, he didn't see those vile bastards nearby. However, the guy could not understand how much time had passed. Was it already lunch? Or maybe dinner? And then he realized that something was wrong. He began to think about how many days he had been here. What time is it? He felt suffocated. He began to realize that he was going crazy. So he jumped to his feet and ran to the door and began to pound on it hard and shout furiously, ordering them to let him out immediately. Then he began to ask when it would end and said that he had had enough of the abuse and again asked to be released. After this noise, an inspector dressed in a security guard's uniform entered the cell and said with a serious expression that the young man had ruined his appetite. However, he sat the student down at a table and put white sheets and a pen in front of him, saying that he should think carefully about his behavior and write in detail why he was here. At the end, he added that if he did a good job, the man would be able to send him home. The young man was so surprised to hear these words that he stood there for several minutes with his eyes wide open. When he recovered a little, the student happily began to clarify. "Really? You're really going to send me home?" The man replied briefly and clearly that they had already taught him a lesson. However, closing the door with a smile, he added that he would read 1 letter a day, and the more deviations from the truth, the longer he would stay here. So he suggested that he be honest with himself. The young man continued to sit with his hands on his knees without moving for a few minutes, after the door to the isolation cell was loudly closed by a guard. Then, smiling slyly, he thought for some reason that this task was very easy, so it would be enough to write a profound apology. He quickly grabbed a pen in his right hand and began to write what they wanted to hear. So he put all his energy into it, and here's what he came up with. "I haven't reached the age of majority yet, but I will soon. I have committed several thefts and assaults. When I got here, I realized that I was wrong, and after thinking about my behavior for a long time, he is grateful to the teacher for this chance to understand his mistakes and repent of his actions. I will never behave like that again. Please forgive me." He handed this letter to the inspector and smilingly waited for him to respond. Instead, the man held the letter up to his face and blew his nose in it. He crumpled it up and threw it on the floor and happily told the boy to redo it and that he was adding another day to his sentence. The student was shocked, to put it mildly, because he did not expect such a reaction, because he thought everything was written perfectly for him. After all, he had spent 8 hours on this letter, and it was just perfect. He sat for a few seconds thinking about it in detail. Then he took up his pen and paper again and asked himself what the man wanted, and he decided to step over his pride. The next day, the inspector came again and read the new letter. After that, he tore it into 2 pieces, then crumpled it up and threw it away. He told me to redo it. This went on for several days, and the guy was just so surprised and disappointed because he had already written everything he could. So he was really angry and his rage was overwhelming, and he shouted through gritted teeth, calling the teacher a bastard. Then he turned the desk over and told him to stop mocking him. Finally, he asked what he wanted from him. As he got closer, he raised his hand, which was handcuffed. He raised it in order to hit the inspector because he had no more strength to endure it. But then the teacher grabbed it and quickly put it behind his back and said that he was right, but he could not do anything to him. And he emphasized that as long as he was handcuffed, it would never happen. But looking at the guy who was sitting on his knees and said that today he could not write anything, because he had been working on this case all day anyway. And leaving the isolation cell, the man turned his head and smilingly added that the young man should not think that he was so cruel. It was just the rules of this prison. The words he heard and what had just happened made the student very, very angry, because he could not influence the further development of events. So he spent the night lying on the floor with his hands handcuffed behind him. The guy was also upset that he hadn't succeeded, and he began to work himself up about the fact that he had no air to breathe. It seems that there is not enough fresh air in the room, and it seemed that his mind was leaving him. Tears began to appear in his eyes because society thought he was too young to support him. But there is no forgiveness here. This is a freakish prison. There is simply no chance for a person to survive in it because there are so many obstacles and trials that not everyone can withstand. The student spent the 8th day in a row in the isolation wondering in detail what he should do next to get out of here. On this day, he again presented the inspector with another written letter and sat silently waiting for him to read it and give his verdict. However, the teacher waved his head left and right and crumpled the sheet and said that it needed to be redone again because it was not enough. The teenager was neither surprised nor angry. He just continued to sit in his seat without moving or saying anything. The inspector put his foot on the table and said that before he left, he would read his drafts. And taking the first one, he emphasized that the guy must have thought long and hard to write this. Straightening the crumpled sheet, the man read a few lines and said, "Oh, this is about the first impulsive act of a student." At first, he read it with a slight smile, but then he could not contain himself and began to laugh loudly in front of the camera. The young man turned his head to the sir and could not understand what made him laugh so much. After calming down a bit, he said that the guy was a fool and asked why he had written such a stupid letter before. Then he brought the sheet close to the teenager's face and told him to look at it carefully and read what he had written there. After reading everything in detail, the man said that this was the reason why he was in this prison and in the isolation cell. The young man made a face at what he heard. After this incident, all the newly arrived students began to take off their blue uniforms, which they had been wearing in prison for several weeks. And the prisoners who had been here for quite some time and were still serving their sentences watched the teenagers and said that they were lucky. A young man with green hair wearing his white shirt sobbed loudly and said that they were finally going home. Suddenly, the door to the cell slowly opened and an inspector who was still dressed in his guard's uniform came in and asked if everyone had changed. When he received a positive answer, he turned to the exit, smiled sarcastically and said that they were leaving the cell quickly. 3 students of the school raised their hands in the air and began to cry with joy. However, only the blond boy stood there with an indifferent expression and a devastated look on his face. When the teacher left the room, the middle school students ran after him, one by one. The gentleman who was in this cell for the murder of 7 people carefully watched the actions of his former neighbors, sitting silently with his head on his right hand. And when the last one to leave was the blonde, this black prisoner sat on his ass and said with a sigh, "Oh, school children." The young man did not understand what this meant, and then, smiling sarcastically, he added that he would be here for another 4 years. People stay in juvenile prison until they are 23 years old, then they are transferred to a regular prison. And finally he added, "See you later." Turning his head slightly to the prisoner, the blond man stood still for a moment and listened attentively to him with an oblique glance. The next day, during the sports hour, juvenile prisoners played volleyball on the playground in the middle of the prison yard. But a guy with plowed hair who was about to serve a 20-year sentence was there. He was calmly doing his second set of pull-ups on the horizontal bar. While doing another set of pull-ups, the young man noticed that someone came up to him from the right side and offered him a cigarette, holding up a whole red and white pack. It turned out to be an inspector who was holding a bottle of red energy drink in his other hand and drinking it in small sips. He said to the young man that it was a very good job, and with a big smile on his face, he offered the prisoner to rest a bit and smoke together. The black-haired man, doing pull-ups again and smiling back, replied that he did not actually smoke and did not advise the inspector to do so. After finishing his workout, the prisoner jumped down to the ground and asked the inspector to give him a drink of Coke, which he had also brought with him, and they moved to the benches, which were located a few steps away from the horizontal bar. And for several minutes, they sat in silence, smoking a cigarette and drinking a sweet drink from a tin can. Then the prisoner looked ahead of him and asked the teacher if the boys had returned to their previous lives. The inspector took another puff, looked into the distance, exhaled the smoke slowly, quietly and calmly, and said, "Well, they are," as they drove fast in a blue and white police van on the way home. A student with green hair sitting next to the blond man said that the words of the murderer haunted him. He still can't forget them. And the teenager just looked silently out the window, and the words, "See you later," flashed through his mind, because they are definitely not crazy. Who would want to be there again? Then he recalled the situation when he was in the isolation ward, and the inspector showed him a draft that said, "I will commit suicide if I get here again," and said that this was the right answer. After a minute of thinking, the middle school student asked the man with an indifferent expression what he was talking about. "Why is this the answer?" The inspector said, smiling, that the young man probably thought he wanted to see his excuse, but he was very wrong. He asked him if he thought he could believe the fairy tale that a person can change in 2 or 3 weeks. An employee from the Ministry of Education told the student that he wanted to show him his future if he did not change his behavior for the better. There are many juvenile boys like him in this prison. He added that all of them cannot understand the consequences of their bad actions. Because crime, if you try it at least once in your life, it will be hard to give it up, just like alcohol and cigarettes. The inspector said with 2 fingers, smiling, that they probably thought they were the smartest and used loopholes in the law. But during this time they had already gotten used to crimes. And after that, the gentleman threw the sheet right into the guy's face, who sat silently with his mouth open. Turning to the exit, the man happily said that their country has only 1 prison for juveniles. So if he gets here again, he will meet half of his friends. After saying that, the inspector closed the door of the isolation ward behind him. The young man remained sitting where he was. However, he was very angry because it could be seen in his expression, where his eyes were squinted and his cheekbones moved up and down. However, he still did not understand whether it was a lesson or a warning. The young man hit his feet with his hands and fists at such sad memories. However, he would understand everything by his next actions, and he continued to sit looking out the bus window with a mysterious look at everything around him. The prisoner, holding a red tin can, told the inspector that he had heard about the bureau from a local boy named Ryu Jun-hyun. He then took 1 sip of the sweet soda and said that it was very boring. And then he started to tell me what it would be like if a teacher like him had come to their school last year. And the memory of that ominous day when the boy was beaten up by a group of children came to mind. But then he continued to say that he would not have been driven to the point of taking a knife out of his inside jacket pocket. And then he would have lived in peace, just like before he killed those 7 monsters. The picture of him, covered in blood, attacking the students who were mocking him, came back to him. And the boy told the man that if they had had a bureau, then no one would have died that day. The black-haired young man said this with his head down and looking at the ground. The inspector listened attentively while smoking a cigarette. However, when he blew the smoke out of his mouth after the last puff, the inspector moved forward a little, but still looked ahead of him. The prisoner, not hearing any words, began to slowly rise from the bench, but finally asked a question. Perhaps the future would be different. If there were people like them, employees of the Ministry of Education Bureau. Suddenly, one high school student received a reminder on his phone that the age of permissiveness ended just today. It turned out to be the young man who had been severely beaten at school 13 days ago. At that time in prison, The black-haired man continued to say that he would not have eaten those hooligans and would not have become prey himself, and then there would have been no monster like him. And the boy, who has already become an adult, went to the trash can which was located a few steps away. He took out a small black folding knife from his pants pocket and threw it into the trash. The black-haired prisoner, moving away from the teacher a few meters, added that he would not have become such a monster who killed 7 people without any feelings. After that, the inspector threw his cigarette on the ground right next to the bench where he was sitting. But a minute later, he took another cigarette out of the pack and put it in his mouth, took out a lighter, and lit it. Then, after taking the first puff, he raised his head up with his arms wide open and calmly said how burdensome it was. The inspector's thoughts were interrupted by a guard who came up to him and said, "So you've been here all this time," and invited the man to follow him. While they were walking to the building, the policeman informed the inspector that he was allowed to meet with the person he had requested. When the prisoner was brought to the meeting room, the guard told the teacher that this gentleman had just been released from the isolation ward, so he might be a little overexcited. And finally, he said that if something happened, he could call him. The inspector looked at his interlocutor, who was sitting opposite him, with a piercing gaze. He was a man with a slightly darker skin color and long, straight, long hair. He was smiling a little. The bureau worker asked him his name. He calmly answered Chokyu Chol. The next question was about his age. The guy answered briefly and clearly that he was 20. The third question was what crime he had committed. This made the interlocutor smile sarcastically. A second later, however, he said that he was in jail because of assault, robbery, gang rape, and gang formation, but he didn't have time to finish because the inspector asked if he remembered Choi Ga-young. This name made the prisoner very surprised at first. But then he started laughing loudly throughout the room. Rubbing his hands, which were made into fists, he slowly and confidently said, "That's right, that's right." And smiling ominously, he said that this was the bitch, or rather the girl, whom he had beaten and sent across the Styx River. The words he said made the inspector so angry that you could see it in his evil gaze. However, the prisoner, sitting back on his chair, continued to say that it seemed to be in May because it was a very hot day. He remembered that he sweated like hell then, and these stupid schools don't turn on the air conditioning until June. The long-haired man had a hazy picture of that day in his mind and said that he was very angry that day, so he went to skip school. However, when he was walking down the corridor to the door to leave the building, someone stood in his way. It turned out to be the victimized girl, whom he called a bitch, and she tried to stop him. The guy went on to say that, of course, he doesn't remember exactly, but she was very loud because she was screaming frantically. The man emphasized that he was very tired that day, and it was also very hot, and this screaming was really annoying. Then he punched his fist hard into his palm. These movements were closely watched by an inspector sitting opposite him. Then a gentleman with straight black hair leaned his head into his hands and said that Tyson had once emphasized that the best punch in his life was to his wife. The prisoner raised his head and he had this ominous look on his face, and he said with a big smile that he guaranteed that that punch was the best punch of his life, because the sounds of bones breaking and her body twisting in pain. And he added that when he closed his eyes, he could see this picture in detail. Then the gentleman calmly asked what it was like to be such a loser. The inspector was surprised by this question because his eyes became quite large. The man, tapping his index finger on the table, emphasized that if it hadn't been so hot that day, and the air conditioners were working in the school, if she hadn't stopped him, if she hadn't fallen from just one innocent blow, that day would not have been my best punch in my life. The employee of the Ministry of Education sat silently and listened carefully to memorize the smallest details. Then the gentleman got to his feet with his hands on the table and said, "Oh shit," and added that the other man should tell the prison authorities. Then he got too close to the inspector, so he had to put his hands in his fists just in case. And the prisoner said that he had done nothing wrong. He was just unlucky because of the circumstances that day. However, he did not fight with his visitor, and after saying that, he turned around and left the visiting room. After the meeting, the inspector went outside the prison to get some fresh air. However, he decided that in order to think things over, he needed to smoke a cigarette, which he had just taken out of his pocket. As he lit it with a metal lighter, he thought about all the words he had heard a few minutes ago. However, his attention was drawn to what was happening to his right, and he turned his face to get a better look. It turned out that his boss from the Ministry of Education had come up to him and used his lighter to help the man light a cigarette. The man took out a Cuban cigar and held it between his teeth and said that the inspector had finally left, because he had already thought that he was being held for robbery. The subordinate took the first puff and exhaled light gray smoke. He stood there in silence for a few minutes, and then he turned around and walked in the other direction, saying that he didn't need to do anything with a man who was already responsible for his sins. The chief was a little surprised by this and looked in his wake. However, after stopping for a split second, he added that he shouldn't have known about it. Even if the criminal is right in front of his nose, even if the perpetrator is mocking the victim. And the black-haired teacher said that he could do nothing. The only thing left to do is to clench your fists, and the heart overflows with white, and then deep wounds remain on the palms of your hands, filling with blood. Then a picture from his past life appeared in the inspector's mind, where he was drinking, and a gentleman from the ministry came to him and called him a pig and ordered him to get up because he had enough of sitting on his pants. He said that the guy who killed Ga Yun was protected by the law on minors, so the man said that he wanted to create an independent organization that would catch such bastards, and he shouted that they must destroy these bastards. The inspector said that at first he thought it was some kind of nonsense, and putting his hands behind his head, he added that he still thought so. Turning his head a little to his superior, he added that it was still a little useful. The gray-haired gentleman stood there silently listening to his subordinate's monologue, holding a cigarette between his teeth. Then the sports news anchor smilingly said that she would introduce new young athletes. The players who will be shown today are Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ja-yeon, the youngest national representatives of the women's basketball team. These protagonists are sisters from Seungyeong High School. Yi said that a training match against the women's team of the prestigious Kongyang University is being shown, and now Kang Ja-yeon is leading the ball, and they are being blocked by a member of the national team named Song Sil-gi. However, it was a deception because the girl then passes the ball to her sister. She grabbed it tightly and quickly started moving toward the opponent's basket. And with one hand, she exquisitely throws a three-pointer. And of course she hits the target because it is her well-practiced shot, which always works out well. Therefore, Kang Soo-yeon is the best sniper from last year, and Kang Ja-yeon made many successful passes. After the match, during an interview, one of the girls said that she and her sister have been playing basketball together since they were little, so they think that together they play better than other athletes. At Kang Soo-yeon School, the basketball queen is tall and incredibly beautiful. She has more than 200,000 followers on social media from around the world. A correspondent who was at the match said that the high school sisters, who are still so young but already in the national team, demonstrate their majestic tandem. He added that he hoped to see them in the new year at the Asian tournament. When it was finally over, the journalists approached the girls and thanked them for their work. Shaking hands, the man with the glasses said that he would look forward to watching Soo-en's future career. The two ladies then began to move quickly toward the locker room, one after the other. When they entered the room, one of the sisters began to remove the elastic from her hair. However, members of their team lined up in front of them and bowed to emphasize that it was a great interview. Then one of the ladies emphasized that the captain was very beautiful today and that she should look beautiful on the air. The girl with long hair replied that it was all because of the makeup. When everyone finally got dressed and left the dressing room, the sisters went to one of the lockers and used a small metal key to open the door. They looked inside with serious expressions on their faces. They leaned over and said that the journalists had already left, and they asked what she would do now after calling her a bitch. There was a girl tied up with her mouth taped shut, and a sheet with the words, Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ja-yeon are the leaders of school bullying attached to it. The long-haired young lady, holding the victim's chin, quietly said that it was a pretty good attempt. And after a minute, she added with a sly smile, but whatever she did. The victim girl was very upset and tears were streaming down her face. At this time, a red-haired woman from the Ministry of Education had already arrived at Seung-yeon's school. She looked around the large room and began to stretch her arms, knowing that she had a lot of work to do. But now let's go back a little bit, or more precisely 13 days, when she and the inspector brought the teenagers to the prison, namely when the girls were the first to be released. The teacher told her colleague that it was possible to leave them at Han I-ri. She asked him if they shouldn't go to the school they were planning to go to. The man clarified that they had to find out something about the basketball team. The lady looked down a little and said that she had already read the report and everything seemed very clear, and if they didn't hurry up, something very terrible could happen. At this time, someone in the school took a rope and attached them to the steel and made one noose. It turned out to be a girl who was constantly bullied, so she climbed up on a chair. Crying a lot, she began to slowly put her head into the noose, looking ahead of her with a blank stare. During the measurement, the nurse said that the girl, named Park In-ha, was 1 meter 79 centimeters tall. The woman emphasized to the young lady that she had grown 4 centimeters in the last year. The girl began to say that when she was in her first year of high school, she was 1 meter 75 centimeters tall and a coach came to her house every day. Back then, she tried different sports, such as basketball, volleyball, judo, until she found the one she really liked. It turned out to be basketball, and it was no accident. During training, the young lady liked the tactics of the game and quite professional teammates who were already skillfully applying their tricks. And they hit the basket with precision. These were high school freshmen, Kang Soo-yeon, who were also sisters. At that time, the girl was a super player among high school basketball teams because of her unsurpassed skills. She could shoot the ball with one hand just like the men, and the young lady dreamed of wearing the same uniform as Soo-en. So when she came to their training session, she happily announced that her name was Park In-ha, and she was 1 meter 86, so she could play any position. And after she said that, she stood silently and waited for what they would say. After 2 years of hard work, the girl entered the women's basketball high school where Soo-en studied. However, it was like any other sport. She had to train a lot, and life was not as sweet as it had been before. Morning training, afternoon training, training after training, training. The new arrivals were abused when they were given hard training that exceeded human capabilities. During one training session, the head of the team approached them and addressed a red-headed girl named Kang Ja-eun. With a serious expression on her face, she invited her to go and eat chicken together. The young lady knelt down and happily replied, "Uh-huh," and called the other woman her sister. The redhead following the lead said that she had called her mother yesterday and she had been giving her father a hard time. The young lady who had just arrived here noticed that they were breaking the discipline and she was ready to turn a blind eye. But not when a freshman is excused from training just because her sister is the team leader. That's why she was jealous of Jae-young. At the end of the day, they rested in their rooms where there were bunk beds. One day, the redhead looked down at the new girl and called her by name. She asked if she wanted some ice cream. As it turned out, they were neighbors and her behavior depended entirely on her mood. When they first moved in, they occasionally switched floors. The redhead asked her to wash her clothes and basically do everything for her. The dark-haired one told her neighbor that she didn't want ice cream and that she could go by herself. The redhead did not like this answer. However, at first her classmate did everything because she had a very kind soul. But now she was just sick of being taken advantage of whenever she wanted, so the lady couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, after a few minutes of silence, she saw a red box cutter in front of her face, which was waved in front of her face by an angry redhead. She gritted her teeth and angrily called her neighbor a bitch and ordered her to get up and leave quickly. Seeing no movement, she asked if it was so hard to do. However, this did not scare the dark-haired student, and she first grabbed the hand where the weapon was and then pushed her neighbor to the floor. Then she climbed on top of her and began to break her limb with a knife. She said that before basketball she practiced judo, and she told the redhead to go get her ice cream by herself. And in the end, she asked if it was really that hard. The girl, who was lying face down on the floor, watched her neighbor angrily. The next day, someone showed off a few dark hairs in her hand, asking if the scum could see it. It turned out to be two girls from the team, and they asked the newcomer if she ever cleaned her shower. Did the first-year students in their time get so impudent? The angry young lady began to shout loudly that it was not her turn to clean the showers this week. This week it should be Ann. After she finished speaking, the student put her hand in her mouth with a handful of hair, and the redhead's sister tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said that Young had said it was her turn. And coming closer to the victim, the head asked if she was saying that her relative was lying. The student summarized that she had paid heavily for touching the commander's sister. From that day on, no one passed the ball to the girl, even when she was open to it and clearly demonstrated it. She also got all the blame, and in an instant everyone stopped talking to her. The only work she had to do was to massage Su-yeon and Jang-yeon's backs. The bullying did not stop even when they moved to a new class. Day after day, she continued to massage without touching the ball. Some might say it's easy, that you can just give up basketball. But it was hard for the girl because she fell in love with this sport when she was in high school. One day, during a regular training session, the coach announced some good news, that Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ja-yeon would be going to the Asian competition next year. So the man invited the rest of the team to congratulate the girls. But for the victim of bullying, the world just collapsed in front of her eyes. Because some people give up their dreams because of constant bullying, and the perpetrators face a bright future. On the day the reporters showed up, the young woman risked her life to tell about their atrocities. After all, she had been abused to the point of death, and it would only get worse. Her last hope was the Education Bureau, but she thought they would not come here. Suddenly, someone started knocking loudly on the door of the storeroom where the young lady was standing and trying to commit suicide. Addressing the young lady, he said that the new coach would be 30 minutes early. Therefore, she should quickly come to the gym. When she got there, everyone was already there and waiting for the teacher. Red asked her sister how it happened that their coach was suddenly injured. The long-haired woman replied that she didn't know, because he had suddenly called over the weekend and said that he had been injured while drinking. The victim, with an indifferent expression on her face, hoped that the new coach would not be particularly interested in their lives. After all, they were on the national team, and what could he do for them? Slowly entering the gym one by one, the players saw a rather interesting person in front of them. It turned out to be a red-haired woman who, tapping the floor with a stick, smiled sincerely and said that she was their new coach, and her name was Han Lim. She said that she hoped to work well with them. The victim looked at the new teacher carefully and made giant eyes and opened her mouth in surprise. And the two sisters started smiling sweetly because they didn't know what was coming. The leader of the team turned to her sister and asked her if this person was the reason why she was so nervous. And coming close to the coach and looking her straight in the eye, she said that she was just a short girl.